Good evening, and welcome to the Quiet Nightmare. This is a space where silence speaks, and shadows tell stories. Every story you hear is completely uninterrupted, no ads, no distractions. If you enjoy this experience, you're always welcome to stay. Before we begin, tell me where you're listening from, and what time it is. Now, get comfortable. The quiet isn't as empty as it seems. It feels strange to say it out loud, even now, but one of my very first memories in life is of seeing a ghost. I know how that sounds. Most people hear that and immediately push back with the same questions. How could you remember anything from when you were 4 or 5? Are you sure you didn't just hear the story so many times that you built a memory around it? Could it have been a dream? I've heard all of it, and I understand why they ask. But I can only tell you what I know. I remember it. I remember it in a way that doesn't feel like a story someone told me later. It feels like a real moment I lived through. And it's not just that I remember it now, I've been telling some version of it my whole life. I would bring it up to my siblings. I told friends when we were kids, and then again when I got older, and even as an adult it would come up sometimes when people started sharing strange experiences. My sister even told me she remembers me talking about it when I was around 10 years old. What's funny is that I can picture the event itself so clearly, but I don't remember telling her about it back then. That part is like a blank. The memory that stays sharp is the night itself. It's like it burned itself into my mind and never faded. When I think back, the first thing I remember is how small I was. I was so young that my mother still carried me around a lot. I don't mean just picking me up for a second. I mean carrying me from room to room the way you carry a child who is still sleepy or cranky, a child who might not want to walk or might trip and fall. That detail matters to me because it helps me place my age. I was past being a baby, but not much past it. Somewhere in that 4 or 5 range, maybe even a little younger. I know people say you can't be sure, but I can see it in my mind. My mother's arms around me, the way a parent holds you when you're small enough to fit against their chest. I don't remember why my parents put me to bed in their room that night. It could have been something simple. Maybe I was sick. Maybe I had a bad dream earlier and wouldn't settle down. Maybe they had company and my room was being used for something. Or maybe they just wanted me close. Kids end up in their parents' beds for 100 reasons. But I know I was in their room, not mine. And I know I was placed in their big bed. It was one of those adult beds that feels huge when you're little. The mattress seemed high. The blanket felt heavy in the comforting way that blankets do when you're a child. I remember lying there on my back with the blanket pulled up over me, and I remember the room being quiet but not scary at first. It was just nighttime quiet, the kind of quiet where you can hear the soft sounds of a home settling. Maybe a distant pipe made a noise. Maybe the building creaked slightly the way apartment buildings do. I can't say I remember exact sounds, but I remember the feeling of being tucked in and left alone for the night. My mother left the room after putting me down. I remember her moving toward the door. I remember her turning off the main overhead light, the big bright one that lit up everything. But she didn't leave me in complete darkness. She turned on a lamp that sat on a dresser across the room. That lamp made a big difference. The room wasn't dim the way a hallway night light is dim. It was fairly well lit. There were shadows, sure, but I could see most things clearly. That is another reason I never fully accepted the idea that this was just imagination. It wasn't like I was staring into darkness and my mind filled it in. The room had light. Even now, I can still picture the look of the room. The walls were painted that odd green shade that you saw a lot in the late 50s and early 60s. It wasn't bright green. It was that kind of pale, slightly dull green that people used for kitchens and bedrooms back then, a color that looks normal in old photographs and then looks weird to modern eyes. The curtains were long and beige. Not white, not brown, but that soft beige color that looks plain in the daytime and a little heavier at night. They hung in long folds and covered the windows almost completely. I remember lying there and just looking around, calm and curious the way young kids are when they're not sleepy yet. I don't remember feeling afraid at first. If anything, I think I felt safe. It was my parents' room. Their bed smelled like them. The lamp made the room warm. I was just lying there, staring at things, letting my eyes wander the way they do when you're a child and you can entertain yourself by looking at a pattern in curtains, or the way light touches a wall. My eyes settled on the curtains. The windows behind them were set up in 3 parts. There was a large center window and 2 smaller windows on the sides. Only the side windows opened. The center part did not. I remember that detail because later, when I tried to make sense of what happened, I kept thinking about those windows. A kid might not notice that kind of thing unless it mattered later. But I can still see the layout clearly. While I was looking at the curtains, they started to move. At first it was just a small sway in the center, like someone had pushed from behind or like a breeze had slipped through. It was not the whole curtain moving wildly. It was more like a slow, gentle push from the back, as if air was hitting it right in the middle. The movement grabbed my attention right away. When you're small, little changes in a room stand out because you're already watching everything. I stared at the curtains, watching that slight motion. It felt like only a moment passed, but memory does funny things with time. It could have been seconds or longer. I just remember watching and waiting to see if it would stop. Then it happened. Something appeared in front of the curtains. It didn't step out the way a person would. It didn't come from the side of the window or push through the fabric. It was more like it faded into view very quickly. Not slowly and dramatically like the old ghost movies where a shape slowly becomes clearer over time. This was faster, almost sudden, like someone flipped a switch and the thing was simply there. If I had to compare it to anything, it was like a spotlight coming on, but the light wasn't coming from the lamp or the ceiling. The figure itself seemed to be the source of its own soft glow. It was tall. Very tall. Even as a child, you can tell when something is unusually tall. The top of the hood, because it wore a hood, that was the clearest feature, was roughly even with the top of the curtains. At the time I didn't know feet and inches. I just knew it was towering. Later in life, when I grew up and understood heights better, I tried to picture the room and the way the curtains hung, and I realized the figure would have been around 6'5", maybe even a little more. That's what it looked like compared to the window and the curtain line. The figure glowed a pale bluish-green color. Not neon, not bright like a sign, but a soft, ghostly glow. The best way I can explain it is that it didn't reflect the lamp's light like a normal object would. It wasn't catching shadows the way the dresser did or the curtain folds did. It had its own light, and that light didn't fill the room in a strong way. It was gentle, almost like mist lit from the inside. It didn't throw hard shadows. It just made the figure visible in a way that felt wrong for the room. It looked like a hooded robe, like old monk robes you see in drawings or historical movies. There was a hood over where the head should be, and the hood draped down into shoulders and an upper chest. But there was no face. At least, I couldn't see one. There were no eyes, no nose, no mouth, no skin. It wasn't a human face hidden in shadow. It was more like the inside of the hood was empty, like there was only darkness or faint haze where a face should have been. And below the chest, it didn't continue the way a body should. There were no arms. No hands. No legs. No feet. The robe didn't drop to the floor the way cloth would. From about the waist down, it faded into nothing. The bottom part thinned out into mist and then disappeared completely, as if the figure ended halfway, like a shape drawn in smoke that never finished forming. That detail is one of the reasons the burglar idea never fit for me. A person can dress in dark clothes. A person can wear a hood. But you don't see a person with no arms or legs, and you don't see them fading away into air while the rest of them remains solid enough to stand there. For a moment, it just stood still. It didn't rush. It didn't jump at me. It was as if it was simply there, taking in the room. But even without a face, I knew it was looking at me. I don't know how to explain that part to someone who hasn't felt it. It's like when you're in a room and you can tell someone is staring at you even before you turn your head. You just feel it on your skin. That's what it felt like. The hood was pointed in my direction. The entire figure was oriented toward me, and I felt watched. I tried to remember what I was thinking in that moment, but it's hard. It's like my mind went blank. I don't remember having a logical thought like, "That's a ghost." At that age, you don't label things the way adults do. You just react. I remember my body tightening. I remember fear rising in me like a wave, fast and hot. It wasn't the slow fear of a scary story. It was the sudden fear that something is wrong and you need help. Then the figure began to move. I still hesitate when I describe that part, because it didn't move like a normal person walking, but I also wouldn't say it floated smoothly like it was sliding. It was something in between. The best I can say is that it advanced toward the bed. It seemed to take steps, but there were no legs. The upper part shifted forward in a way that suggested walking, but the lower part was missed. Maybe my mind filled in steps, because that's what I understood movement to be. Or maybe it really did move in a stepping rhythm even without legs. Either way, it came toward me. It made it only a short distance, maybe the space of a couple of steps, and that was enough. The moment it moved closer, I screamed. I screamed the way small children scream when they are truly frightened, not just upset. It came from deep inside, loud and desperate. I remember my throat tightening. I remember the sound filling the room. I remember how fast my heart started pounding. The fear was so strong that it felt like it pushed everything else out of my mind. Almost immediately, the main overhead light snapped on. The bright ceiling light flooded the room, washing out the softer lamp light. And my mother came rushing through the door. She moved fast, the way parents do when they hear that kind of scream. I remember her urgency. I remember her crossing the room to the bed. She was talking to me, trying to calm me down, asking what was wrong. I don't remember seeing the figure vanish. That has always bothered me, in a way, because people ask, "What did it do when your mother came in?" The truth is I can't tell you. Once my mother entered, my focus locked onto her. I was a little kid. The fear made me grab onto the safest thing in the world, and that was my mother. My eyes followed her, not the space near the curtains. I was crying and shaking. I might have been pointing. I might have tried to look back. But the part that stayed with me most clearly is the figure approaching, then the light, then my mother's face and the feeling of relief that she was there. When I think back, I can't believe she didn't see it. But I also know how it could happen. Parents come in thinking their child had a nightmare. They are focused on the child, on the bed, on calming them down. If the thing vanished quickly, or if it faded out the same way it had faded in, it could have been gone by the time she even turned her head toward the curtains. And if she didn't believe in that kind of thing, her brain might not even register something odd in the corner of her vision. Adults are good at explaining away things in real time because they have to keep functioning. In my own way, I remember trying to tell her what happened. I didn't have the words to describe. A tall, hooded, glowing figure that fades into mist. I was a little kid. I remember saying something about a scary man. I might have said he came through the window, because in my child's mind the curtains moving and the figure appearing were connected to the window behind them. It felt like it came from there. So I said something like that, a scary man, near the window, coming in. My mother did what most parents do. She told me I must have been dreaming. She probably said it gently. She might have stroked my hair and told me I was safe. She might have checked the room quickly and then told me there was nothing there. She stayed until I calmed down, until my crying turned to sniffles and my breathing slowed. Then she tucked me back in and tried to get me to sleep again. In her world, the problem had a normal explanation, a bad dream in a child's mind. But for me it didn't feel like a dream. It felt like an event. And that difference stayed with me. As I got older and kept remembering it, people offered other explanations. Some said it could have been a burglar, a real person, and I had misunderstood what I saw because I was young. Others said it was sleep paralysis, though nobody used that term back then, not around me. Some said it was just a nightmare that felt real. People always reach for the ordinary explanation, because the other option is uncomfortable. But there were problems with those explanations. and the older I got, the more I understood them. We lived in an apartment on the 4th floor of a building. 4th floor. That detail matters. This wasn't a house with a backyard where someone could sneak up to a window. This was a brick apartment building. There was no fire escape that led to those windows. There was no easy access outside the building that would put someone at that height. And the building itself was plain brick going straight up. It didn't have fancy ledges, decorative stonework, or big moldings that a person could climb like a ladder. It wasn't like the movies where someone scales the side of a building. There was simply nothing to hold on to. Just flat brick. So when people said, "Maybe someone climbed up," it didn't match reality. When they said, "Maybe he came through the window," it didn't match either, because only the side windows opened and the center one did not. And even if one of those side windows had been open, how would a person get up to it on the 4th floor with no fire escape? The more I thought about it, the more I realized there was basically one practical way into that bedroom, through the door. And my mother came through that door right after I screamed. If a real person had been standing by the curtains and then rushed out, my mother would have likely seen them, or at least heard movement. The room was not that big. A stranger would have had to squeeze past her or dart behind something, and there wasn't anywhere to hide. It wasn't a cluttered room filled with closets and furniture to duck behind. It was a bedroom. The bed, a dresser, maybe a nightstand, the curtains, an open space. A burglar explanation just didn't fit what I remembered seeing. And the dream explanation didn't fit either, not for me, because of how my childhood memories work. People assume kids only remember happy things or big milestones. But for me, the earliest things I remember clearly are the intense ones. The ones that came with pain or shock or strong fear. It's like those moments cut through everything else and left a mark. Around that same age, I was badly burned by a large pot of very hot coffee. I remember that accident too. I remember the sensation, the sudden pain, the chaos that followed. I remember the trip to the hospital. I remember the smell of the place, that sharp, clean smell hospitals have. I remember how adults looked when they were worried, how their faces changed, how their voices sounded. I remember medical procedures and the feeling of being handled by strangers in uniforms. I remember skin grafts and the idea that they were doing something serious to my body. I was small, and I didn't understand the details, but I understood enough to feel fear and confusion. I also remember seeing Santa Claus for the first time, and I cried. People laugh when I say that, but it's true. He scared me. A big stranger with a loud presence and a beard and that costume coming close to me felt overwhelming. I remember how my body reacted. I remember trying to pull away and hide. It wasn't magical to me at that age. It was just a huge man invading my space. Those are the kinds of memories that stuck. They were intense enough to last. And in my mind, the ghost in the bedroom fits right into that same category. It was a traumatic moment for a small child. It was fear so sharp and immediate that it carved itself into me. That's why I don't accept the idea that it was just a passing dream. I didn't have a long list of dreams I remembered from that age. In fact, the first dream I clearly remember as a dream happened years later. This bedroom event doesn't feel like that. It feels like the other intense memories, the burn, the hospital, the scary Santa, the moments that were so strong they became permanent. Over the years, as I held on to the memory, a few things happened that made it harder for me to dismiss. One of the biggest was something my sister told me much later. Years after that apartment, we lived in other houses. Life moved on the way it does. Kids grow, families change places, you get used to new rooms and new routines. The ghost story became something I talked about sometimes, and I think my siblings mostly treated it the way families treat childhood stories. They didn't necessarily call me a liar, but it probably felt like one of those strange things little kids say, something you remember because it's dramatic. Then my sister told me about her own experience. She said that when she was a teenager, she saw something very similar watching her in another house we lived in. She didn't like talking about it. Even when she told me, she did it in a way that made it clear she wasn't trying to entertain me. She was uncomfortable, serious, and she wanted to move past it quickly. But the details she gave were close enough to what I remembered that it stopped me cold. She described a tall hooded figure, pale in color, watching her. She didn't say it attacked her. She didn't say it spoke. She didn't describe it as a monster. It was more like a presence that stood and observed. That matched my feeling. Because as scared as I was as a child, the strange part is that I never felt like it was trying to hurt me. I felt terror because it wasn't supposed to be there, because it was unnatural, because it was coming toward me. But underneath that, there wasn't the sense of evil intent that you might expect in a horror story. It didn't feel like a threat in the usual sense. It felt like something that had entered the room, looked at me, and moved closer like it wanted to see me better, not like it wanted to attack. When my sister and I compared notes as best as we could, we both agreed on that strange point. We were frightened, absolutely. But it didn't feel violent. It felt like it was there to watch. That may sound like a small difference, but it isn't. If you've ever felt true danger from another person, you know your body reads it immediately. This didn't feel like that. It felt eerie, wrong, and deeply unsettling, but not aggressive. Still, hearing my sister say she saw something similar made my childhood memory feel less lonely. It's one thing to carry a strange event inside yourself for years while everyone tells you it was probably a dream. It's another thing to have someone close to you, someone who has no reason to copy your story, describe something that lines up with it. That doesn't prove anything in a scientific way, but it changes something emotionally. It makes you feel less like you imagined it. And then there was the photo. That part happened later, right before I left to join the Air Force. By then I was older, on the edge of adult life, about to step into a completely different world. Our home at that time had a den, one of those family rooms where people relaxed, watched TV, talked, or just spent time together. The den had furniture that felt ordinary and familiar, a desk, shelves, family stuff around. It was a normal room, not a creepy basement or an old attic. Just a room where you would never expect anything strange. We had just gotten a new Polaroid camera. Back then, that felt like a big deal. Instant photos were exciting. You could take a picture and within a minute you had something you could hold in your hand. The camera itself felt solid and special, like a piece of technology that was a little magical in its own way. I remember handling it carefully but also being eager to try it out, like anyone would be with a new gadget. I was in the den playing with it, turning it over in my hands, maybe testing the feel of it, maybe checking how it opened and closed, how it sat. At some point I went to put it on a shelf. The shelf was at about chest height, maybe higher. As I was placing it up there, it slipped from my fingers. It wasn't a dramatic fall, but it was enough to make my stomach jump. Instinct kicked in, and I grabbed for it quickly. I managed to catch it, but in the motion of catching it, my finger hit the button and the camera fired. That sudden click and whir startled me. The camera shot out the film the way Polaroids do, that stiff rectangle sliding out. For a second I just stood there, annoyed with myself, thinking I'd wasted a photo. I took the picture that had come out and set it down, meaning to look at it later or just throw it away once I confirmed it was some blurry nonsense. Then I carefully placed the camera back on the shelf, this time making sure it was secure. I started to leave the room. On my way out, almost as an afterthought, I picked up the photo to glance at it before tossing it. The image was still developing, still coming into focus the way Polaroids do. At first it was just shapes and odd colors. Then details started forming, and my whole body went cold. In the photo, standing in front of the desk in that room, was a tall hooded figure. Pale greenish blue. Solid at the top where the hood was, and then fading downward into nothing, just like the one I remembered from childhood. It looked like an upper torso that didn't continue into legs. And beside it stood a woman with long hair, also only visible from the waist up, as if she too faded out below that point. The photo wasn't a clear, perfect portrait the way a professional camera would produce. It had that Polaroid look, soft edges, slightly strange color, the kind of image that can make ordinary things look unusual. But this didn't look like a trick of shadow. It looked like two figures standing there that should not have been there. For a few seconds I just stared, trying to force my brain to turn it into something else. A coat on a chair. A reflection. A weird double exposure. Anything normal. But the hood shape was too specific, too much like what I had seen. The pale glow-like color was too close. And the second figure beside it, the woman, made it even harder to explain away as a random blur. I didn't stay in the den to study it for long. I left the room quickly. I don't mean I casually walked out. I mean I got out of there the way you leave a place when you suddenly feel like you are not alone. I remember my pulse pounding. I remember holding the photo and moving fast, as if staying near that desk for even another second was a bad idea. That photo existed. We kept it for a long time. It wasn't something that vanished overnight. It became one of those strange family items that gets put away carefully, brought out sometimes, talked about quietly, then stored again. There was always a strange feeling around it, like you didn't want to handle it too much, like it carried something with it. But we did keep it. It was real. It was physical proof that something odd had been captured in our home, whether someone believed it was a spirit or not. Then my mother died. After she passed, the house changed in that sad, practical way houses do when someone dies. People gather things. They sort through belongings. Some items are sold. Some are given away. Some are packed into boxes and put into storage. Important things get mixed with ordinary things. People make decisions quickly because they are grieving and exhausted. Stuff gets moved from room to room. Sometimes something you thought would always be there simply disappears. At some point during all of that, the photo vanished. I don't mean it vanished in a dramatic, supernatural way right in front of us. It wasn't like it burst into flame or floated away. It was more frustrating than that. It was there for years, and then during the process of gathering and sorting my mother's things, it was gone. It could have been thrown away accidentally. It could have been packed into a box that ended up in a place none of us checked. It could have been taken by someone who didn't understand what it was and didn't think it mattered, or by someone who did understand and didn't want it around. I can't say. I only know that after my mother died, we looked for it and couldn't find it. In a way, that feels fitting, even though it's also maddening. It's like that's how these things go. Just when you think you finally have something solid, something you can point to and say, "Here, this is real, this is proof," something happens and the proof slips out of your hands. You're left again with memory, with story, with the same mystery you started with. If I'm honest, I don't expect everyone to believe me. I know what it sounds like. I know how the human mind works, how memories can bend, how fear can shape what you think you saw. I've considered all of that. I've spent years being told it was a dream, or a misunderstanding, or a childhood imagination. But I also know my own life. I know what I remember and how I remember it. I know how clear that bedroom scene still is in my mind, the color of the walls, the beige curtains, the lamp on the dresser, the way the figure appeared like a sudden fade-in, the pale bluish-green glow, the hood, the empty face, the missing lower body, and the feeling of being watched. I know the terror that made me scream. I know my mother rushing in and turning on the overhead light. I know the way she brushed it off as a dream because that was the easiest answer. And I know the facts that never matched the normal explanations. The fourth-floor apartment with no fire escape access. The plain brick exterior. The lack of any real way for a person to be outside that window. I know my sister's separate experience years later, the way she didn't want to talk about it but still described something similar. And I know the Polaroid photo that showed a hooded figure and a woman beside it, an image we kept for years, until it disappeared when my mother's belongings were sorted. So I can't be convinced it didn't happen. I've tried to doubt it. I've tried to frame it in a way that makes it easier for people to hear. But when I strip it down to the truth of what I remember, and what I later experienced, I always end up in the same place. Something was there. It didn't feel like it came to harm me. It felt like it came to look, to watch. And as unsettling as that is, that may be the most chilling part of all. Not that it attacked, Not that it shouted or slammed doors or did anything you would see in a movie. It simply appeared, stood in the room, and watched a small child in bed as if that child was something worth noticing. And then, just like that, it was gone, leaving behind nothing but memory, fear, and a mystery that has followed me from my earliest years into adulthood. A few weeks went by after that night, and even though I tried to act normal, it stayed in the back of my mind. During the day I could convince myself it was nothing. I'd tell myself I was tired, I was stressed, maybe my eyes played tricks on me in low light. But at night, when the house got quiet and the rooms looked different, the memory would come back. I kept thinking about the exact spot where I had seen the figure standing, right there in the corner. It bothered me that I didn't have a solid explanation for it, and I hated how weak it made me feel. I'm not the kind of person who wants to be scared of a corner in my own home. So one night, after a few weeks had passed, I decided I was going to test it. I told myself I needed to face it like an adult. No more avoiding it, no more rushing past that part of the room with my eyes fixed on the floor. I waited until it was dark again, the same kind of darkness that made everything look uncertain. I didn't turn on the bright overhead lights. I wanted the room to look the way it looked when I had gotten scared, because if I was going to prove it was nothing, I needed the conditions to match. I walked into the room slowly and just stood there for a moment, letting my eyes adjust. The air felt normal, maybe a little stale the way bedrooms do at night. The silence felt thick, but nothing unusual happened right away. I looked toward the corner where I remembered the figure standing, and that's when I noticed something I hadn't paid attention to before. There was a plant there. It was sitting in the corner like it belonged there, like it had been there the whole time. It wasn't a tiny plant either. It had leaves that stuck out at odd angles, and in the dark those leaves made uneven shapes. I remember staring at it and feeling my stomach loosen, like my body was finally letting go of a knot it had been holding. I stood there thinking, "Are you serious?" It felt almost embarrassing. The plant was the kind of thing that, in the daytime, looks harmless and even kind of nice, but at night, when you're half focused and your brain is looking for patterns, it can turn into a person-shaped shadow. In that moment it felt like I'd solved it. I even felt a little proud of myself for going back and checking instead of just staying scared. I told myself that was it. The mystery was over. The figure was the plant. My fears started to fade. After that, I tried to move on. I'd still get that quick uncomfortable feeling sometimes when I was alone at night, but I kept reminding myself of the plant. I told myself I had been worked up, and once you get a fright like that, your imagination keeps going even after the real cause is something simple. For a while that explanation was enough. Then about 2 months later, something happened that brought all that fear back, only worse. It started on a night when I had a headache. Not a small one either. It was the kind of headache that makes you irritated at everything. The light feels too bright, the sounds feel too loud, and you just want to lay down and shut your brain off. I didn't think too much of it. I took some Tylenol, drank a little water, and decided I was going to go to sleep early and let it pass. I went to my room and got into bed, expecting to be out in minutes. I was tired, my head hurt, and I just wanted sleep. I laid down and closed my eyes. That's when the weird part started. As soon as my eyes were closed, I began seeing letters and numbers and random words, like they were being projected onto the inside of my eyelids. It's hard to explain if you haven't experienced it, because it wasn't like imagining something. It wasn't like daydreaming. It looked like actual shapes and symbols appearing in front of me, as if someone had put a screen in the darkness behind my eyes. They weren't stable either. They would flash, shift, change into different letters, different numbers, short words, then disappear and show something else. It didn't make sense, like it wasn't spelling a message I could understand. It was just random. At first I thought, okay, that's strange, but I tried to ignore it and fall asleep anyway. I figured maybe it was the Tylenol, or maybe it was just what happens when you're tired. But it wouldn't stop. Every time I relaxed and tried to drift off, there it was again. Letters, numbers, words, moving around like a chaotic slideshow. It started making me uneasy, because my brain didn't know where it was coming from. When you close your eyes, you expect darkness, maybe a few floating spots of light, nothing more. This felt like my own mind had turned into a projector. So I opened my eyes. The room looked normal, but I had an immediate feeling that something was watching me. It was that instinctive sensation, like the hair on your arms wants to stand up even though nothing is happening. I looked around, trying to find a reason for it. I stared at my window. The outside light from the street, maybe a street lamp, maybe cars passing, was casting shadows that moved slightly. I told myself it was just normal nighttime shadow movement, the kind you always see if you pay attention. But I also heard little noises. Not loud bangs, not anything that would make you call the police, just small weird sounds that didn't feel right in that moment. A faint tap, a soft creak, the kind of sound that can be a building settling but can also sound like something moving when you're already nervous. The headache didn't help. Pain makes you sensitive. It makes you more aware of your body, and it can make your thoughts spiral. I kept staring at the window. I thought I saw a shadow pass by outside, and my mind immediately jumped to the worst explanation. Then I'd tell myself, no, it's just a tree branch or a car's headlights. Still, the feeling of being watched stayed. I closed my eyes again, hoping that if I just ignored it, I'd fall asleep and the headache would be gone in the morning. The letters and numbers came back almost immediately, flashing in that same random way. Then, in the middle of that darkness, something else formed. This time it wasn't just symbols. It was a figure. I saw a dark red shape, like a person, but not a normal person. The head looked bald, smooth on top, and the eyes were glowing. Not like a flashlight, but like a bright shine in the darkness. The outer edges of its body also seemed to glow, like it had a faint outline of light around it. The color was deep red, almost like a dark ember. It wasn't a friendly color. It felt hot, heavy, wrong. I could only see it from the torso up, like the lower part wasn't there or wasn't visible. It reminded me of the way you might see someone behind a wall if only their upper body is exposed, but this wasn't a wall. This was inside my closed eyes. The figure was just there, floating in that dark space. And the weirdest part was that I wasn't asleep. I wasn't dreaming. I was fully aware that I was lying in my bed, with my eyes closed, and I was seeing this thing as clearly as you see something in real life. My heart started beating harder. I felt tense, like my muscles didn't know whether to run or freeze. I kept my eyes closed because part of me was afraid to open them. Another part of me was afraid that if I opened them, I would still feel the same watching presence in the room. While I was looking at this red figure, with my eyes still shut, something happened that made my blood turn cold. I felt something lay down next to me. It wasn't a faint touch. It wasn't like the mattress shifted a little because I moved. It felt like the bed actually dipped the way it does when a person gets into it. The weight pressed down near my back, close enough that I could sense the exact spot. The blanket moved slightly, like something had slid under or against it. I was lying on my right side, facing the wall, and the feeling came from behind me, like someone had joined me in bed. For a split second my brain grabbed the most normal explanation it could find. My friend had been over earlier. He had left about an hour before. So my immediate thought was that he had come back because he didn't want to walk home, or he forgot something, or he just decided to crash. It sounds stupid now, but in that moment it was the only thing that kept me from panicking instantly. My mind wanted it to be something normal so badly that it jumped to that. I spoke without even thinking it through. I said, "Sup, why you just walk in my house like that, man? Go sleep on the couch." I said it like I was annoyed, like I was trying to sound casual and in control, even though my heart was pounding. In my head, I expected to hear my friend laugh or say something back, maybe apologize, maybe say he was too tired to go home. But there was no answer. No voice. No breathing. No movement. That silence hit me harder than any sound could have. The bed still felt like it had weight on it. I still felt that presence close to me. My skin prickled, and the space behind me felt crowded, like I wasn't alone. I swallowed and slowly turned to my left, toward the other side of the bed. There was nothing there. No friend. No person. No shape in the darkness. Just the empty space next to me, the pillow, the blanket. The room looked exactly the way it should. But I knew what I had felt. I knew the bed had shifted. I knew it wasn't my imagination in that moment, because it had been too physical, too clear. I just lay there, frozen, staring into the empty space. My mind kept trying to correct itself. It kept saying, "Maybe you moved and it felt like someone got in." But I hadn't moved like that. Maybe the mattress settled. But it didn't feel like a mattress settling. It felt like weight. Like a body. I didn't know what to do with that. I didn't want to close my eyes again, because the moment I did, I was afraid I'd see that red figure again. I also didn't want to stay in that bed. The fear grew until it was bigger than my need to sleep. That was the moment I became convinced that something was there, something I couldn't see the normal way. I got up. I don't remember doing it calmly. I think I moved fast, like my body had decided for me. I probably turned on lights. I probably checked the room, the floor, the closet, the window, the door. I don't remember every detail, because fear compresses your memory. But I remember the decision clearly. I was not sleeping in that room. I went to the living room and slept there instead. At first it was, just for tonight. That's what you tell yourself, because it feels less dramatic. You tell yourself you'll go back to your bed tomorrow when you're thinking more clearly. But tomorrow came, and I still couldn't do it. I ended up sleeping in the living room for about 2 weeks. I made the couch my bed. I used a blanket from wherever I could find one and tried to make it comfortable. It wasn't comfortable, not really. Sleeping on a couch for that long messes with your back and your neck. But at least out there I felt less trapped. My room felt like a closed box, like the walls held the fear inside them. The living room felt open, like if something happened I could jump up and turn on lights quickly without being stuck in a corner. Even then, sleep didn't come easy. I would wake up at little noises. I'd stare down the hallway, listening. Sometimes I'd sit up and check the windows, check the front door, make sure it was locked. I'd tell myself I was being paranoid, but I couldn't help it. Once your mind starts believing something is in your space, it's hard to relax. Eventually, after those 2 weeks, I tried to go back to normal. I told myself I couldn't live like this forever. I told myself it was ridiculous to be scared in my own place. But I also learned something about myself during that time. I found out I could only sleep in my room if I was intoxicated. I'm not proud of that, and I'm not saying it like it's a good solution. It wasn't. But it was the truth. If I had been drinking or otherwise not fully clear-headed, I could pass out in my room because I didn't have the same sharp awareness. I didn't lie there analyzing shadows and listening to every sound. My body would just shut down. But if I was sober, the fear came back the moment the lights went off. That made me feel even worse, because it meant I wasn't really getting past it. I was just avoiding the fear by numbing myself. Then about 3 weeks later, something happened again. That night I was sleeping on the couch in the living room. It had become my habit. The TV was on, like it usually was when I tried to fall asleep out there. The noise helped. The light helped too. It kept the room from turning into a dark space where my mind could fill in the blanks. The TV made it feel like I wasn't alone, even if the show wasn't something I was really watching. It got late, and I was tired. I remember thinking I should turn the TV off and actually get real sleep. I reached for the remote and shut it down. The screen went dark, and the room instantly felt bigger and emptier. The silence dropped in, the way it does when the last source of sound disappears. I settled into the couch, shifted until I found a position that didn't make my shoulder hurt, and closed my eyes. The second I closed them, I saw the same figure. The dark red bald head. The glowing eyes. That glowing outer edge around the body. Only this time it was closer than before, like it was right up in my face in that closed-eye darkness. It was so close it startled me. It felt like there was no distance, like it had moved in on me, like it was not just something appearing far away in my mind but something pushing into my space. And then it spoke. It said, "Hey." The voice was weird. Not normal. Not like a friendly, "Hey, you hear from someone you know." It sounded off in a way that's hard to describe. It had a strange tone, like it didn't belong to a normal human. The word itself was simple, casual even, which made it worse. It wasn't screaming or threatening. It was just acknowledging me, like it knew I was there and wanted me to know it was there too. Fear rushed through me so fast that my body reacted before my brain could catch up. My eyes snapped open. My heart felt like it was punching my ribs. I sat there in the darkness of the living room, staring at nothing, because there was nothing to stare at. The room looked normal. The couch was normal. The walls were normal. But I didn't feel normal. At that point I felt like enough was enough. I didn't want to play that game anymore, where every time I closed my eyes I was met with that figure. I didn't want to keep pretending it was nothing. I also didn't want to keep spiraling deeper into fear until I couldn't sleep at all. So out loud I asked it to stop. I didn't say a long speech. I didn't try to be tough. I was scared, and I just wanted it to leave me alone. I said something like, "Stop doing that." I meant it in the simplest way possible, like you're talking to something you can't understand but you need it to back off. I didn't know if it would work. I didn't even know who or what I was talking to. I just knew I couldn't handle another moment of that voice, and those glowing eyes in the darkness behind my eyelids. After that, I was afraid to close my eyes again. I sat there thinking, if I close them, it's going to come right back. I pictured that red face close to me. I pictured it saying, "Hey," again in that strange voice, like it was right next to my ear. So I grabbed the remote and turned the TV back on. The screen lit up the room. The voices from the show filled the silence. The familiar noise made my breathing slow down a little, not because it fixed anything, but because it gave my mind something else to focus on. It pushed the darkness back just enough that I could stop imagining things moving inside it. I left the TV on and eventually fell asleep like that, with the light and the sound going, because that felt like the only way I could do it without seeing that figure again the moment I closed my eyes. I can still remember her name like it was yesterday, Mary Grace. Even now, years later, it doesn't feel like just a name to me. It feels like a whole time in my life, a whole chapter that I can still see clearly if I close my eyes and think hard enough. Mary Grace was 2 years older than I was, and in high school that age gap can feel pretty big. She was already doing things I hadn't even figured out yet. She knew which teachers were strict, which ones were kind, what corners of the school were quiet, which hallways got crowded, and how to avoid drama when it started. But even though she was older, she never acted like she was better than anyone. She had this calm confidence, like she had seen enough to know what really mattered and what didn't. To me, she became like an older sister. Not in a fake, "we're friends because we sit near each other" kind of way. She was the kind of person who actually watched out for you. If someone tried to embarrass me, she would step in without making a big show of it. If I looked uncomfortable in a group, she would find a way to pull me into a safer conversation. If she saw me sitting alone, she would sit near me like it was the most normal thing in the world, like I wasn't alone anymore just because she decided I shouldn't be. She was originally from the Philippines, and back then I didn't think much about that detail. It was just one of the things I knew about her, like her favorite snacks or the kind of music she liked. But later that one detail would matter in a way I never expected. One of the memories that has stayed with me the most is our secret Santa at school. We did it like a lot of schools do. Everyone drew a name, and you were supposed to give that person a small gift. Nothing expensive, just something thoughtful. Mary Grace pulled my name. I remember the day she gave me my gift because it was so her. She didn't just hand it to me and walk away. She waited, like she wanted to see my reaction. She had this small, excited smile, like she already knew I was going to like it. It was a cute Sanrio piggy bank. Not the plain kind you just drop coins into, but one with a little swing feature. It could move back and forth, almost like it was gently rocking. It was adorable, and it felt personal, like she had picked it because it matched my taste. I remember holding it in my hands and turning it slightly, testing how it moved, and she laughed like she was happy I was enjoying it. To this day, I can still picture that piggy bank sitting on my desk. It wasn't just a random object to me. It was something she gave me with kindness, like a small reminder that someone was looking out for me. And then something tragic happened. Something that still doesn't feel real when I think about it. Mary Grace was so young, and she got pregnant. In high school, news spreads fast, but the truth doesn't always spread with it. People talk, people guess, people create stories, and half of it is made up. I never knew the full truth of what she was going through. I don't think most people did. What I did know was that not long after, she was gone. We heard rumors that she was terrified to tell her parents. Rumors that she felt trapped, ashamed, scared, alone. And then the rumor that broke everyone's heart, that she committed suicide, and that she was found in her closet. Even now, just writing that makes my chest feel tight. I remember the shock. I remember hearing the news and feeling like the world had tilted. Like the school hallways looked the same, but everything felt different. People still walked around and laughed and complained about homework, but I couldn't stop thinking, how is everyone moving like normal when she's not here anymore? I was devastated. There's no other word for it. I cried in a way that felt like it came from somewhere deeper than I had ever felt before. And the worst part was the unanswered questions. The feeling that maybe she had been suffering quietly while the rest of us were worried about tests and weekend plans. The feeling that maybe she needed someone to notice, to ask, to really see her, and somehow it still ended like this. A month passed. A whole month of trying to keep going like normal, even though nothing felt normal. Time didn't heal anything that fast. Time just moved forward, and I moved with it because I didn't know how not to. That piggy bank stayed with me. I kept it on my desk in my room. Sometimes I would glance at it, and my heart would sink, because it made her absence feel real all over again. But at the same time, I couldn't put it away. It felt wrong to hide it. It was one of the few things I had from her. One day, about a month after she passed, I was in my room doing homework. I was alone. My door was closed, and everything was quiet in that way it gets when you're trying to focus. The piggy bank was on my desk, not far from my books and papers. I didn't think anything of it. I was just trying to get through my work. It was math homework, and I was never the type of person who could breeze through math. Some people can look at numbers and formulas and it just clicks. For me, it was always slower. I had to take my time, reread the problem, double-check my steps. If I got stuck, I got frustrated easily. That's how it had always been. That day, I had been working for about 2 hours. Just me, my pencil, and the pages in front of me. The kind of long homework session where you start to lose track of time. I didn't notice anything strange while I was working. No weird sounds, no shadows, no sudden feelings. Nothing. It felt like a normal afternoon or evening at home, just quiet and focused. Then my boyfriend came over. He knew I was working on homework, and he offered to help. I was relieved, because sometimes just having someone there makes it easier, even if they aren't solving everything for you. He came into my room, closed the door behind him, and sat next to me at the desk. I remember exactly how we were sitting, because that detail became so important later. He was sitting to my right. My math book was also on my right side, closer to him. My binder, the one I was writing in, was on my left side, closer to me. We leaned over the desk together, looking at the same problem. I still remember that the last problem I had been working on was number 26. I know that sounds like a small detail, but it's burned into my memory because of what happened next. We worked on problem 26 for a couple of minutes, maybe 2 or 3. We talked through it quietly, checking the steps, making sure the answer made sense. When we finally got to the answer, I felt that small moment of relief like, okay, we got it. Now I just need to move on to the next one. I lifted my pencil and got ready to write. 27. And then I froze. Because on the paper, right where I was about to write it, the number 27 was already there. I stared at it like my eyes couldn't accept what they were seeing. I remember my brain trying to explain it fast, like maybe I wrote it earlier and forgot. But I knew I didn't. I was sure. I hadn't written it. I hadn't even thought about writing it yet until that exact moment. I whispered something like, "I did not write that." My boyfriend looked at me, confused, and then looked at the paper. The next thought that hit me was, did he write it? But that didn't make sense either. He was on my right side. My binder was on my left. He would have had to lean across me in a really obvious way to write that number. And he hadn't. Both of us had been looking at the math book and talking through the problem. There hadn't been a moment where he reached over and wrote on my paper. I would have noticed. What made it even stranger was the way the 27 was written. It wasn't written straight like I normally write. It was written at an angle, like someone had written it from above my shoulder, almost like someone standing behind me had reached down and wrote it quickly. That's the only way I can describe it. It didn't look like it belonged there, and it didn't look like I wrote it. For about a full minute, I didn't even say anything else. I just stared at it, trying to understand how it could be there. My mind felt blank and loud at the same time, like panic and confusion were fighting for space in my head. Finally, I turned to my boyfriend and asked him, "Did you write that?" He looked at me like I was crazy, not in a mean way, but in a shocked way. He said, "Of course not. How would I even do that?" And he was right. How could he? We were both quiet for a second. The room felt suddenly too still. Not peaceful still. More like the air itself had changed. Then we felt it. A cold chill moved through the room, sharp and heavy. It wasn't like a normal draft. There was no wind. The door was closed. The window was closed. There was no fan blowing on us. It was just a sudden wave of cold that surrounded where we were sitting, like the temperature dropped right at the desk. I felt it on my skin immediately. My arms and neck got goosebumps. My boyfriend felt it too. I could tell because his posture changed, and he looked around like he was trying to find the source. And then the piggy bank moved. The Sanrio piggy bank that Mary Grace gave me started swinging back and forth. Not a tiny movement you could blame on the desk shaking. It swung in a way that looked like someone had pushed it. That piggy bank only moved like that when you actually touched it. We both saw it. At the exact same time. We didn't scream. We didn't start yelling. We just looked at each other, wide-eyed, like we had silently agreed that something was happening that we couldn't explain. Neither of us wanted to make a big fuss in that moment. It was more like we went into a calm panic. The kind where your body is saying, "Leave. Now." We stood up quickly, gathered the books and papers without talking much, and walked out of the room. We went downstairs, trying to act normal, like maybe if we didn't react too hard, it would stop. But it didn't stop for me. As we went downstairs, the cold feeling followed me. It wasn't like the whole house was cold. It was like I had stepped into a cold bubble that moved with me. I know that sounds strange, but that's the only way I can explain it. My boyfriend didn't seem as affected once we left the room, but I still felt it clinging to me, like a blanket made of cold air. Downstairs, we started talking more openly about what had happened. The 27. The chill. The piggy bank swinging. We kept going back to the same questions. How could the number be on the page? How could it look like that? Why did the room get so cold right after we noticed it? And then I had an idea. It was like a thought that came out of nowhere, but once it came, I couldn't ignore it. I told him, "Wait. I was doing homework alone for 2 hours before you came. What if there's more?" So we brought the binder and papers out and started looking through my work. At first, I expected nothing. I expected to feel silly for even thinking it. But the moment I started flipping pages, my stomach dropped. There were numbers and marks on the pages that I could clearly tell were not mine. It wasn't like the entire page was different, which would have been easier to explain. It was worse than that, because it was mixed in. I would see my handwriting, and then suddenly, in the middle of the work, the writing would change. The shape of the numbers looked different. The pressure looked different. Even the spacing looked different, like another person's hand had taken over for a moment, and then handed the pencil back. It happened again and again across several pages. Not just once. Not something you could brush off as, "Maybe I was tired and wrote differently." It was too clear. My handwriting would be there, then a different handwriting would appear for a few steps, then mine would return. My boyfriend and I just stared at the pages, turning them slowly, like we were afraid the proof would disappear if we moved too fast. And then we saw the detail that scared me the most. The number 7. My normal way of writing a 7 is plain, just like most people do it, a simple 7, no extra line. That's how I have always written it. I have never been someone who puts a line through the middle of the 7. But on those pages, in the parts where the handwriting changed, the 7s were written differently. They had a line through the middle. If you've seen it before, you know exactly what I mean. It's common in some places, and I had seen people from the Philippines write their 7s like that, with the extra line. It can make the 7 look almost like a backward F or like a 7 that's been crossed to make it stand out. And Mary Grace wrote her 7s that way. I didn't want to jump to conclusions, but it was right there in front of me. I was looking at my own homework, and I could see where my writing stopped and another style started, and in that other style the 7 had a line through it. I remember feeling my face get hot, even though the cold feeling was still around me. I felt confused and scared and strangely emotional all at once. It was like my brain was saying, "This can't be real," while my heart was saying, "But you know what this means." We sat there, just staring at the pages. My boyfriend didn't laugh. He didn't try to make it into a joke. He looked just as stunned as I felt. He kept tracing the lines with his eyes like he was trying to prove himself wrong, like he wanted to find an explanation that would make everything normal again. But the more we looked, the clearer it became that something had happened while I was alone. I also started noticing something else, something that didn't hit me until then. I had done a lot of work. Like a lot. Around 10 pages, maybe more. And I hadn't struggled the way I normally did. I hadn't gotten stuck. I hadn't had that usual moment where I wanted to quit or throw the pencil down. I had just kept going. That wasn't like me. When I realized that, a different kind of feeling started to rise in me, underneath the fear. It was still creepy. It was still hard to explain. But it also felt familiar. Like the feeling of someone having your back. Because that's what Mary Grace always did when she was alive. She helped. She protected. She stepped in quietly without needing credit for it. I looked down at the pages again, at the strange writing mixed with mine, at the cross 7s, at the 27 that appeared before I could even write it. And I thought about that piggy bank swinging back and forth like it was alive. My chest hurt, and I felt tears coming, not just from fear but from missing her so much. Without really planning to, I said out loud, "Thank you?" It wasn't loud. It was almost like a whisper, but it felt honest. Like I was speaking to her the way I would have if she were sitting right there with us, leaning over the desk and smiling like she used to. A couple seconds after I said it, the cold feeling went away. Not slowly, not like the room warmed up naturally. It was more like the cold bubble around me simply lifted. Like whatever it was, it had been there for a reason, and once I understood, it didn't need to stay. My boyfriend and I didn't know what to say after that. We just sat quietly for a while, still holding the papers, still trying to accept what we had seen. Part of me wanted to run upstairs and throw the piggy bank away because I was scared. But a bigger part of me couldn't do that. It was her gift. It was tied to one of the kindest people I had known. I still have that piggy bank somewhere. I've moved homes and packed and unpacked things over the years, so I can't tell you exactly where it is at this moment, but I know I never got rid of it. I couldn't. It feels like one of the last pieces of her that I'm allowed to keep. Sometimes I think about that day and I wish I still had the math homework pages. Not because I want to prove anything to anyone, and not because I want to show people and have them argue about what it was. I just wish I had it for myself. As a reminder that I wasn't imagining it. As a reminder that I saw what I saw. And more than anything, as a reminder that a true friend can still show up for you, even when you think they're gone. Mary Grace was like an older sister to me in high school. She had my back then, and in that strange, chilling, impossible moment, it felt like she had my back again. I was looking at my own homework, and I could see where my writing stopped and another style started, and in that other style the 7 had a line through it. I remember feeling my face get hot, even though the cold feeling was still around me. I felt confused and scared and strangely emotional all at once. It was like my brain was saying, "This can't be real," while my heart was saying, "But you know what this means." We sat there, just staring at the pages. My boyfriend didn't laugh. He didn't try to make it into a joke. He looked just as stunned as I felt. He kept tracing the lines with his eyes like he was trying to prove himself wrong, like he wanted to find an explanation that would make everything normal again. But the more we looked, the clearer it became that something had happened while I was alone. I also started noticing something else, something that didn't hit me until then. I had done a lot of work. Like a lot. Around 10 pages, maybe more. And I hadn't struggled the way I normally did. I hadn't gotten stuck. I hadn't had that usual moment where I wanted to quit or throw the pencil down. I had just kept going. That wasn't like me. When I realized that, a different kind of feeling started to rise in me, underneath the fear. It was still creepy. It was still hard to explain. But it also felt familiar. Like the feeling of someone having your back. Because that's what Mary Grace always did when she was alive. She helped. She protected. She stepped in quietly without needing credit for it. I looked down at the pages again, at the strange writing mixed with mine, at the cross 7s, at the 27 that appeared before I could even write it. And I thought about that piggy bank swinging back and forth like it was alive. My chest hurt, and I felt tears coming, not just from fear but from missing her so much. Without really planning to, I said out loud, "Thank you?" It wasn't loud. It was almost like a whisper, but it felt honest. Like I was speaking to her the way I would have if she were sitting right there with us, leaning over the desk and smiling like she used to. A couple seconds after I said it, the cold feeling went away. Not slowly, not like the room warmed up naturally. It was more like the cold bubble around me simply lifted. Like whatever it was, it had been there for a reason, and once I understood, it didn't need to stay. My boyfriend and I didn't know what to say after that. We just sat quietly for a while, still holding the papers, still trying to accept what we had seen. Part of me wanted to run upstairs and throw the piggy bank away because I was scared. But a bigger part of me couldn't do that. It was her gift. It was tied to one of the kindest people I had known. I still have that piggy bank somewhere. I've moved homes and packed and unpacked things over the years, so I can't tell you exactly where it is at this moment, but I know I never got rid of it. I couldn't. It feels like one of the last pieces of her that I'm allowed to keep. Sometimes I think about that day and I wish I still had the math homework pages. Not because I want to prove anything to anyone, and not because I want to show people and have them argue about what it was. I just wish I had it for myself. As a reminder that I wasn't imagining it. As a reminder that I saw what I saw. And more than anything, as a reminder that a true friend can still show up for you, even when you think they're gone. Mary Grace was like an older sister to me in high school. She had my back then, and in that strange, chilling, impossible moment, it felt like she had my back again. It started last night, on October 26, 2008, when my friend Chad and I were just hanging out in his room watching TV. I hadn't seen him in a while, not the way best friends usually do, where you're always around each other, and you know what's going on in each other's lives. Life had been busy, schedules didn't line up, and even though we still talked, it had been a long time since I had actually gone to his house and just sat there like old times. Chad lives in Long Beach, and I've been to his place plenty of times. It's not some new spot I wasn't used to. I knew the drive over there, I knew the neighborhood, I knew which side of the street he parked on, and I knew the feeling of walking into his home. And that's the thing, his house always had a certain feeling to it. I don't mean like, this place is creepy, in a dramatic way. It was more like a quiet pressure in the air. Like you could be sitting there laughing, talking, doing normal stuff, and still have that small feeling that you weren't completely alone. Almost like someone was close by, just out of view. Even before last night, I had felt something in his house more than once. A presence. The best way I can describe it is that feeling you get when you're in a room and you suddenly want to turn around, because you feel eyes on you. That kind of feeling. It wasn't constant, and it wasn't always strong, but it was there often enough that I noticed it every time I came over. The weird part was that I had never actually seen anything. Nothing moving in the corner of my eye, no shadows, no shapes. Just that feeling. Like being watched. I'd usually push it out of my mind because I didn't want to look crazy, and because I didn't have any proof. Feelings are easy to doubt. You can always tell yourself it's just your imagination, or you're tired, or you're focusing too hard on nothing. So I walked into Chad's house last night expecting a normal night. Just two friends catching up, playing games, laughing at dumb TV shows, and eating whatever we could find in the kitchen. We were in his room for most of the night. If you've ever been in a friend's room and spent hours in there, you know how it is. It becomes its own little world. The door is closed, the rest of the house fades out, and it's just you, the TV, the game, and whatever you're talking about. At first, everything felt normal. We were watching TV, flipping through stuff, joking around. Then we started playing video games, the kind where time disappears and you don't realize how long you've been sitting there until your stomach reminds you. After a while, we both got hungry. Not, maybe I could eat. Hungry. More like, I need food right now. Hungry. Chad told me he had leftover pizza. He offered to heat it up, and I said yes right away because pizza is pizza, and I wasn't about to pretend I was too good for it. Chad got up and left the room to go to the kitchen, and I stayed behind sitting on his bed. He had the game still on, and I was messing around with it while he was gone, half paying attention to the screen and half waiting for him to come back. That's when the first weird thing happened. Out of nowhere, it felt like something fell onto the bed. Not like a tiny bounce you can ignore. It felt like a soft impact, like weight dropping down, just enough to shake the bed. The mattress moved under me. I felt the shift, like someone had leaned down or stepped too close. It wasn't violent, but it was real enough that my body reacted before my brain did. My shoulders tightened and I paused for a second. But I didn't jump up. I didn't run out. I didn't even say anything. At first I honestly thought maybe Chad had come back quietly and dropped something on the bed, like his phone or a controller or a pillow. Or maybe something slid off the wall or off a shelf. That kind of thing happens all the time and you don't think twice. So I glanced around quickly. Nothing looked out of place. Nothing was on the floor that wasn't there before. And Chad wasn't back yet. I could still hear him in the kitchen, moving around. For a moment, I felt that old familiar feeling again, the one I always got in his house, the feeling of being watched. But I shrugged it off and told myself, whatever. It's late, you're hungry, you're thinking too much? I kept playing the game. Chad came back with a plate and the pizza, and everything felt fine again. We ate, talked, watched some TV in between playing. It was normal. The weird feeling didn't completely go away, but it wasn't loud either. Just the usual background feeling I had learned to ignore. After a while, we finished that one piece of pizza each and realized it wasn't enough. One piece might slow down hunger, but it doesn't kill it. Chad laughed and said he was going to heat up more. I told him yes, definitely, and he got up and went back to the kitchen. So once again, I was alone in his room. And once again, it happened. That same feeling, like something fell onto the bed. Same type of impact. Same little shake. This time I didn't ignore it. It grabbed my attention immediately because it was too similar to the first time. It felt like a repeat, like something was doing it on purpose. I stopped what I was doing and looked to my right, because that's where it felt like the weight had hit. I expected to see something, anything. Maybe a bag sliding, maybe a blanket shifting, maybe something on the bed that moved. But I didn't see anything. The room looked exactly the same. Chad's stuff was where it always was. The TV light flickered like normal. The game sounds kept going. The bed covers were slightly wrinkled like they had been all night, but nothing looked disturbed enough to explain what I just felt. And then the temperature changed. It didn't slowly cool down like an AC turning on. It dropped fast, like the room suddenly lost heat. It felt like the temperature dropped about 10 degrees in seconds. My skin reacted right away. My arms got goosebumps. My face felt colder, like the air had turned sharp. I immediately looked at the window, because the easiest explanation for a sudden cold feeling is a draft. But the window was closed. I'm positive it was closed. There wasn't even the sound of wind outside pushing through. The door was closed too. There wasn't a fan blasting cold air on me. It was just cold for no clear reason. I sat there on the bed feeling my stomach tighten, the way it does when you sense something is off. It wasn't full panic yet. It was more like my body was warning me, pay attention. Something isn't right. Then I heard a rustling sound. It sounded like plastic. Like a plastic bag moving. Not a loud crinkle like someone stepping on it, but that softer rustle you hear when a bag is being touched or shifted. The sound came from the end of the bed, close enough that I could tell it was inside the room, not somewhere in the hallway. I looked toward the end of the bed, trying to spot what could be making that sound. Chad had some random stuff around like most people do, clothes, a backpack, maybe a bag from a store. So again, I tried to explain it away. Maybe the air shifted and moved a bag. Maybe the bed shake made something slide. Maybe I was just hearing things. But the cold feeling got stronger, and then being watched, feeling turned into something heavier. It felt like someone was standing there. I know how that sounds. I know it's easy to say people imagine that. But I swear, in that moment, it felt like there was a person at the side of the bed. Not a vague presence. It was specific. Like a body in a specific spot, close enough that if I reached out, I'd bump into it. I turned my head to the right again, staring at empty space. And then it happened. It felt as if someone sat down. Not like the bed gently settling. It was the same kind of movement you feel when a real person sits on a mattress. The bed dipped. The weight shifted. The fabric on the bed moved slightly. It wasn't dramatic, but it was clear. It seriously looked like someone sat down right there beside me. Right in front of my eyes, the spot on the bed pressed down, like something invisible put its weight on it. I didn't sit there and think about it. I didn't try to be brave. Instinct took over. I got up so fast my heart jumped into my throat. I didn't even carefully step off the bed. I basically launched myself. And I ran straight out of the room. Chad was coming back down the hallway with the pizza, and I practically jumped on him. I grabbed onto him like he was a lifeline. I was talking fast, trying to explain what I just felt and saw, tripping over my own words because my brain was still trying to catch up to my body. I told him. Something just sat on the bed. Twice it felt like something fell on it, and then it literally looked like someone sat down. The room got freezing, and I heard something rustling like a plastic bag. Chad looked at me seriously. He didn't laugh. He didn't say, "Stop messing around." He could see on my face that I wasn't joking. He believed me. He didn't act like he had an explanation, but he believed me. And the most he could really do in that moment was stay with me. He came back into the room with me, but he didn't leave my side for the rest of the night. He kept close, like he didn't want me sitting alone again. We tried to calm down. We ate the pizza. We put something on TV to distract ourselves. We told ourselves maybe it was just the bed shifting, maybe it was our minds playing tricks. But the truth is, once you feel something like that, you don't just forget it. It stays in your body. Even if you try to laugh, your nerves still feel tight. Later on, the room got quieter again. Not quiet like peaceful, quiet like waiting. We were watching Robot Chicken. The show was doing what it always does, making weird jokes, jumping from scene to scene, and normally I'd be laughing and relaxed. But I couldn't fully relax. I kept feeling like it wasn't just the two of us in the room anymore. I didn't say that out loud right away because I didn't want to feed the fear. I didn't want to make Chad feel uncomfortable in his own house either. So I tried to act normal and keep watching. But I started noticing these cold spots. They weren't constant. They would come and go, like small waves of cold air passing right in front of my face. At first I tried to explain it in a simple way. Sometimes your breath can cool your skin if you exhale a certain way, especially if the room is already chilly. So I told myself it was probably that. But this was different. It wasn't just a general coolness. It felt targeted, like something was moving close to my face. Like someone waving fingers in front of me without touching me, making the air shift in a small, controlled way. The cold would pass close to my cheek, then disappear, then come back again. I started blinking more. My eyes kept shifting away from the TV, scanning the room for something that didn't belong. The corners. The doorway. The end of the bed. The floor. The spot where I had seen the mattress dip earlier. Nothing. But the feeling stayed. And then something happened that I can't explain away. A finger touched my face. I don't mean like, maybe something brushed me. Or, maybe I felt a hair. I mean I felt a clear touch, like the pad of a finger making contact with my skin. It started at the middle of my brow, right between my eyebrows. Then it slowly moved down the bridge of my nose, down toward my mouth. It wasn't a quick poke. It was a slow trace, like someone deliberately dragging a finger down my face. I froze. My whole body went still because my brain didn't know what to do with that information. You don't expect to be touched by something you can't see. It goes against everything you understand about being in a room. The touch kept moving until it reached my lips, and then, this is the part that made my stomach turn, it made a circle around my lips in a spiraling motion. Like someone was drawing a slow swirl around my mouth. It didn't feel painful. It didn't feel like I was being attacked. But it absolutely gave me the creeps. It felt too personal, too close. It felt like whatever it was knew I could feel it, and it wanted me to know it was there. I didn't scream. I didn't lose my mind. I just sat there, stiff, breathing shallow, trying to decide whether I should say something or just pretend it didn't happen. My heart was beating hard, and my skin felt tight, like every nerve was awake. I finally looked at Chad. I could tell he was watching me closely, like he could tell something was wrong again. I told him quietly. Something just touched my face. He stared at me, eyes wide, and asked what I meant. So I told him exactly what I felt. From my brow down to my lips, and around my mouth in a spiral. Chad didn't joke. He didn't dismiss it. He looked uncomfortable, but more than that, he looked concerned. Like he didn't know what to do, but he knew it wasn't normal. We stayed together the rest of the night. Neither of us wanted to be alone in the room again, and I definitely didn't want him walking away to the kitchen and leaving me there by myself. If he had to get up, I got up too. If he walked to the hallway, I followed. It was that kind of night. Nothing else happened as strong as the bed dipping or the finger on my face, but the feeling stayed. That heavy feeling. Like the air had something inside it. Like there was a presence that had decided to stop hiding and start playing. That's the best way I can describe it. Like it was playing with us. Like it enjoyed getting a reaction. Like it liked the fact that we were nervous. And the scariest part is that I honestly don't know what it was. I don't know if it was something connected to Chad's house, something that had always been there, and I had only sensed before. I don't know if it was something that just happened to be passing through. I don't know if it was my imagination stacking fear on top of old feelings. But I do know what I felt. I know what it feels like when a bed shifts from real weight. I know what a sudden cold drop feels like when there's no window open and no air moving. I know the difference between a random tickle and a clear touch that traces a line down your face. Hair, dust, or nothing at all does not slowly drag across your skin and circle your lips like that. That's not something you, accidentally, feel. So I can't tell you exactly what happened at Chad's house last night, but I can tell you this. Whatever it was, it felt stronger than what I had felt there before. Before, it was just that quiet. Someone's watching. Feeling. Last night it was physical. It wasn't just a feeling in my head. It moved the bed, it changed the temperature, it made sounds, and it touched me. And now I can't stop thinking about it. Because if it really was a presence that likes to play tricks, then it means it knows how to get your attention. It means it can interact with you. And if it can do that, then I don't know what else it can do, or what it might do next time. All I know is that last night, in Chad's room, it didn't feel like we were alone anymore. And once that thought gets into your head, it's hard to ever feel comfortable in that space again. I'm 25 years old now, but when I think about where I really grew up, my mind always goes back to my grandma's house in Old Ava Beach. It wasn't a mansion or anything fancy. When we first moved in, it was just a normal 3-bedroom house like a lot of the homes in that area. It had the usual setup, a living room where everybody ended up, a small kitchen that always smelled like rice or fried food, a hallway that felt extra dark at night, and bedrooms that were never truly quiet, because family was always coming in and out. Later on, my grandparents decided to renovate it, and that's when the house turned into something totally different. They didn't just repaint or change the flooring. They expanded it until it became a full duplex-style house, basically like 2 homes connected together. After all the work was done, it had around 10 rooms, 2 living rooms, 2 kitchens, and 3.5 bathrooms. Seriously, 3.5. Like somebody just kept adding bathrooms and never stopped to ask if it made sense. The place felt like it kept growing, like every time you turned around there was another door, another corner, another room that hadn't been there before. We lived there for about 13 or 14 years. That house held almost my entire childhood, most of my teenage years, and a lot of memories that still feel close, like they're sitting right under my skin. Looking back, I feel like we should have known something was off from the very beginning. When we were moving in, there was a sign left behind by the previous owners. I don't remember exactly where it was placed, somewhere noticeable, like they wanted the next family to see it right away, but I remember the message clearly because it sounded so dramatic. Beware of this house. As a kid, I didn't take it seriously. Honestly, at 5 or 6 years old, a warning sign like that almost feels like a joke, like something out of a scary movie. Adults around me might have laughed it off too. People leave weird stuff behind all the time when they move. Maybe it was meant as a prank, or maybe it was just a strange family with a strange sense of humor. But after everything that happened later, that sign stopped feeling funny. When we first moved in, I was about 5 or 6, like I said. At that age, you don't really notice the mood of a house. You notice toys, snacks, cartoons, the sound of your family's voices, and whether you're allowed to stay up late. If anything strange was there in the beginning, it either stayed quiet or I was too young to pick up on it. For the first few years, I didn't see anything that I would have called scary. Not like how people describe in ghost stories. No screaming. No big dramatic moment. It was just a house, and I was a kid, and life moved on. But things started to change when the remodeling began. Renovations can make any house feel weird. Walls come down. Rooms change shape. Doors get moved. The normal sounds of the house get replaced by banging, drilling, footsteps, and workers talking. Even the smell changes. It's dust, wood, paint, and that sharp smell of new materials. It's easy to feel unsettled because the house is basically being opened up, like someone is ripping its skin off and putting a new one on. That's why, for a long time, I tried to tell myself that the creepy stuff was just stress, or imagination, or the kind of fear kids pick up when they overhear adults talking. But the truth is, some things happened that didn't feel like imagination. They felt real. They felt like the house itself was reacting to being changed, like something that had been quiet for a long time suddenly got disturbed. The first experience I can clearly remember happened when I was around 9 years old. My little cousin was about 3 or 4 at the time, still in that stage where kids say things that make adults laugh one second and feel nervous the next. That night, the whole family was gathered in the living room, the way island families do. It wasn't just 2 or 3 people sitting quietly. It was loud and full. Someone was talking over the TV. Someone was probably eating. Someone was probably half asleep on a couch. There were the usual sounds: laughter, small arguments about what show to watch, the clinking of cups, and the hum of the TV filling the space. It was around 9:30 at night, and for a kid, that's already late enough to feel like the world outside is different. Darker. Quieter. Like nighttime has a personality. My little cousin started whining, saying he wanted to go outside. At first, everybody reacted the normal way. Someone said, "No, it's too late." Someone else told him, "Go sit down." Another person laughed and said, "Tomorrow, you can go outside." But he wouldn't let it go. He kept begging. Not in a normal, "I want to play" way. He was insistent, like he had something specific in mind. Like he wasn't asking for permission to just run around. He was asking to do something he already believed was waiting for him. We kept telling him no. We told him it was dark. We told him the adults were tired. We told him it was bedtime. The more we said no, the more upset he got. Then he said something that made the whole room shift. He pointed toward the window and said, "Please! I want to play with the man." The way he said it wasn't joking. Little kids don't usually say things to scare people on purpose. He said it like it was obvious, like we were the weird ones for not seeing what he saw. The living room got quiet. Not dead silent, but quiet enough that you could feel everyone's attention turned toward that window. Toward the dark outside. Someone stood up fast and shut the window, even though the window might have already been closed. It was like a reflex. Like they wanted to cut off whatever my cousin was pointing at. They told him, "Nobody is there. Stop that." Someone else tried to calm him down, saying, "It's just dark. You're seeing things." But my cousin kept insisting. He kept pointing. He kept looking in that direction like he could still see the man standing there, waiting for him. As a 9-year-old, I didn't fully understand what was happening. I didn't know if my cousin was dreaming while awake, or if he was confused, or if he was playing pretend. But I remember the feeling it gave me. That deep, uncomfortable feeling that something had just entered the room, even though nothing physical came in. After that night, the idea of someone being outside our house, someone we couldn't see, stuck in my mind. I started paying more attention. I started noticing when the house felt too quiet, or when a hallway felt darker than it should. During the renovation, my grandmother had her own experience, something that still gives me chills because she wasn't the type to get scared easily. My grandma was tough. She raised kids, worked hard, and handled life like it was something you deal with, not something you fear. If she ran out of the house frightened, you knew it was serious. One day, she was inside the partially finished house, cleaning up. There was debris everywhere from the construction. Dust, pieces of wood, maybe nails or scraps, the kind of mess that builds up quickly when people are working on a home. She was sweeping, doing what grandmas do, trying to keep order even when everything around her was chaos. The area she was in wasn't fully complete yet. Some parts were still open, and it had that unfinished look, where you can see the structure of the house instead of the final, comfortable version of it. The light can look strange in places like that, and sounds can echo in ways they don't when rooms are finished. While she was sweeping, she heard footsteps coming down the stairs. It wasn't a small sound. Not a creak. It was clear footsteps, like an adult walking, step by step. In a house full of construction, you might think, okay, it's one of the workers. Maybe someone came back upstairs. Maybe someone is grabbing tools. So she looked up. And what she saw wasn't anyone she recognized. She saw a tall person, over 6 feet, walking down the stairs with no shirt on. Just walking like he belonged there. My grandma didn't stop to stare and study his face. She didn't have time. Fear doesn't make you curious. It makes you move. She took off and ran straight out of the house, out to where the workers were eating lunch. She asked them, breathing hard, "Is anyone still working upstairs?" They looked at her like she was confused and told her no. Lunch break meant nobody was upstairs. And then they added something that made it worse. They didn't have anyone that tall working for them. That's when my grandma knew she hadn't just mistaken a worker. She knew she had seen someone who wasn't supposed to be there. After the new addition was finally completed, the house was basically two sides connected by a separating door. The family split their living spaces in a way that made sense for us. I moved into the new area with my grandma and my auntie at the time. My dad, my uncle, and my brother lived in the older side, which had also been remodeled. Even though it was one property, it didn't feel like one simple house anymore. It felt like two worlds connected by one door. Each side had its own kitchen and living room, its own sounds, its own vibe. Sometimes one side felt bright and normal, and the other side felt heavier, like the air had more weight to it. That's when I started noticing more things happening. At first, it was small stuff. The kind of stuff you might blame on being forgetful. Things would go missing. Little things. You'd place something down, turn away, and later it would be gone. Sometimes it would be random objects. Sometimes it would be specific things that mattered, like my grandma's jewelry. Other times, it would be forks and spoons. We would laugh about it, because it made no sense. Why would utensils disappear? How does a spoon go missing in a house where nobody is leaving the property with a spoon in their pocket? In Hawaii, people talk about menehune. Some people treat it like a legend, and some people treat it like it's real. The stories are usually about little people who live hidden away and come out at night, and they're known for mischief. They like shiny things. They like to take stuff and hide it. Growing up around that kind of talk, it was easy for us to blame the missing things on menehune, especially because it felt less scary than saying, ghosts. So that became the joke in our family. If something went missing, someone would say, the menehune took it. If my grandma couldn't find a fork, someone would laugh and say, they like shiny things. But my grandma didn't always laugh. She would get angry, especially about her jewelry. My grandma's jewelry wasn't just accessories. A lot of it had meaning. Pieces she had owned for a long time. Things she saved. Things that reminded her of family. So when a necklace or ring went missing, she would rage. She would stomp around, open drawers, check her storage, and start yelling, asking who took it. We would tell her, nobody took it. We'd tell her, calm down. And then, because this had happened enough times, we'd tell her something else too. Just ask for it back nicely. That sounds ridiculous if you've never experienced anything like it, but it became a real strategy for us. Instead of shouting at the house, we would talk out loud like we were talking to a mischievous kid. Please bring it back. We need that. Stop playing. Put it back where you found it. And what's crazy is that it worked. Over and over, my grandma would be furious, and we would convince her to stop yelling and just ask calmly. And sure enough, 1 or 2 hours later, the missing jewelry would appear again. Not hidden deep somewhere. Not stuck under a couch or behind a dresser. It would show up in plain sight in her room, like it had been placed there on purpose where she couldn't miss it. She would walk in and see it sitting there like it had never moved, and she would stand there staring at it, half relieved and half angry, like she didn't know whether to thank someone or scold them. We all learned that yelling didn't help, but being polite did. That alone made the whole thing feel like it wasn't random. It felt like there was something in that house that could hear us, understand us, and respond. Along with the missing objects, I started noticing shadows. I would be home alone sometimes, especially after school, when other people were at work or out running errands. I'd sit in the living room watching TV, thinking I was the only one there. And out of the corner of my eye, I'd see a small shadow dart from the stairs to the kitchen and then back again. It wasn't a normal shadow like from a car passing outside. It was inside the house, moving fast, low to the ground, like a small person running. Every time I saw it, my whole body would tense up. I'd turn my head fast, trying to catch it directly, but by the time I looked, there would be nothing. The way it moved was quick, like it didn't want to be seen clearly. Like it was just giving me a hint that it was there. Sometimes, after seeing a shadow like that, I'd notice another small thing missing later, like a spoon. It made me wonder if whatever was running around the house was also the same thing taking objects. That's when the Menehune joke stopped being just a joke for me. It started feeling possible. Not because I had proof of little mythical people, but because I had no better explanation. But the creepiest thing for me personally wasn't the missing jewelry or the utensils. It wasn't even the shadows. The thing that always got under my skin was upstairs, right near the top of the stairs. My grandma's room was upstairs, but it wasn't like a normal bedroom where you sleep every night. It was more like her storage room. She kept her things there, boxes, clothes, important items, old memories. It had that smell that storage rooms have, a mix of fabric, old wood, dust, and something faintly sweet like old perfume. The layout upstairs made it worse. When you climbed the stairs, you reached the top and right there, close to you, was the door to that room. So every time I went upstairs I had to pass by it. And that door did something that I never got used to. Sometimes when I would go upstairs, especially when I was alone, or when the house was quiet, the doorknob would start turning by itself. Not just a tiny wiggle. It would rotate like an actual hand was twisting it. Then the door would shake violently, like someone inside was trying to get out. It would rattle hard enough that you could hear it clearly, and see the whole door move in the frame. The first few times it happened, I thought maybe my grandma was inside and couldn't open it, like she had locked herself in or something. But then I'd call out, "Grandma?" and there would be no answer. The early times, I would panic and run down the stairs as fast as I could, my heart pounding hard. I would fly downstairs and join whoever was downstairs, acting like I just suddenly remembered I needed to be anywhere else. But it kept happening. Not once. Not twice. It became a regular thing, like it was part of the house's routine. And when something happens enough times, fear turns into something else. You don't stop being creeped out, but you stop being shocked. After a while, instead of running, I would stop on the stairs, swallow hard, and speak out loud. "Can you please stop that? You're scaring me." And this is the part that still blows my mind, it would stop. Like immediately. The knob would stop turning, and the shaking would die down. The hallway would return to normal, and I would stand there breathing hard, trying to pretend I didn't just talk to an invisible thing like it was a person. Over time, that became normal too. I hate saying that, because none of it should be normal. But when you live somewhere for 13 or 14 years, you adjust. You learn what makes things worse and what makes things calmer. You learn what parts of the house feel safe and what parts you avoid at night. You learn to keep lights on when you walk certain hallways. You learn not to challenge whatever is sharing space with you. We kept telling ourselves it was Menehune, because that idea felt less dark. Menehune are mischievous, not evil. They take shiny things. They hide stuff. They play tricks. That story fit the missing jewelry and spoons. It even fit the small darting shadows. But then my brother said something that made everything feel different. He told us that when he would be sleeping in his room, a little boy would wake him up in the middle of the night and want to play. At first, I didn't know how to react. Part of me wanted to laugh it off because it sounded like a kid having a dream. But my brother wasn't describing it like a dream. He was serious. He described it like it was real, like he'd open his eyes and see a child there, waking him up, asking him to play like it was the most normal thing in the world. That made me think about my cousin pointing at the window, saying he wanted to play with the man. It made me think about the small shadow running around. It made me think about the door upstairs shaking like someone was trapped inside. What if it wasn't Menehune at all? What if it was a child's spirit? A little boy who was lonely, bored, or just stuck in a loop, still acting like a kid in a house where he used to live. Sometimes I wondered if that little boy was the one shaking the storage room door, like he was locked inside and wanted out. Or maybe it was something else entirely. Maybe there was more than one presence in that house. The more years we lived there, the more it felt like the house held layers, different energies, different people, all mixed into the same walls. One day, something happened that confirmed for me that we weren't the only ones who had noticed the house was strange. A family was standing in front of our house, just looking at it. Not like they were lost. Not like they were waiting for someone. They were standing there in a way that made it obvious they were focused on our home specifically, like it mattered to them. We were inside, and someone noticed them through the window. At first we were like, what are they doing? Are they looking for an address? Are they planning something? It made us suspicious, because when someone stands in front of your house and stares, you don't automatically assume good intentions. My brother went outside and asked the man what was going on. The man said pretty calmly, "Oh, I used to live here when I was a kid. I wanted to bring my family to see it." That made sense. People do that sometimes. They take their spouse and kids to places they used to live, like a little memory tour. But then the man said something else, like it was casual. "Strange things happen here, yeah?" The way he said it wasn't like he was trying to scare us. It was more like he was stating a known fact. Like the house had always been like that, even back when he lived there. My brother didn't know what to say, because what do you say to that? Yeah, our forks disappear and our doors shake on their own. You can't exactly make that sound normal. But after that, we talked about it in the family. It bothered me because it meant it wasn't just us. It wasn't just because of the renovation. The house had a reputation. It had a history. Over the years, a lot of strange things happened there, but the weird part is that none of it ever felt like it wanted to hurt us. It was scary sometimes, yes. It was unsettling. It made your skin crawl. But it didn't feel violent. It felt more like it wanted attention, or it wanted to be acknowledged, or it was simply there, existing in the same space as us. If anything, it felt like the house was alive in a way that other houses aren't. Like it had its own personality, its own rules. Like it could get annoyed, or playful, or loud, but not cruel. And then something happened that still stands out to me as the most intense and unforgettable moment of all. While we were still living at my grandma's house, my brother's best friend passed away in a freak accident. This friend wasn't someone we saw once in a while. He was around our house constantly, almost every day. He was one of those people who becomes part of the family without anyone needing to say it out loud. He knew where things were in the kitchen. He knew which seat he usually took. He knew who to joke with and who not to mess with. He had that familiar presence, like he belonged there. When he died, it shook all of us, but it hit my brother the hardest. Losing your best friend isn't like losing a distant friend from school. It's like losing a piece of your daily life, a person who holds your secrets, your inside jokes, your history. What made it even worse was what we found out about the night he died. That night, he had been trying to call my brother. He said he needed help. For some reason, bad timing, life, whatever, my brother wasn't home. Back then, cell phones weren't used like they are now. People didn't always have one, and even if they did, you didn't always keep it on you every second. So we couldn't reach my brother in time, and my brother couldn't reach his friend. By the time anyone understood what was going on, it was too late. My brother felt guilty after that. Deep guilt. The kind you can't easily talk yourself out of. He kept thinking, if I had been there, maybe I could have done something. Maybe I could have helped. Maybe he wouldn't have died. But life doesn't give you that answer. You don't get to go back and test a different outcome. All you get is the, what if? And it can eat you alive if you let it. A couple of days after his passing, I was home alone. The house felt extra quiet, the way houses feel after someone dies. Like even the walls are aware that something happened. I was trying to distract myself with normal things, but grief and stress sit in the background no matter what you're doing. At some point, I needed to use the restroom. Because the house was a duplex, there was that door that separated one side from the other. Most of the time, that door stayed open because we were all family anyway. People moved back and forth constantly. Even though the spaces were technically separated, it didn't feel divided the way it would if it were two different families. It was still one big household, just spread out. Directly across from that separating door was the restroom. And inside that restroom was a big mirror. The kind of mirror where as soon as you walk in, you can see a large reflection of the space behind you. So I walked to the bathroom, stepped inside, and turned on the light. As soon as the light flicked on, I looked into the mirror without even thinking, the way you naturally do. And in the reflection, I saw my brother's friend. I saw him walking toward my brother's room. It wasn't a vague shadow or a blur. It looked like him. The way he moved, the shape of him, the familiar outline. It was quick, but it was clear enough that my brain recognized him instantly before it even had time to question what it was seeing. I froze. For about 5 seconds, I stood there like my feet were glued to the floor. My whole body went cold, not from a cold spot, but from shock. I watched him in the reflection as he walked, like he was heading somewhere he had gone 1,000 times before. I didn't wait to see what happened when he got to the room. I didn't call out his name. I didn't step into the hallway to double-check. I ran. I ran out of the bathroom, out of the house, and I stood outside waiting for someone, anyone, to come home. I didn't care how stupid I looked. I didn't care if a neighbor saw me. All I wanted was to not be alone in that house. And yeah, the fear hit me so hard that I completely forgot I even had to use the bathroom. That need vanished instantly, replaced by pure adrenaline. Later, when people got home and I told them what I saw, some believed me and some didn't know what to say. But I knew what I saw. And because that friend had been in our house nearly every day, it made it even more disturbing and sad. If any spirit could find its way back to a familiar place, it would be him. If any person's energy could still walk those halls out of habit, it would be someone who practically lived there. That moment didn't feel like a random haunting. It felt personal. It felt connected to grief and guilt and unfinished feelings. Even after that, though, I still wouldn't say the house was evil. Strange, yes. Active, yes. Creepy, definitely. But not harmful. If anything, it felt like the house was full of presences that were just there. Like they had their own routines, their own ways of making themselves known, and we were the living family sharing space with them. My grandparents sold the house about 6 or 7 years ago. I won't lie, part of me was sad when it happened. Even with all the weird stuff, I loved that house because I grew up there. It's hard to hate a place that holds your childhood. It's hard to forget the sound of your family in the rooms, the way the light looked through the windows, the feeling of coming home after school, the holidays, the birthdays, the random days that weren't special but became memories anyway. We still pass by once in a while just to look at it. Sometimes we're driving through the area and someone will say, "Let's go see it." And we do. We slow down, look at the front, and for a second I can almost feel what it used to feel like standing on that property. Like I'm back in time. A part of me still wishes I could buy it back someday. I've even heard that the people who bought it might be selling it now. And every time I hear that, the same thought pops into my head, half joking and half serious. I wonder why. Texas is a big place. I don't have to tell anyone that, because everybody already knows it. People know the history, the pride, the stubborn strength that seems to live in the land itself. Texas is also famous for all the things people picture right away: big cowboy hats, spurs that jingle when someone walks, longhorn steer, dusty roads, and wide skies that look like they go on forever. And if I'm being honest, some of the best chili I've ever tasted came from people who wore western shirts, jeans, and worn-in cowboy boots like it was the only way to dress. I grew up around country music too. It was always on somewhere. It played in the kitchen, in the truck, in the garage, and at family gatherings. My dad loved it the most. He didn't just listen, he sang along like the singers could hear him. He had a strong voice, and he always seemed happiest when he was singing with the radio, tapping his fingers on the steering wheel, acting like the whole road was his stage. To this day, I still can't really listen to country music. It doesn't have much to do with the music itself. Some of it is good, and some of it is catchy, and if you put it on at the right time you can't help but hum along. But for me, country music is tied to memories that feel heavy, like old dust that gets stuck in your throat. It reminds me of things I've seen and felt, things I didn't go looking for, but somehow ended up right in the middle of. I've had experiences with places that don't feel empty, even when they should. Places where the air feels thick, where the quiet has a presence inside it. And one of the strangest haunted places I've ever known wasn't some famous mansion or old hotel. It wasn't a battlefield or a cemetery with a long legend behind it. It was a small barn. A small, forgotten barn sitting out in the middle of nowhere, on land that used to belong to my family. Even saying, "middle of nowhere," doesn't fully describe it. This place was far out enough that you could drive for a long time and see more sky than buildings. You could pass long stretches of open land where the wind had nothing to crash into, so it moved freely, bending grass and pushing dust in slow waves across the fields. Our family had owned that farm, but it had been abandoned years before I ever really knew it as a working place. By the time I was old enough to understand what it wasn't a farm anymore in the way people imagine one. It wasn't lively. It didn't smell like fresh hay and animals. It didn't sound like life. It was open fields and hard ground, like the land had dried out and decided to sleep. It was a kind of dust bowl, quiet and sun-bleached, the kind of place where even the fence posts looked tired. There was a house on the property too, but it had fallen into that sad stage of being past repair. Paint was peeled away. Windows were clouded and broken. The porch sagged. When the wind blew through it, it made a low sound that could have been the house settling, or something else. And at the far end of the property stood that barn. It wasn't big. It wasn't impressive. It wasn't the kind you'd point out as anything special. It was just a small barn, old wood turned gray from weather and time. The roof was damaged in places, and the boards were uneven, some warped, some cracked. At one time, my family said it held a few cows, maybe 5, and 3 horses. There were chickens too, the kind that wander around like they own the whole place, pecking at whatever they find and disappearing into tall grass whenever they feel like it. But it wasn't the old animals that stayed there. It was the other resident. The one nobody could see at first glance. The unseen one. And for me, that unseen resident didn't just scare me. He made me hurt in a way I still can't explain well, because what I felt wasn't just fear. It was sorrow, and anger, and helplessness all mixed together. It was the kind of pain you carry long after the moment is over. I didn't go out there that day expecting anything. I wasn't trying to prove ghosts were real. I wasn't hunting for a story. It was just one of those days where family land came up, and there was talk about checking on the property, making sure nothing had been damaged more, making sure nobody was living there, making sure the place was still standing the way it was the last time someone saw it. The drive itself felt like a trip back in time. As we got farther out, the road seemed to thin out, and the land opened up. The air looked bright and hot, and the sunlight had that harsh Texas feeling that makes everything sharp. The kind of light that makes you squint and makes the world look washed out. When we arrived, there wasn't any welcoming feeling. No warmth. No comfort. The land felt like it was holding its breath. I remember stepping out of the vehicle and hearing how quiet it was. Not a normal quiet, not like a peaceful morning. It was quiet in a way that made you aware of your own body. You could hear your shoes on dry ground. You could hear your own breathing. Every little sound you made felt louder because the land around you wasn't making much sound back. The house looked worse up close. It had that abandoned smell even from outside, like dust, old wood, and something faintly sour. I didn't go in. Something in me didn't want to. It's hard to explain, but I've always been sensitive to certain places. Some spots feel empty in a normal way, and some feel empty like something is still there but hidden. The barn pulled my attention more than the house did. Maybe it was because it was smaller and seemed easier to check. Maybe it was because barns have their own kind of darkness even in daylight. Or maybe it was because something inside it already knew I was there. As I walked toward it, the air around the barn felt cooler, even with the sun out. That might sound impossible, but shade can do that. Still, this felt different. It was a sudden change, like stepping into a pocket of air that didn't match the rest of the day. The barn door was old and stiff. It took effort to pull it open, and the wood scraped as it moved. A cloud of dust shifted inside, and for a second the light coming in made the dust look like smoke. The smell hit me right away, old hay that had been there too long, dirt, and a kind of damp rot from wood that had taken too many years of weather. Inside, the barn looked like what you'd expect: broken boards, scattered straw, a few old tools left behind, and corners that swallowed the light. The kind of space where your eyes take a minute to adjust. And then I felt it. That sensation that makes the hairs on your arms rise. That feeling like you've walked into a room and interrupted something. Like you're being watched, but not in a normal way. It didn't feel threatening at first. It felt sad, heavy, like the air was holding a story that never finished. I stood still for a moment, letting my eyes move around the barn, letting my mind settle. Sometimes when you're sensitive, the worst thing you can do is panic. Fear makes everything louder and messier. I tried to breathe slowly and just listen, not only with my ears, but with that quiet part of you that picks up things your senses can't explain. That's when I saw him. At first I thought it was a trick of the light. A shape made by shadow. But then the shape shifted, and it became clear. A boy. He looked about 11 years old. He was small for that age, thin, like he hadn't been fed well. He wore dirty overalls, the kind you'd see in an old photo from the Depression era, the kind of clothes poor farm kids used to wear because they lasted longer. His bare feet were dusty and rough, and his face was covered in dirt, like he'd been playing outside and never washed up after. But even under the dirt, I could see he had a soft face. Almost angelic. Not in a shiny, perfect way, but in a gentle way, like he had been born with sweetness even if life never gave him a chance to keep it. His eyes looked dark brown, and his eyelashes were long, strangely beautiful for a boy who looked like he'd never been cared for. He wouldn't hold my gaze for long. He'd look up at me for a second, then drop his eyes fast like he was ashamed to be seen. His body moved in small nervous motions, like he didn't know what to do with his arms or his hands. He called himself Nobody. And that name alone hit me like a punch. Because no child should ever grow up thinking that's what they are. His voice, when he spoke, sounded young and worn at the same time. Like he had learned to talk carefully so he wouldn't get in trouble. Like he had learned to make himself small. "I'm 'bout lavin', ma'am," he said, his words soft and uneven. "And my ma, she ain't a livin' no more." The way he said it wasn't dramatic. It was like a fact he'd carried for a long time, like something he had accepted because he didn't have another choice. It broke my heart immediately. I wanted to ask him 100 questions, but I didn't want to scare him. Sometimes spirits fade when they feel pressured. Sometimes they shut down the way abused kids do, quiet, distant, gone. So I kept my voice calm and gentle. I asked him his name, and he looked confused like the question didn't make sense. Like nobody had asked him that in so long he didn't remember how to answer. "Nobody," he said. "That's what I'm called." I could feel tears building in my eyes, but I forced myself to breathe and stay steady. I watched him closely, and I noticed something else. He kept his hands buried deep in his pockets. His shoulders were slightly hunched, and he held his arms close to his body like he was protecting something. "Honey," I said quietly, "why don't you take your hands out of your pockets?" He shifted like he didn't want to. Like he knew what I would see. Like he was used to people reacting badly. "This here is why, ma'am," he whispered. He pulled his hands out slowly, like it hurt him to do it. And I almost fainted. Both of his hands were burned. Not a small burn, not a little blister. The skin looked raw, damaged, and wrong. And because he wasn't fully solid like a living child, the injuries looked even more disturbing, like the pain was stuck to him, like a memory that wouldn't let go. I've heard before that sometimes the dead hold on to the last thing they felt, the last thing they suffered. Sometimes they show up exactly as they were at the worst moment. And if that's true, then this boy was trapped in something terrible. His hands were swollen, far too swollen for a child. Parts of them looked red and inflamed, and around the joints the color shifted to darker tones, like infection had set in long ago. It was hard to look at, but I made myself do it because I didn't want him to feel rejected. I didn't want him to think I couldn't bear to see him. He held his hands up, showing me like a kid showing a bruise, like he needed someone to finally understand. He tried to wiggle his fingers, like he was proving to himself that he still could. But they weren't getting no better, he said, almost to himself. My stomach turned, not because I was disgusted by him, but because I could feel the cruelty behind it. Burns like that don't happen from simple accidents most of the time. And even when they do, they're supposed to be treated. Wrapped. Cleaned. Helped. A child doesn't just live with hands like that unless someone lets them. Or causes it. I stepped a little closer, and I could sense, deep down, in that quiet knowing that doesn't come from logic, that he probably didn't die fast. He probably suffered. Infection, fever, pain, and nobody helping. That thought made me feel sick with anger. But I didn't let my face show it. I kept my expression gentle. I gave him a small smile, the kind you give a scared child. "I'm so sorry," I whispered. "That must have hurt." He nodded slightly, but he didn't cry. Some kids don't cry anymore after they've cried too much. I didn't know what to do with my hands. Part of me wanted to reach out and hold him. Part of me wanted to pull him into my arms and tell him he was safe. But I knew I couldn't hold him the way I wanted to. He was there, but not there. Close, but untouchable. That made the helplessness worse. In my head I said a quick prayer. Not a fancy prayer. Just something honest. Something like, "God, please give me the right words. Please let me help him." I asked him why he was in the barn. He glanced toward a corner, toward a spot where some boards had rotted and fallen into a messy pile. The wood looked old and damp, like it had been sitting that way for years. There were gaps under the boards, dark spaces where small animals might hide. He pointed there without looking at me. "Tony put nobody away in our ma'am," he said. Then he dropped his eyes to the ground again, like saying the name, Tony, brought back fear. The tears I'd been holding back pressed harder behind my eyes. My heart felt like it was cracking. "Put you away?" I asked softly. "What do you mean, sweetheart?" He shrugged a little, small and helpless. He said I weren't supposed to be in the way. I didn't want to ask for details that would trap him in the pain. I could already feel enough to know it wasn't good. And the fact that he called himself nobody made it clear he had been treated like he didn't matter. I looked at the boards again and imagined a child being shoved under there. Hiding. Trapped. Left alone. The barn, which already smelled like old wood and rot, suddenly felt like it was full of sorrow. I asked him to sit down with me. Not because I thought he needed rest, but because sitting down changes the energy. It makes it feel less like an interrogation and more like a conversation. Like two people sharing a moment. So I sat on the dirt floor, ignoring the dust on my clothes. He hesitated, then lowered himself near me. He didn't sit too close, like he still didn't trust comfort. The barn was quiet around us. I could hear faint wind outside through cracks in the wood. Somewhere far off, something creaked, a loose board or a hinge moving with the air. The light coming through the gaps made thin lines across the floor. I took a breath and said, "You don't have to stay here." He looked at me fast, like he wasn't sure he heard right. "I think your mama is waiting for you," I told him. "You said she isn't living anymore, right?" He nodded. "She loves you," I said, choosing each word carefully. "And she's been waiting. You don't have to be nobody. You're somebody. You're her boy." He stared at me with those dark eyes, and for the first time, I felt like he was really looking, not just glancing. Like he was searching my face to see if I was lying. I know what it's like to look into someone's eyes and see truth there, even if you don't know how. He saw it. His face changed slightly, less guarded, more hopeful, but also afraid. "Where's she at?" he whispered. "She's not inside the barn," I said gently. "But she's close. Sometimes they wait outside. Sometimes they can't come in until you're ready." He looked around the barn as if he expected her to step out from behind a stall or from the dark corners. He stood up quickly, scanning, confused and desperate. For a second he looked like a living child who had lost his mother in a crowd. I stood too, staying calm. "Go outside," I told him. "Call out to her with all your heart. Just call out. She'll hear you." His mouth trembled like he wanted to believe it but didn't dare. I could feel my own tears starting to spill, but I turned my face slightly so he wouldn't see how close I was to crying. I didn't want him to think he was doing something wrong. I didn't want him to vanish because the moment got too emotional. He ran toward the barn door, fast and light like a kid who suddenly remembered what it feels like to have hope. Then he stopped right at the doorway. He hesitated. Like the doorway was a line he wasn't sure he was allowed to cross. Like he had been told, "Stay," so many times that even death didn't erase the rule. I whispered, "It's okay. You can go." He glanced back at me one last time, and then he stepped through. And just like that, he was gone from the barn. I moved quickly after him. I grabbed the old barn door and pulled it open wider, stepping out into the bright Texas light. The sun hit my face, and for a second I had to squint because the outside was so much brighter than the barn's shadows. Then I saw him. He was out in the field, running at full speed, his small body moving like he was lighter than air. He didn't look like he was limping anymore. He didn't look like he was dragging pain behind him. He was just running. Ahead of him, standing in the open field, was a woman. She looked real and not real at the same time, like she was made of light and memory. Her arms were wide open, and there was no fear in her posture. Only love. Only longing. Like she had been waiting forever and never once thought about giving up. The boy ran straight into her arms. And she caught him. She wrapped him up like she was trying to protect every piece of him. Like she was trying to make up for every moment she wasn't there. And the boy clung to her like a child who finally found home. I stood there, frozen, watching. I didn't feel like I was supposed to move. It felt like witnessing something sacred, something private and powerful that I had somehow been allowed to see. They held each other, and slowly, the two of them began to fade. Not like they were being erased in a scary way, but like they were stepping into another place. Like the field was no longer their destination, only a doorway. They faded away while still holding each other. Even now, I can't describe what it did to me to witness that. My chest ached. My throat tightened. And I cried, not loud, not dramatic, just silent tears because the moment was too big for anything else. It was the most heartbreaking and beautiful thing I have ever seen at the same time. A child reunited with his mother. A homecoming. A gift of love. After that, the barn felt different. The land felt different. Like something heavy had lifted. Like a quiet suffering had finally been heard. Later, I made sure the boy had a proper grave site. I don't know where his original body had been, and I don't know what was done to him after he died. But I couldn't stand the idea of him existing in the world with no name, no place, no marker. A child deserves to be known. Even if the records don't remember him, even if history swallowed him, he still deserved respect. So I had a headstone made. I chose the name, Christian. It felt right. A real name. A name that didn't carry cruelty. A name that said he mattered. I had it engraved onto the stone, and I made sure the grave was blessed with prayers and love. Not just a quick moment, not just a formality. I wanted the energy around it to be gentle. I wanted it to be the opposite of what his life had been. Safe. Honoring. Kind. After it was done, I did what anyone would do if they had a mind that wouldn't stop asking questions. I researched. I looked for records. I tried to find proof that there had been a boy who died on that property. I searched for any mention, any news article, any old document, any whisper in county records. I checked what I could and asked what I could, because I needed to know, who was he, really? What happened? Was his mother truly connected to that land, or had she simply come for him wherever he was? But there was no record of a boy who died there. Nothing that matched. No clear story. No official evidence that a child named anything at all had suffered and died on that farm. And that, in its own way, hurt almost as much as the burns on his hands. Because it meant he may have lived and died without anyone writing him down. Without anyone reporting it. Without anyone caring enough to make it official. It meant he really might have been treated like nobody. At least I had some peace, knowing he wasn't alone anymore. Knowing he was with his mother again. Knowing that whatever happened to him in life, it didn't get the final word. Still, I think about him more than I want to admit. I think about how an 11-year-old could go through years of life being called nobody. I think about how a child could be hurt so badly that the memory of it became part of his spirit. I think about the name, Tony, and I wonder who he was, and what he did, and whether he ever faced any kind of punishment for what happened. And every time I hear country music playing somewhere, especially the older kind, the kind my dad used to sing along with, I'm pulled back to that dusty farm and that small barn. I'm pulled back to a boy with dirt on his face, long eyelashes, and burned hands standing in shadow like he didn't belong to the world. He did belong. He was somebody. And even though I'll probably never know his real name, I will always remember the name he gave me, the name that said everything about what his life had been. Nobody. It will always break my heart. I had just gotten back to my apartment in student housing after class. It was one of those days where nothing bad happened, but my body still felt drained. My backpack felt heavier than usual, my head felt full, and all I wanted was to lay down for a little while and reset. I remember thinking, I'll take a quick nap, then I'll get up and finish the rest of the day. I still had things to do, but I figured a short nap would make me feel human again. The apartment was quiet when I walked in, the kind of quiet you get in the middle of the day when most people are still out. My roommate wasn't there at the time, and that didn't bother me. If anything, it felt nice. No small talk, no noise, no distractions. Just me, my room, and a few minutes of rest. I put my stuff down, kicked off my shoes, and laid on my bed. The sheets were a little cool, and the room had that faint, new apartment feeling because I had only been living there for a couple of days. My things were still not fully unpacked. It didn't feel like home yet. It felt like I was borrowing the space, like I was still learning its habits. I laid back, pulled the covers up, and shut my eyes. Right away, resting felt weirdly difficult. The moment my eyes closed, I started hearing voices. Not one voice, not two, tons of voices. It was like a crowd had suddenly appeared inside my room. Men and women, different tones, overlapping each other like a bunch of people talking at once. It wasn't clear at first what they were saying. It was more like the sound of conversation in a hallway or a lobby, where you can tell people are talking but you can't catch every word. My first reaction was to assume it was normal. Student housing can be noisy. Maybe people were out in the hallway. Maybe my neighbors had their TV up. Maybe someone was hanging out in the common area, and sound was carrying through the walls. But the strange part was how close it sounded. It didn't sound like it was coming through a wall. It sounded like it was in the room with me. And the ceiling in my room was high, so the sound had this echo to it. It bounced in a way that made it feel even more real, like the room itself was holding the voices and throwing them back. I opened my eyes. The room was exactly the same as it was a second earlier. Quiet. Empty. No one there. My door was still closed. The air looked normal. No movement, no shadows, nothing. I stared for a moment, waiting to see if my roommate would suddenly walk in, or if I'd hear the hallway noise that would explain the voices. Nothing. So I told myself, maybe I'm just overtired. Maybe I'm in that weird half-awake state where your brain starts dreaming before you fully fall asleep. I've heard of that happening, where you're not asleep yet, but you start hearing or feeling things because your body is trying to shut down. I closed my eyes again, trying to relax my face and shoulders. The voices came right back. This time, they were clearer. It wasn't just a crowd sound anymore. I could hear actual phrases. It sounded like people were talking to each other, like they were having their own conversations and not really trying to include me. At first I thought, okay, maybe the walls are thinner than I realized. Maybe there are people in the next room and the sound is echoing in a weird way because of the ceiling height. But then I heard something that made my stomach tighten. One of the voices acknowledged me. It wasn't dramatic, like a movie. It was casual, almost annoyed, like someone noticing that I was there when they didn't expect me to be. Like I had walked into a room where people were already talking and they didn't want to stop. I lay there with my eyes closed, completely still, listening hard. My heart started beating faster, but I didn't move because I was trying to figure out what was happening. I didn't want to jump up and freak myself out if there was an easy explanation. Then I heard one voice say, plain as day, "I have nothing to do with it." Right after that I heard footsteps. Not heavy boots or sneakers, lighter steps, like someone walking away from my bed. And the sound echoed again, the same way the voices did. That was the moment I felt real fear, because it wasn't just sound anymore. It was sound plus movement, like there were people inside my room and I just couldn't see them. I opened my eyes again, fast. Still no one. My room looked empty in the most normal way. The light from outside sat on the floor. My stuff was where I left it. The chair didn't move. The door didn't move. Nothing looked disturbed. I sat up slightly, looking around like I was trying to catch someone playing a prank on me. But who would do that? I had only been there a couple of days. I didn't even know enough people for them to be messing with me like that. And the voices didn't sound like students joking around. They sounded like random adults, like different ages, different attitudes, different energy. I lay back down, still tired, still wanting to sleep, but now my body felt tense like it was preparing for something. I kept telling myself I was imagining it. I wanted that to be true. I wanted to be able to laugh at myself later and say I was just exhausted. But the sounds kept coming back the second I closed my eyes, and that made it hard to ignore. At one point, I heard the sharp, clear sound of heels clicking. That sound was so specific that it immediately made me think my roommate had come back. It sounded like someone walking across the floor in heels, moving closer, then turning slightly. The clicks echoed off the high ceiling and hard surfaces, the way heels do. I opened my eyes, expecting to see her. No one. I remember just lying there, staring at the ceiling, trying to understand how I could hear heels in my room when the room was empty. If the sound was coming from the hallway, it should have sounded farther away. It should have been muffled and less clear. But this sounded like it was right near me, like a person crossing the room. I checked again, turning my head toward the door and then toward the rest of the space. Still nothing. I didn't even hear the building's usual noises. No doors slamming, no laughter, no distant TV. Just my room, silent except for the sounds I kept hearing whenever my eyes closed. So I closed my eyes again, because I was stubborn and tired and I kept thinking, if I just ignore this, I'll fall asleep and it will stop. The voices continued. It felt like there were multiple conversations happening at once, like I was in the middle of a crowd but couldn't see a single person. Sometimes the voices got closer. Sometimes they got quieter. Sometimes they shifted like people turning their heads or moving around. I tried to breathe slowly and keep my mind calm. I tried to convince myself not to react. In my head I kept saying, this isn't real. This is just your brain. You're tired. After a while, I made a decision. I'm not going to fight this. I'm just going to ignore it. I remember thinking those exact words. I even felt a little proud, like I was taking control. Like I was choosing not to be scared. So I rolled slightly, getting comfortable again, and decided to let the voices do whatever they were doing. That was a mistake. Not long after I made that choice, I felt tapping on my covers. At first it was light, like someone tapping with a fingertip. It wasn't a random movement of fabric. It was a clear pattern, tap, tap, right on top of the blanket near me. It made the covers shift in a way that was impossible to ignore. My body went stiff. Every nerve in me woke up. I didn't want to open my eyes, because part of me felt like if I opened my eyes and saw something, it would be worse. But keeping my eyes closed wasn't helping either, because whatever was happening didn't care whether I could see it. Then I heard a female voice, close to my ear, like she was leaning down right beside me. She whispered, "Come with me." The words were soft, but they felt heavy. The whisper wasn't playful. It wasn't comforting. It had this strange pull to it, like it was an invitation and an order at the same time. Right after she said it, I felt something I don't know how to describe in normal, everyday terms. It felt like I was being pulled out of my body. Not like someone grabbing my arm. Not like a physical tug on my skin. It felt deeper than that, like something was pulling at the center of me, the part of me that thinks and feels. It felt like my body was staying on the bed, but something inside me was being lifted away, slowly but strongly. I tried to move. I tried to wiggle my fingers, move my legs, turn my head, anything. I tried to open my mouth to say something, even if all I could get out was a sound. Nothing worked. I was stuck. I could think clearly. I could hear clearly. I knew I was on my bed. I knew my eyes were closed. I knew what room I was in. I was aware of everything, and that was the scariest part. This wasn't a dream where you only realize it later. This was happening while I was awake. I tried again to speak, and it felt like my voice was trapped somewhere deep inside my chest. Like my throat wouldn't cooperate. Like my body was refusing to respond. And while I was stuck like that, the pulling sensation got stronger. It felt like I was drifting upward and outward, like a slow separation. My stomach had that floating feeling, the same kind you get when you're falling in a dream, except this didn't feel like a dream. It felt controlled. Like something was doing it to me on purpose. I remember thinking, no. No, no, no. I remember trying to push back with my mind because my body wasn't obeying me. I lay there with my eyes closed, breathing shallow, and I honestly didn't know what to do. I didn't know if I should fight harder or relax. I didn't know if panicking would make it worse. I didn't know if I was already halfway out of my body or if it only felt that way. Minutes felt stretched out. It might have only been a short time, but it felt long because I couldn't move and I couldn't break the moment. Everything was happening inside my awareness, and I couldn't escape it. At some point, I started focusing on one goal: move. Just move anything. Even one finger. If I could move, I could prove I still had control. I tried to force a sound out of my throat, even if it came out as a whisper. I kept trying, over and over. Finally, I was able to struggle enough to make a small mumble. It wasn't a full word at first. It was more like a weak sound, like my voice was coming from far away. But once I made that sound, it was like something snapped back into place. The pulling sensation eased. The heavy, stuck feeling loosened. And I felt like I dropped back into myself, like I had returned to my body. I opened my eyes and sat up fast, breathing hard, like I'd been underwater and just broke the surface. The room was still empty. No one was standing over me. No one was at the foot of the bed. No one was near the door. My roommate still wasn't there. The apartment was quiet in the normal way again, and that contrast made it even more disturbing. It was like everything had happened in a space that wasn't fully physical, but it still left real fear in my body. I sat there for a while, just trying to calm down. I remember rubbing my arms, because I had chills. I remember looking around the room as if I would suddenly notice something I missed. I thought about leaving the apartment right then and there, but part of me didn't want to act like I was running from something I couldn't even prove existed. I didn't want to feel powerless. I didn't want to give it that satisfaction, if that makes sense. But I also didn't want to lay back down. What messed with me the most was the fact that I was awake the whole time. That's the part one still struggled to explain to people, Because if you tell someone you heard voices when you were trying to nap, they automatically assume you were half asleep. They assume it was a dream, or sleep paralysis, or that weird state where your brain starts mixing reality with imagination. But I wasn't drifting in and out. I wasn't confused about where I was. I was thinking clearly. I was aware that I was deciding what to do. I remember having real thoughts like, how do I get rid of them? What am I supposed to do right now? Should I pray? Should I tell them to leave? Should I open my eyes? Should I get up? Then I remember the moment I told myself, I'll ignore it, and rolled over. That thought was clear too. I wasn't asleep when I decided it. And right after that decision, everything escalated, from voices to tapping to a whisper in my ear to that awful pulling feeling. I've only been in this apartment for a couple of days. It didn't make sense that something like this would happen so quickly. I hadn't even settled in yet. I hadn't done anything strange. I hadn't invited anything. I hadn't played with anything. I was just a student who wanted a nap. But then I remembered something else that felt like a bad sign. The same day I moved in, my watch stopped working. It wasn't an old watch. It wasn't broken before. It just stopped. I noticed it because I kept checking the time while I was moving things in, trying to stay on schedule, trying to meet people and sign papers and do all the stuff you have to do when you move into student housing. At first I thought the battery died. Simple explanation. But it happened at a weird moment, like it just quit the second I stepped into that space and started living there. And it stayed stopped. No matter what I did, it didn't tick again. I know a watch stopping isn't proof of anything, but when you connect it to the voices and the feeling of being pulled out of your body, it starts to feel like the apartment has its own energy. Like something about the place interferes with things. Like the space itself is not as empty as it looks. After I calmed down a little, I called my mother. I didn't even know how to start the conversation without sounding crazy. I tried to keep my voice steady, but I'm sure she could hear something in me. A shakiness, a confusion, that made it clear I wasn't calling to chat. I told her what happened. I told her I laid down for a nap and heard a bunch of voices. I told her I heard them acknowledge me. I told her about the heels clicking. I told her about the tapping. I told her about the woman whispering, "Come with me," in my ear. And I told her about the feeling of being pulled out of my body and not being able to move or speak. My mom didn't laugh. She didn't dismiss it. Instead, she got quiet in that way adults do when they're taking something seriously. She told me she has had out-of-body experiences before. She said she knows what it's like to feel yourself leave your body and be aware of yourself from a different place. She described it like she would leave her body, rise up toward the ceiling, and look down at herself. Like she was floating above, watching her own body lying there. But then she said something that hit me hard. She said she has never felt like something was pushing her to do it. For her, it happened naturally. Maybe unexpectedly, maybe even scary at first, but it wasn't forced. She didn't feel like something was pulling her or trying to take her somewhere. That difference mattered. Because what happened to me didn't feel like I chose it. It felt like something else was trying to guide it, control it, or make it happen before I was ready. My mom has always been sensitive to spirits. That's something I've known for a long time. It's not something she brags about, and she doesn't make it into a show. It's just part of who she is. She told me that ghosts come to her. They talk to her. Sometimes they explain how they died. Sometimes they come to tell her they're about to move on. Like she's a person they trust, a person they can reach, a person who will listen and not panic. When she told me that, I felt this mix of jealousy and frustration. Not because I want spirits around me, trust me, I don't. But because the way she described it sounded almost peaceful compared to what happens around me. Because I'm not like her. I don't attract the calm ones. I attract negative spirits. Or at least, that's what it feels like. I attract the ones that don't feel kind. The ones that don't feel like they just want to talk or be understood. The ones that feel like they're messing with you, testing you, pushing you, trying to scare you or pull you into something you don't want. I told my mom that, and she didn't argue. She didn't tell me I was overreacting. She just listened, and that alone made me feel less alone. After we got off the phone, I sat in my room with the lights on, trying to feel normal again. I kept thinking about the whisper. Come with me. I kept thinking about the moment I felt myself being pulled, how helpless it felt to be awake and not able to move. It wasn't just fear of ghosts. It was fear of losing control of my own body and mind. Fear of not being able to protect myself if something wanted something from me. That night, I didn't try to nap again. I stayed busy instead. I kept the TV on low just to have some normal sound in the room. I checked my door more than once. I kept watching the corners of the room without meaning to, like my eyes were searching for movement even when there was none. And even though everything looked normal, I couldn't stop feeling like my apartment wasn't truly empty. I've only been there a couple of days, and already I feel like something in that space noticed me right away. Like the moment I moved in, I stepped into something that was already there. And now I'm left trying to figure out what to do with that. Because my mom can communicate with spirits in a way that sounds almost respectful, like a conversation. But for me, it doesn't feel like conversation. It feels like a challenge. It feels like whatever is around me doesn't just want to be seen, it wants to control the situation. All I know is that I went home from class wanting a nap, and instead I ended up hearing voices in an empty room, feeling tapping on my covers, hearing a woman whisper in my ear, and feeling my own body turn into a cage I couldn't move inside. And the worst part is, I was awake through all of it. My first clear, unforgettable encounter with a ghost happened when I was about 9 or 10 years old. I had been a kid who's scared easily like most kids do, but I was also the kind of kid who could usually talk myself out of being afraid. If I heard a noise at night, I could tell myself it was the house settling. If the shadows in my room looked strange, I could tell myself it was just the street light outside. I wasn't the type who went looking for scary things. That night, though, I wasn't looking for anything. It was around 10 p.m., and I was simply walking from my bedroom to my mother's room. Her room was very close to mine, only about 4 feet away, basically just across a short stretch of hallway. It was one of those houses where the hall is narrow and at night it feels even narrower, like the dark squeezes the space. The lighting was low, and the whole house had that late-night quiet that makes every tiny sound feel louder than it really is. I stepped out of my bedroom, half asleep and moving on autopilot, and I turned my head to the left, down the hall. The stairs were down that way. The hall didn't go very far before it opened toward the stairwell, and at night that area always looked darker, like the shadows gathered there. That's when I saw it. Something white was standing in the hallway. For a split second my brain tried to make it normal. I thought maybe it was a shirt hanging somewhere, or a towel, or a reflection from the bathroom. But the shape was too clear and too upright. It wasn't hanging. It wasn't a pile. It was standing like a person stands. Then it moved. It didn't drift or fade the way people describe in stories. It moved fast, like it ran. It seemed to dart away and go down the stairs, disappearing so quickly I only had a few seconds to see it at all. I remember the motion more than anything, the suddenness of it, the way it looked like it had purpose. Fear hit me like ice water. I didn't stand there and think. I just reacted. I ran straight into my mother's room. And the crazy part is I completely forgot that my little cousin was with me. He had been nearby, close enough that he saw the same thing. But in that moment I didn't reach for him or call his name. I just panicked and bolted. It's embarrassing to admit, but that's what fear does to you when you're a kid. You don't become brave. You become fast. My cousin, who was smaller than me, got scared too. He didn't run into my mom's room. He ran the other way, back into my bedroom, like he thought my room might be safer. When things are only there for a few seconds, it's hard to describe them perfectly. I didn't see a face. I didn't see clear features. But I did get a general sense of what I was looking at. I could tell it was male, mostly from the shape and build. I also remember thinking he looked like a teenager or maybe in his early 20s, mainly because of his height and the way his body was shaped. He didn't look like a little kid and he didn't look like an older man. I also remember his clothes, because that stood out to me. He looked like he was wearing a sweater, and he had fairly tight slacks on. It's a strange detail to remember, but when something shocks you, your brain grabs whatever it can. That outfit stayed in my mind. It didn't look like pajamas, and it didn't look like something someone in my family would wear around the house. It looked like a person I didn't know, somewhere they didn't belong. After I calmed down a little, I asked my parents about it. Not right that second, because I was too shaken and I didn't even know how to explain it without sounding silly. But later, after I had replayed it in my head 1,000 times, I asked if anyone had ever died in the house. I asked if there had been problems with the previous owners. I asked if they knew of any reason the house might be haunted, even though I didn't use the word haunted at first. I was still trying to make it sound reasonable. My parents told me the previous owners had a son. They described him as a wannabe thug, the kind of kid who tried hard to look tough and acted like he was older and rougher than he really was. They also said his mom wasn't very nice. That detail stuck with me too, because it made me picture a tense home life, yelling, anger, maybe neglect. I wondered if that kind of environment could leave something behind. So I asked the obvious question, what did the son look like? Strangely, my parents could never really tell me. They didn't have a clear description. They didn't have a photo. They couldn't say if he had dark hair or light hair, or if he was tall or average, or anything that would let me match what I saw to a real person. That made me feel even more unsettled. Because it meant I had seen someone, but I couldn't connect him to anything solid. I couldn't prove it. I couldn't even confirm it. All I had was a memory and fear. After that night, something changed in me. I became more aware of the house. Not in a dramatic way where I walked around calling out to ghosts, but in a quiet, constant way. I started paying attention to how the house felt in certain rooms. I started noticing when a hallway felt colder than it should. I started noticing when silence felt full, like it wasn't really empty. I started noticing that certain parts of the house made my stomach tighten, especially at night. It didn't help that my cousin also saw things. Not long after the ghost in the hallway, my cousin and I started experiencing things that didn't feel like normal, kid fear, anymore. We began to see and hear things we had only ever seen in movies. The kind of stuff you assume isn't real until it happens in front of you. One night, my cousin and I were lying in my mother's bed. She was at work, and we were supposed to be asleep, but we were doing what kids do, talking a little, shifting around, trying to get comfortable, listening to the sounds of the house. My mom's room felt safer than my room for some reason, maybe because it was her space, and kids often feel safer in a parent's room. Near her door there was a chair. It was a normal chair, nothing special, the kind someone might sit in to put on shoes or set clothes on. It had always been there, always still. That night, it started rocking. Not a gentle sway like if someone bumped it. It rocked violently, like something was pushing it hard again and again. The movement was strong enough that you could see it clearly even in the dim light. The chair legs shifted and the back of the chair moved, and it made that unmistakable sound of furniture moving over the floor. My cousin sat up, and I felt him tense beside me. I was older, and I didn't want to scare him even more. I didn't want him to start screaming or crying, because I was afraid that if he did, I'd lose control of myself too. So I tried to act calm. I remember forcing my voice to stay steady. I remember telling myself, don't react. If you react, it becomes real. If you react, it wins. I don't even know what it was, but in my mind it felt like something was trying to get a reaction out of us. My cousin didn't have that kind of control. He jumped up and ran out of the room and down the stairs. He didn't even look back. He just fled like his body made the decision for him. I stayed. I don't know if that was bravery or stupidity. I think it was mostly me trying not to believe what I was seeing. I stayed in the room and tried to ignore it, like if I didn't look at it, it would stop. Like the chair would get tired of rocking and settle down. But a few minutes later, something else happened. In my mother's bathroom, there were clothes hanging up. They were hanging in front of a vent. And when those clothes started moving, my first thought was, maybe it's the air conditioning. That's what I told myself, because it was the only explanation that didn't make me feel sick with fear. Clothes move with air. That's normal. If the vent is blowing, fabric can shift. But the movement didn't look like fabric shifting. It looked like the clothes were being lifted. At first they swayed, and I tried to hold on to my air vent idea. Then the fabric began to rise higher, and my brain went blank. The clothes started to float in midair, not just flutter. They lifted in a way that didn't match the vent at all. It was like invisible hands were raising them up. My eyes widened so fast it actually hurt. It felt like my body suddenly forgot how to breathe. I stared for a second too long, frozen, like my brain couldn't accept it. Then my fear finally caught up with me, and I ran. I ran downstairs and curled up under my aunt like I was a little kid again. My cousin was already there, and he had cried himself to sleep. His face looked swollen from crying, and his breathing was that uneven breathing kids get when they've exhausted themselves from fear. My aunt was on the phone when I got down there, and she looked at me with that annoyed but concerned expression adults have when kids act scared for no reason. She asked what we were afraid of. I couldn't tell her. I didn't know how. I didn't want to sound crazy. And part of me worried that if I said it out loud, it would somehow make it worse, like speaking it would give it more power. So I just shook my head and stayed close to her. My aunt assumed it was something normal, something easy. She decided we had probably watched a scary TV show or heard a scary story and worked ourselves up. For a while, she held on to that theory, because adults prefer simple answers. But then something happened to her too. One night, she was watching the house for my mom. My mom wasn't home, and my aunt was there alone, keeping an eye on things, doing what family does. She was in the basement, on the phone, passing time. The basement in our house had always been a weird space. Even as a child, I felt it. It wasn't just dark basement creepiness. The basement had a mood. It had a weight in the air, like the deeper you went down, the more the atmosphere changed. People who didn't know anything about our experiences would walk down there for the first time and immediately get quieter. You could see it on their faces, that small shift from casual to uneasy. My aunt was down there talking on the phone when she kept hearing noises upstairs. It sounded like someone walking around, opening or closing doors, moving from room to room. The sounds were clear enough that she thought it had to be my mother coming home early. She called out, asking if it was my mom. The moment she called out, the noises stopped. No answer came back. So she went back to her phone conversation, maybe thinking she misheard something, maybe thinking it was the house settling, maybe thinking she was imagining it. Then the footsteps started again. And again, she called out. Again, the noises stopped. Again, no response. That pattern repeated enough times to make her nervous. You can only dismiss something so many times before you start to realize it's responding to you. The way the noises stopped when she called out, and started again when she returned to her phone, made it feel like something was playing a game. Like it didn't want to be confronted, but it did want to be heard. So the next time she heard it, she decided she was going to check. She went upstairs. She looked around. She checked the rooms she could. She saw no one. The house was empty. No doors were open that shouldn't have been. Nothing was obviously out of place. She started heading back downstairs to the basement, probably feeling embarrassed for letting herself get spooked. That's when she heard the creaking again, only louder this time. Loud enough that it didn't sound like house settling. Loud enough that it sounded like someone heavy moving around, right above her, or right behind her, close enough to make her skin crawl. It scared her badly. When my mother came home later, she found my aunt sitting in the car with the light on. Not in the house. Not in the basement. In the car, like the car was the only place she could breathe. My mom asked her what was wrong, and my aunt tried to laugh it off at first. but she couldn't fully hide how shaken she was. She admitted she heard footsteps indoors, and she didn't want to be inside alone anymore. From that point on, my aunt didn't assume we were just scared from TV. Now she had her own experience, and she understood why we didn't want to talk about it. My father had his own story too. He told me about a time when he was outside waxing his car. It was an ordinary day, ordinary chore. Just my dad taking care of the car the way dads do, focused on something practical, not thinking about ghosts or anything supernatural. He was leaning close to the car, working the wax, when he saw something in the reflection. A blue orb. It wasn't a normal reflection. It wasn't a glare from the sun or a random lens effect. It was a clear, floating blue light behind him, visible in the shiny surface of the car. He said the moment he saw it, his body locked up. He couldn't move. He couldn't speak. He could only watch it in the reflection, like he was trapped inside his own body while this blue orb floated there, silent and steady. He said it moved away slowly, drifting out of the reflection. And the second it floated away, he could move again. That detail always scared me more than the orb itself. This idea that something could freeze you, even for a few seconds. That it could take your ability to move and give it back only when it wanted. My brother experienced things too, and he wasn't the type to make stuff up. He was more likely to joke about fear than admit to it. He told us that one day he was sitting in his car in the front yard, in the same general area where my father had seen the blue orb in the car reflection. He was just sitting there, probably thinking about something or listening to music, when he suddenly felt like something was breathing down his neck. Not a feeling like someone is nearby. He said he could actually hear it. Like breath close to his ear. Like someone leaning in over his shoulder. He turned fast, expecting to see a person. No one. That would shake anyone, because breathing is so personal. It means something is close enough to touch you. It means distance is gone. The more stories our family shared, the more obvious it became that the basement was the main center of activity. That's where the mood felt strongest, where the air felt thickest, where the unease hit people the fastest. Even visitors noticed it. Friends who came over for the first time, who had never heard our stories, would walk into the basement and say something like, "It feels weird down here," or, "Why is it so creepy?" Or they'd simply get quiet, their jokes fading out, their eyes scanning corners like they suddenly didn't trust what they couldn't see. One day, my cousin and I were down in the basement playing Nintendo 64. We were typical kids, glued to the game, focused, not paying attention to anything else. There was a table nearby, and sitting directly in the middle of that table was a plate. It wasn't on the edge. It wasn't balanced. It was just sitting there in the center like someone had placed it there and forgotten it. While we were playing, that plate randomly fell and shattered. It didn't slide slowly. It didn't tip like someone bumped the table. It dropped like it had been pushed. The sound of it breaking was sharp and loud, and it made both of us jump. My cousin yelled. I remember my heart pounding as we stared at the broken pieces scattered on the floor. My brother came down the stairs angry, immediately assuming we were being careless. He yelled at us, telling us to be more careful, accusing us of messing around and breaking things. But the truth was we hadn't touched the table at all. We were so glued to the game that we barely moved. We tried to explain, but it sounded weak even to our own ears. "We didn't do it," is what kids say when they do it. But we really didn't. And because of everything else that had happened in that basement, the broken plate didn't feel like an accident. It felt like another reminder that something else existed in that space, something that could affect the physical world whenever it wanted. There was another moment in the basement that still sticks with me because it felt so normal at first, like something I wouldn't even question, until my brain caught up and I realized it was impossible. I was leaving the basement one day and heading upstairs. I was near the bottom of the stairs, and I heard a voice behind me. It sounded exactly like my brother. It called my name in the way he normally would, casual and familiar. "Hey, Kate," it said. I paused instantly, turning slightly, ready to respond, ready to snap back at him or ask what he wanted. My body reacted before my mind did, because the voice sounded so real. Then I remembered something that made my blood go cold. My brother had moved out years ago. He didn't live there anymore. He wasn't in the basement. He wasn't even in the house that day. The basement suddenly felt like it dropped 10 degrees. I didn't wait to investigate. I ran upstairs fast, my footsteps pounding, and I found my mother and told her what happened. I expected her to brush it off, to tell me I was imagining things, to say it was the pipes or the vent system carrying sound. But instead, she got quiet and told me something that made me feel even worse. She said she was in her bathroom one day when she heard my brother's voice call her too, in the same familiar way he always used. She heard it clearly enough that she reacted like he was right outside the door. But again, he had been moved out for years. That's what messed with me. It wasn't just that something was making noises. It was mimicking someone we knew. It was using a voice that would automatically make us respond. It was personal. After my cousin and I realized we could actually feel a presence in the basement, we decided to do something that seemed smart at the time, mostly because we were kids and curiosity is stronger than logic. We decided we would stay down there alone one night. Part of the reason was that we wanted to prove something to ourselves. We wanted to prove that we weren't just being scared for no reason. We wanted to prove that we could handle it. And honestly, part of it was that we were tired of feeling like the basement controlled us, like it owned our fear. So we planned it like it was a challenge. We brought blankets. We got the lights the way we wanted. We tried to make it feel like a sleepover instead of a haunting. At first, nothing happened. The night went by pretty uneventful. We played around, talked, maybe watched something, and the longer nothing happened, the more confident we felt. The basement still felt strange, but we started to think maybe the worst things only happened when we were already scared. We finally went to sleep around 1 a.m. When we woke up, the mood had changed. My cousin complained that his stomach physically hurt. Not like a normal, "I'm hungry," stomach pain. He looked genuinely uncomfortable, like something had woken him up from the inside. His face was tight, and he kept pressing a hand to his stomach. We thought maybe he had eaten something that didn't sit right. Maybe it was anxiety. Maybe it was a cramp. Then he lifted his shirt, and we saw cuts on his stomach. They were red and angry looking, like fresh scratches. Not deep enough to be life-threatening, but deep enough to break the skin. The pattern looked like something had been scratching him while he slept. It didn't look like a single accidental scrape. It looked like multiple lines, like someone dragged something sharp across him more than once. We stared in shock, then ran to show our family. Our family tried to explain it away immediately. They said it was just imprints from the sheets. Like maybe the fabric wrinkled and pressed into his skin. But trust me, imprints from sheets do not leave red marks like that, and they do not break skin. And my cousin couldn't have done it to himself. He had a bad habit of biting his nails down to almost nothing. His nails weren't long enough or sharp enough to create those cuts. Even if he had scratched himself in his sleep, it wouldn't have looked like that. That was the first time something happened that felt like it crossed the line. Missing objects, noises, footsteps, moving furniture, those are scary, but you can still pretend it's just a weird house. Scratches on a kid's body is different. It feels like something got too close, like something decided it didn't just want to be noticed, it wanted to leave a mark. After that, my relationship with the house changed again. I became even more careful. Even when I tried to act normal, part of me was always on alert. There were other things too, smaller but constant, like the house never fully letting us forget. Sometimes I would be sleeping in my mother's room, and through the vent I would hear what sounded like pounding, like someone was hitting something hard in the basement, like someone was pounding and trying to break concrete. The sound would travel up through the vents, making it feel like it was coming from the walls themselves. I would get out of bed and go to the stairs to listen more clearly. And when I stood there, the sound would either stop or I wouldn't hear it the same way. It was like the sound belonged to the vents, not the open air of the house. One night, it scared me enough that I woke my mother up. I asked if she heard it. She listened for a while and said no. That made me feel crazy, because I knew what I heard, but I also knew she wasn't lying. She genuinely didn't hear it. Sometimes it felt like the house chose who could hear what. My grandmother also spoke about hearing strange sounds. She said she heard noises like someone laying carpet on the stairs, and hammering too. Like work being done when no work was happening. The weird thing is, I didn't always hear the exact same things she heard, and other people didn't either. One person would hear something and another person in the same house wouldn't. That inconsistency made it more confusing and more unsettling at the same time. And my grandmother had another experience that always stuck with me because it was physical. She said a few times that while walking down the hallway, it would feel like someone rudely moved past her. Not like a gentle brush, but like a forceful shove, like a person pushing by without saying excuse me. She said it would press her against the wall, as if something solid bumped into her. My grandmother was not someone who dramatized things. She had lived long enough to know the difference between imagination and being physically pushed. When she described it with irritation more than fear, like she was annoyed that something had the nerve to shove her in her own home. That detail made it even creepier, because it suggested whatever was there wasn't only hiding in corners. It could interact. It could touch. It could move things. It could push people. When I think back to that first night seeing that white figure in the hallway, I still wonder if it was connected to everything else that followed. Maybe it was the same presence that lived in the basement. Maybe it was someone different. Maybe the house held more than one thing. Sometimes it felt like there were layers, like one presence watched, another played tricks, another got angry, another mimicked voices. I never got a clear answer about the previous owner's son. I never got a description that matched what I saw. But I never forgot the figure either. A male, young, tall, wearing a sweater and tight slacks, appearing at the end of the hall and running down the stairs like he was escaping. And I never forgot my cousin's face when he saw it too. That's one of the biggest reasons I believe what happened. Because it wasn't only in my head. I wasn't alone. My cousin saw it. He reacted. He ran. He was scared in the same way I was scared. Over the years, it became a strange part of our family's life. Not something we talked about every day, but something that sat in the background. Like a secret everyone knew but nobody wanted to say too loudly. Some family members tried to explain it away. Some refused to talk about it at all. Some admitted it happened but didn't want to give it attention. But it never fully stopped. The basement remained the center of it, the place where the mood changed and the air felt wrong. The place where objects moved and broke, where voices called names, where visitors felt uneasy for no reason. The place that seemed to hold something that didn't want to leave. Even now, when I think about that voice calling, "Hey Kate," in my brother's tone, I still get that cold feeling in my chest. Because it wasn't just a noise. It was intelligent. It knew the right voice to use. It knew the right name. It knew the right way to say it. And once you experience something like that, something that personal, it's hard to ever feel fully relaxed in that house again. The strange thing is, if someone asked me to prove any of it, I couldn't. I don't have footage of the chair rocking. I don't have a recording of the voice in the basement. I don't have a photo of the white figure in the hallway. All I have are memories, and the fact that multiple people in my family experienced different pieces of the same thing. But those memories are clear enough that I don't doubt them. I can still see that white shape at the end of the hall. I can still feel the fear that made me run into my mother's room without even thinking about my cousin. I can still hear the chair rocking in the quiet. I can still see clothes lifting in midair like gravity stopped working. I can still picture my aunt sitting in the car with the light on because she couldn't stand being inside. I can still hear my father describing that blue orb in his car's reflection and how he couldn't move until it floated away. And I can still see the red scratches on my cousin's stomach after we tried to sleep in the basement, thinking we could handle whatever was there. That house taught me something early. Sometimes you can live in a place for years and still not fully understand what else is living there with you. When I was about 14, I switched bedrooms. I moved out of my old room and started sleeping in the room my grandmother used to stay in back when my parents were still together. Before the divorce, my grandma lived with us for a while. After my parents split up, she moved out with my dad. So the room became empty, and eventually it became mine. What's strange is that my grandmother never told me anything unusual about that room. But to be fair, we weren't close back then. We didn't really talk like that, and we definitely weren't the kind of friendly, where she would sit and tell me stories about the house or warn me about anything. So I never heard anything from her. I just moved my stuff in, set up my bed, put my desk where I wanted it, and tried to make it feel like my own space. For a while, it was just a room. But not long after I started sleeping there, I began waking up in a way that still messes with me even now. I would wake up and realize I couldn't move. Not even a little. My eyes would open, my mind would be awake, and I would know exactly where I was, but my body would not respond. It felt like my arms and legs were made of concrete. I would try to move a finger, try to turn my head, try to sit up, and nothing would happen. And while I was stuck like that, I would see figures. Usually they were at the end of my bed. They weren't clear like a normal person standing in a room with the lights on. They were ghostly, like shapes made of shadow and pale light, almost like the air itself was forming into a person for a few seconds. Sometimes it looked like more than one. Sometimes it looked like one figure standing still while another moved slightly behind it. I never got a perfect look, and that was part of what made it worse. My brain kept trying to focus, trying to identify features, face, hair, clothes, anything that would make it make sense. But it always stayed just unclear enough to keep my mind racing. The paralysis part was terrifying on its own, but seeing something while you can't move turns fear into panic. It's one thing to be scared and able to run. It's another thing to be scared and completely trapped in your own body, forced to just lie there and watch. Over time, I started feeling like there was a presence in the house. I had felt it for years, honestly, even before I moved into that room. There were parts of the house that always felt heavy, especially the hallway. But after I changed rooms, it was like the activity started focusing on me more. And lately, especially in the last stretch of time, it hasn't felt like just one presence anymore. It feels like more than one. The energy feels different depending on the day. Some nights the house feels almost normal, like whatever is there is asleep or simply not paying attention. Other nights, it feels like the air is crowded. Like the space is full of something I can't see. Like the house has more people in it than it should. And the most frustrating part is that it feels like they bother me and only me. My mom has always told me she hears things sometimes. My dad used to say he heard noises too when he was still living there. So it's not like I'm the only one who has ever noticed anything. But the way it comes at me feels more direct. More personal. Like I'm the one they choose when they want to mess with someone or get a reaction. One morning, I had one of the worst experiences I can remember. I was asleep, or at least I thought I was asleep. Then I started waking up, half in that blurry state where you're not fully alert yet. That's when I felt something pulling my arm. Not like my sleeve caught on something. Not like a muscle twitch. It felt like a hand. It felt like something small was grabbing my arm and tugging me toward the edge of the bed, as if it was trying to pull me off. The pulling wasn't strong enough to drag me across the room, but it was strong enough to shift my body. My shoulder moved. My upper arm slid against the sheet. I could feel the weight of my own body shifting in a way that shouldn't have been happening if nobody was touching me. At the same time, I got this impression that it was a child or something small. Not because I saw it clearly, but because of the size and the way the pulling felt, quick, determined, almost impatient. Like a kid trying to tug you into getting up. And then it made a weird noise in my ear. I don't even know how to describe the sound properly. It wasn't a full word, but it wasn't just a random house noise either. It was close, right near my ear, like something leaned in and made a sound meant for me to hear. That's what made my stomach drop. It felt intentional. I tried to move. I tried to jerk my arm away, tried to sit up, tried to swing my legs off the bed. I tried to call out to my mom. but I couldn't. It was that same horrible feeling, my mind awake, my body locked. My voice trapped. I could form the thought, "Mom!" but I couldn't make the sound come out. I could feel panic building fast, and I remember trying to force my body to respond the way you try to force yourself to wake up from a nightmare. Then, just as suddenly as it started, it ended. It felt like I snapped out of it. Like a trance broke. All at once I could move again. I could breathe deeper, shift my arms, and sit up. I sat there for a minute, shaken and confused, trying to figure out if I had dreamed it. But the thing is, it didn't feel like a dream. It felt like something happened to me while I was awake, like I was caught in a moment where I couldn't fight back. Another time, I was lying in bed and felt my sheets being pulled. It happened a few times, not just once. The sheet would tug downward like someone was grabbing it near my feet and giving it a quick pull. The first time, I told myself it was just me shifting. The second time, I froze. The third time, I knew I wasn't imagining it. I was alone in the room. There was no fan blowing on the bed. No pet jumping up. Nothing that could grab a sheet and pull it. But I tried to handle it the way I've taught myself to handle these things. I tried not to react. I tried not to feed it my fear. I tried to lie still and act like it didn't matter, because I've learned that sometimes reacting makes it feel stronger. Like it enjoys getting a response. So I stared at the wall, forced myself to breathe slow, and kept thinking, ignore it. Don't give it anything. Eventually it stopped. But even when it stops, the feeling doesn't stop. The feeling that something is in the room with you, watching you, testing you, waiting to see what you'll do next, that feeling lingers. The most recent experience happened during a night that started out completely normal. My mother and I were in the basement watching a football game on TV. It was one of those nights where you're just relaxed, snacks nearby, lights low, and the game is keeping your attention. The basement is where we often watch TV because it's quiet, and it feels separate from the rest of the house, almost like its own space. For some reason, I went upstairs. I don't even remember what I was looking for. It was something small, like maybe my charger, maybe a hair tie, maybe I left something in my room. It wasn't a big deal. I just remember leaving the basement and walking up the stairs while my mom stayed down there. When I got to my room, I sat on my bed and looked at my phone for a minute. I was scrolling without thinking, half listening to the game in the distance. That's when I heard a sound that didn't belong. It sounded like someone was opening my mother's mirror door. My mom has a dresser, and it has one of those mirror parts that opens like a door. On it, she had wind chimes hanging. The wind chimes were more decoration than anything. They had been there for a long time, and the weird thing about them is they almost never made a sound. Not even when the fan was on. Not even when you walked by. It was like they were heavy enough or placed in a way that they stayed silent no matter what. So when I heard that mirror door sound, it immediately got my attention. And right after that, the wind chimes made noise. Not a huge crash, but a clear, delicate chiming sound, like the mirror door had moved enough to make them shake. I called out, "Mom?" I didn't want to sound scared, so I tried to make it casual. Like I was just checking if she had come upstairs without me noticing. But I didn't hear her voice upstairs. Instead, I heard her downstairs in the basement, cheering loud because there had been a touchdown. It was unmistakably her. It wasn't like she could have been both places. She was definitely still downstairs, still watching the game. I sat there for a second, my body stiff, my mind quickly doing that thing where it tries to explain. Maybe the mirror door settled. Maybe the house shifted. Maybe the chimes moved on their own somehow. But the sound had been too specific. It sounded like a person opening it. I got up and decided I was just going to go back downstairs and not make a big deal out of it. Sometimes my survival strategy is to treat it like it doesn't matter. Like I won't let it control the mood of my night. As I stepped into the hallway, I heard something else. Footsteps. They sounded like they were coming from my mother's room. Not running, not stomping, but clear movement, like someone walking across the floor. The sound was close enough that I could tell it wasn't just something outside. It sounded inside the house, inside that room. I stopped for a second. I didn't want to turn my head and look. I didn't want to see anything. I didn't want to confirm it visually. I just stood there, listening, feeling my heart speed up. Then I did what I usually do. I ignored it. I walked back downstairs and returned to the game like nothing happened. I sat down next to my mother and tried to focus on the TV. But it bothered me. It kept replaying in my mind, the mirror door sound, the chimes, the footsteps. It felt like something was letting me know it could do things upstairs while we were down there, like it was reminding me that it can move around the house whenever it wants. I asked my mom anyway, even though I already knew the answer. "Did you come upstairs?" I said. She looked at me like I was confused and said no. She told me she had been downstairs the whole time. Exactly what I already knew. I shrugged and tried to act like it didn't matter. I didn't want to get into a long conversation where we both end up uncomfortable. So I went on with my night. But inside I couldn't stop thinking, why me? Why does it always happen when I'm the one alone for even a few minutes? My mom says she hears things all the time. My dad said he heard noises when he lived there too. So the house isn't quiet for anyone. But the physical stuff, the close stuff, the personal stuff, it feels aimed at me. I don't know if the spirits, whatever they are, want to scare me on purpose. Sometimes it feels like they do. Sometimes it feels like they're just trying to get attention, and fear is the easiest reaction to pull out of someone. The weird part is, I've only ever asked them a question out loud once. There was a time when I heard or felt something in my room, and it made a noise, something that felt directed at me, like it wanted me to notice. So I finally spoke. I said, "What do you want?" I expected something. Even a feeling, even another noise, even a change in the air. But there was no response. Nothing. It was like I asked into empty space. And because nothing answered, I forced myself to move on, like I always do. I went on about my business. I refused to stand there waiting for it to do something else. Another incident that stands out happened when I was sitting at my desk using my computer. It was summer, and it was hot. The kind of heat that sticks to your skin and makes you feel tired even when you haven't done anything. Our AC was broken at the time, so the house wasn't being cooled the way it normally would. The air was thick and warm, and you could feel the heat sitting in the rooms. My window was down, but not fully open. I kept it down because the screen had holes in it, and I didn't want bugs getting in. So I was basically sitting in warm air with no good airflow. My fan was off too because it was dusty, and I didn't want it blowing dust all over my room. So there I was, hot day, no AC, window not fully open, fan off. That's why what happened next felt so impossible. I felt extremely cold air drift into my room. It wasn't a normal, cool breeze. It was cold in a way that didn't match the weather or the room. It slid in like a fog, slow and deliberate, and then it settled on my right arm, the arm closest to the door. It was so cold that it made my skin tighten. It wasn't the kind of chill that makes you think, maybe the air changed. It was the kind that makes you think, something is here. I stopped typing and slowly turned my head, looking over my shoulder toward the door. There was nothing there. No one standing in the doorway. No shadow. No movement. But the cold stayed. It stayed like it was attached to a shape, like it was wrapped around an invisible person standing just out of sight. For about 10 minutes the cold air held to that spot. It didn't spread evenly through the room. It was concentrated, as if it had a source. It honestly felt like something was standing there beside me, watching the computer screen with me, like it was curious about what I was doing. That thought would have sounded funny if I hadn't felt the cold so clearly. I remember letting out a small chuckle to myself, mostly because I didn't know what else to do. It was like my brain chose humor as a defense. I didn't want to be terrified. I didn't want to give it that. So I sat there, trying to act normal, like I was sharing my internet time with an invisible roommate. Eventually, the cold air lifted. I felt it exit the room, the same way I felt it come in. like something stepping away, like the air returning to normal. I shook my head, stared at my screen again, and went back to whatever I was doing. That's become my pattern. Feel something impossible, react quietly, then continue like I'm not living in a house where that happens. Even now, I still feel a strong presence in the hallway. The same hallway where I saw a ghost when I was younger. Some nights it's so heavy that I can't stand being out there for long. I'll walk out of my room and immediately feel like the air is pressing down. Like something is right there, not touching me, but close enough to make my instincts scream. On those nights, I find myself running to my bedroom like I'm 9 years old again. Other nights, it feels lighter. Like something is there, but it's not paying attention. And sometimes it doesn't feel like anything is there at all. There was a random stretch of about 3 months where I didn't feel it in that hallway. Not even a little. Those months were like a break. I started thinking, maybe whatever it was finally left. Maybe it got tired. Maybe it moved on. But then something happened that made me laugh in that dark way, because it felt like the timing was too perfect. When I went off to college, I started feeling a presence again. Not at home, somewhere else. This time it was in my best friend's apartment, where I spent a lot of time. I was there so often that it practically felt like a second home. We would hang out late, watch TV, study, eat, do all the normal college stuff. And that's where things started happening. Not huge, movie-style horror moments. Just weird, impossible stuff that would build up and make you feel uneasy. A radio would come on by itself at random times and start playing music. It would be off, and then suddenly it would be on, like someone flipped a switch. Sometimes it would happen when nobody was near it. Sometimes it would happen in the middle of a conversation, like it wanted attention. A roommate's poster would randomly fall off the wall. Not slowly peeling off like tape losing its stick. It would just drop. And then you'd look at the wall, and the tape would still be there like it should have held. Sometimes the TV volume would change on its own. We'd be watching something and the sound would suddenly get louder or lower like someone had the remote. We'd check the remote and it wouldn't be touched. The creepiest part was the voices. We would be watching TV, and we'd start hearing voices that weren't the characters on the show. Low voices talking over the original audio. Like other conversations layered on top. At first we thought it was another room, or maybe someone outside, or a neighbor's TV bleeding through the wall. But it didn't match any of that. It sounded like it was coming from inside the apartment, inside the space around us, but not from any person we could see. And it would happen at times when the apartment felt otherwise quiet. That experience at my friend's place made me realize something I didn't want to realize. It wasn't just the house. It might be me. Because I could leave home, go somewhere else, and the same type of presence would show up again. Not the exact same events, but the same feeling, I'm not alone the way I should be. When I would go home on breaks from college, sometimes I wouldn't feel anything. It would feel normal, and I'd think, okay, maybe it's gone again. Maybe I'm finally getting away from it. But then I came home unexpectedly for a longer stay, not planned, and at first things still felt calm. Then about a month after being home, I felt it again. That familiar shift in the house, that familiar weight in the hallway, that familiar feeling that I was being noticed. That's when I started asking myself what they want. Because I honestly don't know. I don't know if they want attention. I don't know if they want fear. I don't know if they're stuck. I don't know if there's something about me that makes me easier to bother. I don't know if it's the room, the hallway, the basement, the history of the house, or just bad luck. I've thought about taking a voice recorder home the next time I go, just to see what I find. Part of me wants answers. Part of me wants proof, something I can play back and say, see, I'm not imagining it. Something that might explain why the energy in the house feels like it's multiplied, why it feels like more than one presence now, why it feels like I'm the one getting targeted. But then there's the other part of me. The part that thinks, what if I actually hear something? What if I record a voice that answers? What if I capture something that makes it feel more real than I'm ready for, while I still have to live in that house, sleep in that room, and walk through that hallway? I want to know what they want, but I also don't want to invite anything new. I don't want to open a door I can't close. And I definitely don't want to hear something that makes me scared to go to sleep, scared to be alone, scared to even sit at my desk when the room gets too quiet. So for now, I keep doing what I've been doing for years. I notice the strange things. I feel the shifts in energy. I hear the sounds that don't make sense. I experience the moments that feel aimed right at me. Then I shake my head, try not to react too much, and go on about my business, because I don't know what else to do. It was Columbus Day weekend in 1992, and I still remember it clearly because it felt like one of those rare weekends where everything lined up at the same time. One of my best friends from the Navy, Smitty, was going to be home on leave in Orlando, Florida. He asked me to come meet him there for the weekend. Another close friend of ours, Woody, was coming too. Smitty said he wanted me to meet his fiancée, Jen, and he also said he needed my help with something. He didn't explain the something over the phone in a normal way, which should have been my first clue that the weekend wasn't going to be only about catching up and going out. I met Smitty and Woody when I was stationed on my first ship, the USS Alwyn, FF 1081. The three of us got close fast. We had the same kind of humor, the same kind of energy, and the same habit of getting into trouble without meaning to, at least not at first. We used to joke that we were the wrecking crew. It was an inside joke, the kind you can't really explain to other people without sounding ridiculous, but to us it meant we always showed up, we always had each other's backs, and if there was fun to be found, we somehow found it. By the time Columbus Day weekend came around, I had transferred to Pensacola for school. Navy life does that. 1 minute you're all together living the same routine, eating the same food, hearing the same announcements, and then suddenly you're in different places, living different schedules, and the friendship becomes phone calls, letters, and we'll catch up when we can. So when Smitty said he and Woody were planning their leave together and wanted me to come down, I jumped on it. I had a duty-free weekend, which felt like winning the lottery at the time. I didn't have to stand watch, didn't have to report in, didn't have to explain where I was going every 5 minutes. I could just leave after class and drive. That Friday, as soon as my class was over, I hit the road. It was one of those drives where you're tired but excited, and the miles feel lighter because you're headed toward people who know you. I got to Orlando that night and checked into my hotel around 2130, 9:30 p.m. for anyone who doesn't speak military time. The hotel wasn't anything special, just a place to sleep, but I remember that feeling of dropping my bag, splashing water on my face, and thinking, this is going to be a good weekend. Not long after, we all met up. Seeing Smitty and Woody again felt like no time had passed. Same jokes, same old habits, same feeling of comfort that comes from friendships that were built under pressure. Smitty introduced me to Jen, his fiancée. She seemed sweet, and she had that glow people get when they're excited about life and the future. She also looked tired in a way that didn't match the mood of a fun weekend. Not exhausted like she'd been working a lot, more like the kind of tired you get when you haven't been sleeping right. We went to dinner, and that's when I learned the real reason Smitty wanted me there. At first he didn't jump into it directly. He waited until the food came, like he wanted to make sure we were settled and comfortable before he opened his mouth. Then, in a low voice, he started explaining that Jen and some of her cousins had been messing around with a Ouija board. I had heard plenty of stories about Ouija boards by then, and I didn't like them. I wasn't someone who thought everything was evil or cursed, but I did believe certain things weren't meant to be treated like a game. People act casual with stuff they don't understand, and then they're shocked when it doesn't stay casual. Smitty told me that after the Ouija board, something started happening in Jen's cousin's mobile home. People felt like they were being watched. Lights and the TV would turn on and off by themselves. That classic shadow moving out of the corner of your eye thing was happening. The sort of stuff you can try to laugh off once, but when it becomes a pattern, it stops being funny. But there was one detail that made the whole story feel different, and Smitty was careful about it. He told me that every time something happened, every time the lights flickered, Every time the TV turned on or off, every time someone felt that weird presence, there would be a strange smell. A very specific smell. I asked Jen what the smell was, and Smitty cut in quickly and told her not to say it. It wasn't him being rude to her. It was him being strategic. He wanted a control point, a way to prove it wasn't just people feeding each other ideas. He wanted to make sure Woody and I weren't influenced by expectation. Woody, of course, knew none of this at dinner. Smitty didn't want Jen to tell Woody the details because Woody was our skeptic. If anything weird happened, Woody would be the one trying to explain it away. In Smitty's mind, that made Woody perfect for confirming what was real and what wasn't. If Woody reacted strongly, then something serious was going on. After dinner, we did what we did best back then. We went out and had a great time. Orlando is Orlando. Lights, people, loud music, drinks, laughter, the kind of weekend energy where you don't think about tomorrow. We were the wrecking crew again, at least for a night. For a few hours, the Ouija board and the mobile home didn't matter. We were just three Navy guys and a fiancé enjoying freedom and noise and the feeling that we were young and unstoppable. Saturday evening, around 1800, around 6 p.m., we met up again at Jen's cousin's place. It was in a trailer park. The kind of place where everything feels close together, where the lighting at night makes shadows thicker, and where you can hear your neighbor's door open from across the lot. As we pulled up, we heard a peacock cry out in the distance. It startled me because you don't expect that sound near a trailer park. Jen explained that the trailer park was next door to a farm that kept exotic birds and small animals. That made sense, but it also added a strange mood to the moment. Something about the sound of a peacock at dusk feels eerie, like a warning call in a movie. Woody was in a great mood. The whole idea of us coming out to handle a haunting was entertainment to him. He had that grin he always got when he thought someone was overreacting. He teased us while we set up in the driveway near Smitty's truck. We had brought what we jokingly called our tools. It probably looked ridiculous laid out on the tailgate like that, especially to someone who didn't believe in any of it. We had white candles. We had sage for smudging. We had incense, dragon's blood, and sandalwood. I had my tarot cards, not because I planned to do a reading, but because they were a focus point for me. And we had a Bible. The mix of items probably sounds strange to some people, but that was the truth of it. Smitty had mixed Native American heritage, and he took spiritual things seriously. At the time, I was a solo practitioner of Wicca, but I still believed in the Trinity. I didn't see my faith as one or the other. For me it was always about seeking God and seeking protection, even if the language and method were different than what people expected. And then there was Woody, our skeptic, our reality check, the guy who would roll his eyes at all of it unless something happened right in front of him. Once it was fully dark, we gathered everything up and started toward the trailer. Before we even stepped inside, the porch light began turning on and off. It wasn't a gentle flicker. It was a clear on-off like someone was working the switch. We never got to check the circuit later, so I can't tell you if it was wiring or something else. But in that moment it didn't feel like an electrical problem. It felt like a reaction. Like something noticed us. The three of us entered, Smitty, Woody, and me. Woody walked straight to the kitchen and dining room area and sat down at the table like he was settling in to watch a show. He looked relaxed, leaning back like he had nothing to worry about. His attitude was basically, "Let's see what you've got." I sat down in the middle of the living room, because that was where we planned to finish everything. Smitty started moving through the rest of the trailer to smudge the rooms. He did it in a way I respected, because it wasn't sloppy or performative. He wasn't trying to scare anyone or act dramatic. He moved calmly, and in each room he said a blessing first in his native language, Cree, I believe, and then he would read from the Book of Psalms. He did that in every room, one by one, like he was sealing them off. While he did that, I started setting up the living room. I placed the white candles where I wanted them. I lit the incense. I arranged my cards in front of me as a steady point to keep my focus. The living room was going to be the last room blessed, and it was going to be the space I cleansed the home from, the center of where we pulled everything together. As Smitty blessed the bathroom, something happened that made my stomach tighten. The back door slammed open and then shut. The door was on a spring, so technically it could open and close quickly if pushed. That part alone wasn't impossible. The surprising part was that it happened at all, suddenly, with no one near it. And right after the door slammed, the peacock cried out again. At first, I thought maybe the door noise startled the peacock. That would be a normal explanation. But then another thing hit me at the same time. A smell. It was the smell of a large wet dog. Not a faint hint. Not a maybe. It was strong and unmistakable, like a big animal had just walked into the room dripping rainwater. I turned my head toward Woody automatically, because I wanted to see his reaction. Woody laughed. "Man, I can't believe you guys," he said, shaking his head. "That was just the wind." I shrugged like I wasn't sure, because I didn't want to start arguing. But when I looked at Smitty, I could tell he didn't think it was the wind either. The look on his face was serious, focused, and a little angry, like he felt something was pushing back. Smitty finished smudging and blessing the other rooms, then came into the living room. He sat down with me on the floor. Woody stayed at the dining table, still acting like he was watching a weird movie. This is the part that always sounds wrong when I explain it, but it's what we did. We invited the spirit back into the house. Not because we wanted it there, and not because we wanted to stir it up. The goal was the opposite. We wanted it present when we completed the cleansing, so it would understand clearly that it was not welcome there. If it was something earthbound, we wanted it to be released. If it was something non-human, we wanted it gone. We didn't want it hiding and lingering after we left. We wanted it to face the boundary we were putting in place. We sat there quietly for a while. The air in the living room felt thick, like the trailer was holding its breath. The candles and incense made the space smell sharp and smoky, but underneath that, the trailer had its own stale, closed-up scent. About half an hour passed. Then we heard the peacock again. Right after that, we heard footsteps on the back porch. Not a light tap, not a random creak. Actual steps. Slow, deliberate, like someone walking up and stopping. Then the back door slowly opened. Not slammed. Slowly. It opened like someone was carefully turning the knob. Then it slowly closed again. But nobody was there. The porch outside was empty. No person, no animal, no shadow shape in the doorway. Just open space and darkness. And then the smell hit us again. That heavy, wet dog smell poured into the room like a wave. Woody's tone changed immediately. "Man, whose dog is that?" he asked, turning his head like he expected to see a real dog sitting behind him. That's when his chair started sliding. Woody was still sitting in it. His feet were not pushing. He didn't scoot it. The chair moved on its own, slowly sliding across the floor like it was being pulled. It wasn't fast. It was almost worse because it was slow, like it wanted us to see it. Like it wasn't trying to hide. Woody looked down at the floor and then back at us, and I could see the skepticism draining out of his face. That look people get when their brain is trying to deny what their eyes are witnessing, but they can't. I didn't say, "See? I told you." That wasn't the moment for that. I simply said, calm as I could manage, "Yeah. I smell it too." Smitty didn't move much, but his jaw tightened. We both knew we had what we came for, confirmation that something was present and active. I gathered myself and focused. In my mind, I pictured a white light. I started small, like the flame of the candle in front of me. That was my anchor. I held the image steady, and then I began to expand it in my thoughts. I prayed as I did it. I didn't try to force fancy words. I asked for protection. I asked for help. I asked that anything trapped and earthbound be released. I asked that anything not human, anything feeding on fear or harm, depart. As I continued, the white light in my mind grew larger. It moved outward from the candle flame image like it was spilling into the room. I pictured it reaching the corners. I pictured it rising into the ceiling. I pictured it sinking into the floor. I pictured it wrapping around the trailer completely, over it, around it, beneath it, like a clean, bright boundary. The air seemed to shift, like the trailer reacted. Suddenly we heard what sounded like someone running across the floor. Not walking. Running. Fast, angry movement, like something was trying to rush away. At the same moment, the wet dog smell grew overpowering, and it moved past Smitty and me like something rushed by. It wasn't just in the room. It traveled like it had direction. Like it was leaving. The back door slammed open and shut again. The peacock cried out again, loud and sharp. And then, it stopped. Not in a way where everything felt perfect and peaceful, but in a way where the pressure released. Like something had been pushed out or forced back. The living room felt lighter, like the air had more room in it. The candles burned steady again. Nobody said much for a minute. Even Woody was quiet, and if you knew Woody, you knew that was significant. He wasn't making jokes now. He wasn't teasing us. He was staring at the floor like he wanted to rewind time and make sense of what he'd just watched. That night was the end of it. Not like we stayed around to test things, or tried to keep provoking whatever it was. We came to do what we came to do, and we were done. We packed up our things and left, and the mood among us was very different than it had been earlier. Woody was never quite the same skeptic again. He didn't become a ghost hunter or anything like that, but he stopped laughing so easily at other people's experiences. After you watch a chair slide across a floor with a full-grown man sitting in it, your mind has to make room for new possibilities, whether you like it or not. Life moved forward, like it always does. Smitty and Jen got married. They had 3 children. One of their kids ended up sharing my birthday, which became another strange little thread tying that weekend to the rest of my life. In 1998, Smitty called me and told me Jen was due on August 2nd. I laughed, because August 2nd is my birthday. I told him, half joking but also completely confident. That's my birthday. She'll be born on my birthday. Smitty didn't like that. He acted irritated, like I had jinxed him. He didn't want the kid to share my birthday because he knew I'd never let him forget it. And then I was right. On both counts. I got a phone call from Smitty at 0230, 2:30 a.m., on July 28, 1998. The call woke me up, and I answered half asleep, expecting an emergency. All Smitty said was, "I hate you." Then he hung up. A few days later, on August 2nd, he called again and gave my wife and me the rest of the details. Jen had a healthy baby girl, and yes, she was born on my birthday. I laughed so hard when I got the full story that my wife told me to calm down. Smitty was annoyed, but it was that friendly kind of annoyed, the kind you feel when you've been proven wrong by someone who won't stop reminding you. Over the years, we drifted apart. I lost track of Woody completely. I don't talk to Smitty much anymore either, which is honestly a shame, because at one point the 3 of us were close like brothers. We had shared a ship, shared a life, shared enough stories to fill a book. But that's how it goes sometimes. You grow up. You move. You build different lives. Friendships that once felt unbreakable slowly turn into old memories and occasional updates. Still, when I think back to Columbus Day weekend in 1992, I don't think about the partying first. I don't think about the hotel, or the dinner, or the jokes. I think about the trailer. I think about that porch light turning on and off before we even entered, like something noticed us approaching. I think about the back door slamming and the peacock crying out. I think about the smell of wet dog that came with every strange moment, like a signature. I think about Woody's face when his chair started sliding while he was still sitting in it. And most of all, I remember how it felt when the pressure in the air finally lifted, like something that didn't belong there had finally been told, clearly, to leave. Funny how things change as you get older. The friendships change. The places change. You change. But some nights stay exactly the same in your mind, no matter how many years pass. This happened just yesterday, and it shook me in a way I honestly didn't expect. What's even stranger is that it pulled up memories I haven't really thought about in years. Now, after about 20 years, I'm sitting here trying to connect dots that I never even realized might be connected. When I was a kid, I grew up in my parents' house, about a 3-hour drive south from where I live now. It was the kind of place you always picture when you think about childhood. Your normal neighborhood, your normal porch, your normal front door that you ran through 1,000 times. Nothing about it looked haunted or creepy. It was just home. But every once in a while, something would happen that didn't fit. One of the clearest things I remember is the footprints. It wasn't an everyday thing. It happened on certain mornings, and I started noticing a pattern. It was usually when it was wet outside. Not just wet, like soaked from a storm, but that kind of moisture you get from morning dew, or after a light rain, or after snow that melted a little and left everything damp and dark. Those were the mornings when the porch would show things clearly, because a dry porch hides a lot. A wet porch doesn't. On those mornings, I would walk out the front door and see small footprints on the porch boards. Shoe prints, not bare feet. And not big, adult-sized ones either. They were small, like they belonged to a kid, maybe 7 or 8 years old, give or take. They would show up in the dampness like somebody had been walking around up there recently, and the moisture made the shape stand out. The weird part was that they didn't match anyone in our house. I didn't have shoes that small. My parents definitely didn't. And I didn't have younger siblings with tiny shoes running around. If anyone had been on the porch, the prints should have been bigger. And if it was just neighborhood kids playing a prank, it didn't really make sense because it wasn't like we had a bunch of kids coming up to our porch early in the morning, leaving prints, and then disappearing without us hearing anything. A lot of the time, I would notice the footprints when I was the first person outside that day. That part stuck with me because it made it harder to blame on someone in my house. I'd be the first one to step out, and yet there would already be prints there, like someone had already done a lap around our porch before the day even started. What made it even stranger was how calm I felt about it back then. If I saw something like that now, I'd probably stand there for a minute trying to make sense of it, checking the yard, looking for tracks leading up to the porch, wondering if someone had been around the house at night. But as a kid, it didn't really scare me. I remember thinking it was interesting more than anything. Like a mystery I didn't have the tools to solve. I would try to come up with explanations in my head. Maybe it was from the day before and I just didn't notice. Maybe some visitor had a kid with them. Maybe some neighbor kid had stepped up there for a second. But even as I thought those things, they didn't fully fit. They were the kind of explanations you tell yourself because they sound normal, not because they actually answer the question. I also remember another incident from around that same time in my childhood that stuck with me for different reasons. One Sunday morning, my family and I were getting ready for church. It was one of those busy mornings where everyone is trying to get dressed at the same time. People are calling out questions, someone is looking for shoes, and you're trying not to be late. The house had that rushed, noisy energy. Doors opening and shutting, water running, voices moving from room to room. At some point, I happened to look outside toward a large pine tree we had. It was tall and thick, and it always looked darker inside the branches because pine needles block a lot of light. For a second, I saw a figure in the tree. A person. The thing that jumped out immediately was the red shirt. It was like my eyes locked onto that color. Red doesn't blend into pine branches, so it stood out fast. I remember the shape of a body sitting or standing in the tree, like someone was up in there watching the house. It was only a quick moment. I looked away for a second and then looked again, and it was gone. Just like that. I told my parents right away, because to me it felt serious. I wasn't thinking, ghost. I was thinking, someone is out there. Someone is in our tree. But my parents brushed it off. They acted like it was nothing. Like I probably misread shadows and branches. Or maybe I was half distracted and my imagination filled in the rest. And because I was a kid, I didn't have the confidence to fight them on it. Adults have a way of making you doubt yourself even when you know what you saw. I remember walking out to the car with my parents, still thinking about it, and looking up into the pine tree again. I didn't see anyone. No movement, no red shirt, nothing. So even I started to think, maybe I really did imagine it. Maybe it was just the way the branches shifted. Maybe my brain turned a shadow into a person for a second. We went to church like normal. But when we came home, our house had been robbed. That moment hit me hard. I remember the feeling of walking in and immediately sensing something was wrong. The way the house looked slightly off. The way the energy didn't feel like home. The way you could tell someone had been inside who didn't belong there. Things had been taken. Things were disturbed. It wasn't just a "we lost something" situation. It was the kind of robbery where you feel violated, because someone was in your space, touching your stuff, moving through rooms that are supposed to be private. And instantly, my mind went back to the pine tree. I thought that was him. That's what I saw. The person in the red shirt. The one watching our house. The one waiting until we left. I told the police what I had seen. I explained it as best as I could, a figure in the pine tree, red shirt, quick glimpse, then gone. I wanted them to take it seriously. I wanted it to matter, because it suddenly felt like a clue. But again, because I was a small child, people brushed it off. Not in a cruel way, but in that adult way where they nod politely and file it away as kids say things. They didn't treat it like reliable information. And I understand why, logically. Kids can misunderstand what they see. Memories can be messy. But that didn't change the fact that I remembered it clearly, and it bothered me for a long time. Over the years, I didn't forget those moments, but I stopped thinking about them daily. Life moved on. We didn't get robbed every week. The world didn't turn into a horror movie. The footprints would show up sometimes, and then they wouldn't. The pine tree memory stayed in the back of my head like something unfinished, something I couldn't prove. Then yesterday happened. Yesterday morning, my girlfriend, who lives with me, went outside to let the dog out. It was one of those mornings where the air felt damp again, like the ground and the porch were holding on to moisture. I was still inside when I heard her voice. She didn't sound casual. She sounded concerned. She called out to me and told me there were wet footprints all over the porch. The moment she said that, it hit me like someone flipped a switch in my head. Those childhood memories came rushing back so fast it was almost dizzying. I hadn't thought about those footprints in a long time, and suddenly I could see them in my mind like I was standing on my parents' porch again. I asked her immediately, without even thinking about how weird it sounded. "Are they small footprints? Like a kid's footprints?" She paused for half a second and said yes. That made my chest tighten. I went outside to look for myself. And when I saw them, I felt that same strange mix of curiosity and unease I had felt as a kid, but now, as an adult, I also felt something else, recognition. They looked like the same type of prints. Small shoe prints in dampness, showing up where they shouldn't be. Not a huge boot print. Not a random smear. Clear steps, like a child walking across the porch. And I stood there staring at them, thinking, how is this happening again? How am I seeing the same thing in a completely different place, years later, with a completely different life? That's what started the mental spiral. Because I can ignore something weird if it happens once. But when something follows the same pattern over decades, when it looks familiar, when it repeats, then it starts to feel like it's connected to you, not just to a location. After I saw those footprints again, I started thinking about other parts of my life, and especially about my girlfriend. I've been with her for about 5 years now. Since the day I met her, it has honestly felt like she's been carrying heavy bad luck. I'm not saying that in some dramatic, everything is cursed way, but in a real way where it seemed like one thing after another would go wrong for her, over and over, in different areas of her life. It got to a point where we actually started looking into ways to remove bad energy, curses, bad spirits, anything like that. Not because we were trying to be trendy or pretend we were in a movie, but because when you watch a person get hit repeatedly with problems, you start wondering if there's more to it than random chance. On top of the bad luck, she has also experienced things that felt paranormal. She has told me about hearing someone whisper her name directly into her ear when nobody was there. Not a sound from another room. Not someone calling from outside. A whisper, close, personal, like someone leaning in. She has also had moments where objects moved in ways that didn't make sense. Like a coffee cup being knocked or smacked out of her hand and flying across the room. Not slipping. Not tipping. It felt to her like someone hit it. And when she described it with that specific kind of confusion people have when they know what happened but can't explain it. Since we moved into this new place, there have been small things too. Not every day, not constant, but enough to notice. Lights going off and on. The TV turning itself off. Weird feelings that come and go, like the air in the room changes mood for no reason. It's usually subtle, like a tap on the shoulder of your awareness, something that makes you pause and look around. Most of the time, we can brush it off because it's not happening non-stop. It's once in a while. But every once in a while becomes part of a bigger picture when you start stacking them together. And the night before we found the footprints, my girlfriend mentioned something that stuck with me after the fact. She told me she felt a cold draft that was only on her. Not in the room. Not blowing across the whole couch. Just on her. Like someone had walked by and brought cold air with them. She said it felt weird enough that she noticed it right away, and she couldn't find a reason for it. At the time, it was just another strange moment. But then we found the footprints the next morning, and suddenly I couldn't stop replaying everything. Now I'm trying to piece it all together, and I keep circling back to one big question. What if those footprints have been following me? Not just appearing at my parents' house, but appearing around me wherever I live. Because yesterday's footprints look too much like the ones from my childhood to ignore. So here's the theory I can't stop thinking about, even though I don't know if I want it to be true. Is it possible those footprints belong to some kind of spirit that has attached itself to me? And if that's true, what kind of spirit is it? A part of me wonders if it could even be protective, in a strange way. Like maybe it's been around me for a long time, watching the house, staying near the porch like it's guarding the place. That idea sounds crazy when I say it out loud, but then I think about the pattern, wet mornings, small footprints, the fact that they don't match anyone who lives there, the fact that they show up even when you're the first one outside. It makes me wonder if something is walking the porch like a routine, like a guard. And then I think about my girlfriend and all the bad luck and strange experiences around her, and another uncomfortable thought shows up. What if something around me feels threatened by her? What if whatever has been around me doesn't like her being close to me, living with me, sharing my space? What if the weird incidents and bad luck she's had are because something is reacting to her, or reacting to the fact that she's part of my life now? I don't know if that's true. I don't know if that's even fair to think. And I don't want to blame everything on a spirit, because life can be messy and unlucky without anything supernatural involved. But I also can't ignore the timing. I can't ignore the fact that my girlfriend, without knowing anything about my childhood, walked outside yesterday morning and found the same kind of wet footprints I remember seeing when I was a kid. And now I'm stuck between two feelings. One part of me wants answers. I want to know what this is, if it's real, if it's connected to me, if it's connected to her, if it's connected to the places we live. I want to understand why it shows up on porches, why it shows up in wet conditions, why it's always small like a child's steps. But another part of me doesn't want to know too much, because once you start pulling on a thread like that, you might find something you can't unsee. So now I'm left with these questions spinning in my head. If something has been around me since childhood, why? If it's protective, what is it protecting me from? If it isn't protective, what does it want? And if my girlfriend is being hit with bad luck and strange activity, is it because something is already attached to her? Or because something attached to me doesn't want her here? I don't have a solid answer yet. All I have is yesterday morning's wet footprints on my porch, and a memory from decades ago that suddenly doesn't feel like just a weird childhood thing anymore. It was last month when I went on a camping trip with a few friends. It was a birthday and also a kind of end-of-summer plan for all of us to relax together before life got busy again. We decided to go to the Great Sand Dunes, and honestly, when we arrived, the place looked amazing. Huge open sand dunes, mountains in the distance, and that wide sky that makes you feel very small in a peaceful way. But when we reached the main camping area, we quickly realized we were not the only ones with this idea. It looked like almost everyone had decided to come that same weekend. Every spot in the campground was taken. Tents were packed so close together that it almost felt like there was no real privacy at all. In some areas, it looked like you were only 10 to 15 feet away from strangers on both sides. We all looked at each other and agreed that this was not the kind of camping experience we wanted. We did not want to spend the night in a crowded place where every sound, every movement, and every conversation could be heard by everyone else. So after a little discussion, we decided to look for something more quiet and more private. We drove around the area for a while, hoping to find a better spot. After some time, we found a place called Oasis Campgrounds. It was a bit farther away, maybe a mile or a mile and a half back from the main area, but it looked much better than the crowded sites we had just seen. When we arrived there, the difference was obvious right away. It was calmer, more open, and felt much more natural. There were fewer people, more trees, and a lot more space between campsites. It felt peaceful in a way that made all of us relax a little. We slowly drove around to pick the best possible spot. After some searching, we found a nice flat area near a tree. It felt like the perfect place to set up camp, so we all agreed and started unloading our gear. My boyfriend and I worked together on setting up our tent. It had been a very long time since I had gone camping, and for him, it had been even longer. He had not been camping since he was a child. Because of that, we had to buy everything new. The tent, sleeping bags, and all the small equipment were brand new. The tent itself had never even been taken out of its box or plastic wrapping before this trip. It was completely fresh and unused. We carefully followed the instructions and slowly put everything together. It took some time, but eventually we managed to set the tent up properly. Once it was standing, we placed the front mat at the entrance so we could keep things clean when entering and exiting. After that, I walked away for just a moment to find a rock or something heavy enough to hold the mat down so the wind would not move it. It was only a short moment. I was not gone for more than a minute. When I came back, I immediately noticed something strange. The mat had moved slightly from where we placed it. At first I thought the wind might have shifted it, since it was a bit breezy out there. But when I looked closer, I froze. On the bottom side of the mat, there was a footprint. A very clear, very detailed footprint of a human foot. It was not blurry or unclear. It looked like a perfect imprint in the dirt. Even more surprising was the shape of it. It looked like a woman's foot, small and defined. We all looked at it carefully. There were only 3 of us there at the time. Me, my boyfriend, and our friend. I was the only female in the group. All of us were wearing shoes the entire time. None of us had taken our shoes off, not even for a moment. It was also quite cold, and the ground was not something you would walk on barefoot anyway. That made the footprint even more confusing. What made it more strange was that the mat itself was brand new. It had just been taken out of the packaging. It had never been used before, never stepped on, and never placed anywhere except that exact spot. There was no logical way for a clean footprint like that to suddenly appear underneath it. My boyfriend looked at it for a while and seemed a bit uneasy. After a few seconds he decided he did not want to deal with it anymore and picked up the mat. He put it inside the trunk of the car without saying much. We did not really discuss it too deeply after that. We just kind of moved on because we still had a lot of things to do, like setting up the rest of the camp and starting a fire. As the evening went on, we tried to forget about the footprint. We focused on cooking food, talking, and enjoying the night. Eventually, my boyfriend and I decided to go to bed early because we were tired from the drive and setting everything up. The tent felt cozy enough, and we fell asleep without much trouble. Sometime during the night, I woke up suddenly. I don't know what time it was exactly, but it felt very late, maybe around 3 in the morning. The campground was very quiet at that point. Everything felt still and dark outside. That's when I started hearing something outside the tent. At first, I thought it might be our friend walking around or checking something. But the sound did not feel like a normal adult walking. The footsteps were small, quick, and light. Almost like something much smaller was moving around us. It started circling the tent slowly. I lay still and tried to listen carefully. My boyfriend was still asleep next to me. I thought maybe it could be an animal, like a fox or a small wild creature. But the sound did not really match any animal I could think of. It moved in a strange pattern, going around the tent again and again without stopping. Then it stopped near my side of the tent. Right at that moment, I heard another sound. It sounded like two small rocks being rubbed together and then lightly tapped. It was a very unusual sound, and it immediately made me feel uncomfortable. I did not understand what I was hearing or why it was happening so close to us. The strange thing was that it stayed there for a long time. It was not just a quick moment. It continued moving around the tent, stopping at different sides, and making that same scratching or tapping sound. It felt like it was intentionally staying close to us, almost like it was observing or circling. After some time, I woke my boyfriend up and asked him if he could hear it too. He listened quietly and said yes, he could hear it clearly. That made me feel both relieved and more scared at the same time. At least I was not imagining it, but now it was confirmed that something was really outside. We both lay there in silence, listening. It felt like the sound went on forever. It was hard to tell how much time passed, but it felt like hours. We tried not to move too much or make noise, hoping whatever it was would just go away. At one point, something strange happened that I still remember clearly. When I sat up slightly, the sound seemed like it was on my boyfriend's side of the tent. But the moment I laid back down, it sounded like it had moved directly behind me. My boyfriend said he experienced the same thing from his side. It was like the sound was shifting depending on where we focused our attention. Neither of us could sleep that night. We just stayed awake, listening, waiting, and hoping morning would come soon. Finally, after what felt like a very long night, the sky slowly started to lighten. As soon as the first light of morning appeared, the sound completely stopped. There was no gradual fading. It just ended. The next morning, we talked about it with our friend. He said he also heard something during the night, but it only lasted a short time for him and was not as intense as what we experienced. Still, it confirmed that we were not the only ones noticing strange things around the campsite. Later that day, more friends arrived to join us. The campsite became more active and less quiet. Because of everything that had happened, my boyfriend and I decided to move our tent to another spot. It was partly because of the strange experience, and partly because the ground we were on was not very comfortable to sleep on. One of our friends decided to use the same spot where our tent had originally been placed. We told him about the footprint and the sounds, but we were not sure if he took it seriously or not. The second night was very different. There were more people, more noise, and more activity. People were talking, laughing, and drinking, so the atmosphere felt completely changed. Because of all the distraction, if anything unusual happened that night, we did not really notice it. We tried to think back to the footprint on the mat, and whether it could have had a normal explanation. Some people suggested that maybe it was caused by moisture or pressure from the ground and that the shape formed naturally. But it still did not fully make sense to us, especially because of how clean and detailed it looked and the fact that no one had stepped on it. Even now, I still think about that night sometimes. I try to explain it logically, but I also remember how real it felt at the time. The combination of the footprint and the strange nighttime sounds made it one of those experiences that stays in your mind, even if you are not sure what to believe about it. I have often said that we never really know who our true teachers are. We tend to assume that teaching comes from people with qualifications, age, or experience in a subject. We look for authority, for knowledge, for someone we believe is supposed to know more than us. But life has a way of proving otherwise. Sometimes the clearest lessons come from the least expected places, from moments we do not prepare for, and from voices we think we are simply supposed to guide rather than listen to. A few nights ago, I had one of those moments. Those who have read other experiences I have shared before might notice that this one feels a little different in tone. That is because this is not something I am trying to analyze or explain in an abstract way. It is simply something that happened inside my own home, and I can only describe it the way I lived it. I have a 5-year-old son who sometimes comes into our bed at night. He does not always sleep through the night in his own room. There is something in his room that occasionally makes noise, and when it wakes him up and he cannot settle back down, he quietly walks into our room. He never wakes his father when he does this. He just climbs in and settles down between us, finding a kind of quiet safety there. Because I am usually already half awake at that point, those moments often turn into small conversations between us. My sleep is interrupted anyway, so instead of just lying there, we sometimes talk softly in the dark. It is during those quiet hours that he tends to say things that surprise me the most. On this particular night, we were both lying on our backs, staring up at the ceiling fan slowly turning above us. The room was dim, lit only by a soft night light. Everything felt calm in that half-asleep way that nights often do. Then, out of nowhere, he whispered, "You okay, Mama?" I answered, "Yes, are you okay?" He paused for a moment and then said, "No. But I'm little. I got lots of problems." His words made me smile a little. "Like what kind of problems?" he said very simply. "I get treated like a baby," I replied gently. "Oh, I hope you don't think Mama treats you like a baby. I try to treat you like a little man." He stayed quiet for a second and then said, "I know. But sometimes big people forget." I laughed softly and said, "That's true. It's hard sometimes. I only met you 6 years ago. That still makes you very young in my book." Without hesitation, he replied, "Time to turn the page, Mama." That response caught me completely off guard. I actually let out a small surprised laugh because I was not expecting something so thoughtful from him in that moment. It sounded simple, but it carried a weight I did not expect from a child his age. I asked him, "What are you thinking about?" He said, "You are confused." That was even more direct. I admitted, "Yes, I am a little confused. I read something today that I am having trouble understanding. It's about how things that feel black and white sometimes turn into gray areas." He stayed quiet, listening. Then he asked, "Can I ask something?" "Of course," I said. He said, "Do you mind?" I told him, "No, I don't mind. I have plenty of time." We stayed like that for a while, just talking. I will not repeat the entire conversation word for word, but I can say that what came next shifted something in the way I saw the world that night. We began talking about the room itself, about light and shadows, about how the ceiling fan moved slowly above us, casting shifting shapes across the ceiling, about how the night light created bright and dark areas in the corners of the room. At some point, I mentioned something I had recently read about shadow people. I was not speaking from experience, only curiosity and uncertainty. I was trying to make sense of ideas I had come across, but had never truly understood in real life. He listened carefully, then pointed toward the night light. He said, "The light around the light is reflection. A little far away from it, it melts into shadow. Then the rest of the wall is just shadow." The way he explained it was simple, almost too simple, but also strangely accurate in a way that made me pause. I pointed toward the window and the shapes cast on the ceiling. Outside, there was a tree across the street and a streetlight nearby. The light from it came through the window and created shifting shapes inside the room. Some parts looked darker than others. Some angles made things appear longer or closer than they actually were. I said, "Look at that shadow. The tree outside looks almost like it's too tall, like it's stretching upward more than it really is." He looked at it for a moment, and then at me with a very serious expression, almost like I had missed something obvious. He said, "Mama, do you really think that is the shadow of the tree?" I explained again, pointing out what I thought I was seeing. I tried to make sense of it the way an adult usually does, breaking it down into logic and observation. I pointed at the blinds, the window frame, and the way the light was coming through the glass. But he interrupted me gently, and said something that stayed with me. He said, "If you could lift the window like a sheet, and slide it up without changing anything, that light would be coming from across the street. The tree you think is outside is only the bottom part. And the darker shapes are not outside. They are just shadows from the curtains you forgot to tie." I stared at him for a moment, unsure how he had described it so clearly. He continued, "The moving shadow you think is outside is not outside. It is just light and reflection mixing. The branches are not even moving." I looked again. And then I really looked. I asked quietly, "How do you know that?" He just said, "Because I can see it." Then something strange happened, not loud or dramatic, but subtle in a way that made it feel even more unsettling to me. As he spoke, he said softly, "You can move now." And for a moment, I noticed that my attention had been so fixed on the shadows that I had almost forgotten everything else. The shapes on the wall seemed to shift slightly, not in a supernatural way, but in the way light always does when you finally stop focusing on fear and start observing carefully. He asked it, almost casually, "Can you wiggle?" And in that moment, I realized what was happening. Nothing was responding in a supernatural sense. Nothing was alive in the way I had feared. It was the combination of light, movement, wind outside, and my own anxious attention turning ordinary shadows into something larger than they were. But emotionally, in that half-awake state, it had felt completely different. At that point, I had already moved myself higher against the headboard without realizing it. My body had reacted before my mind had fully caught up. I remember feeling a strange fear that I could not fully explain, even though part of me was trying to stay rational. My son, on the other hand, was completely calm. When he finished talking, he simply turned over and went back to sleep as if nothing unusual had happened at all. I stayed awake. I kept watching the room for a long time, noticing how everything slowly returned to normal when I stopped overanalyzing it. The shadows stopped feeling like something separate from the objects that created them. They became what they always were: light, angles, and movement interacting in a dark room. Before he fell asleep, I told him quietly that there are nights when I hear small things in the house that I cannot explain right away. Sounds like tapping on walls, doors that seem to shift, small noises that feel louder in the silence of night than they do during the day. He listened but did not seem surprised. I asked him, "Does that ever happen to you too?" He said, "Yes. But it's just the house talking." That answer stayed with me longer than anything else. I told him, "Sometimes I think I hear things like a car door outside, or someone moving in the kitchen when no one is there." He said, "That's because it's quiet. Quiet makes everything louder." I did not have a response to that at the time. Not because I disagreed, but because it felt like something very simple had been explained in a way I had never fully considered before. Before falling asleep, he asked me one last question. He said, "Mama, do we have to know everything to be okay here?" I said softly, "No. We don't." Then he said, "Then we are already okay." After that, he fell asleep very quickly, like children do when their minds are finally at rest. I, however, did not. I stayed awake for a long time, sitting slightly upright in bed, watching the shifting shadows on the walls. But this time, they did not feel threatening. They just felt like shadows again. And I realized something that night that I had not expected to learn from a child. Sometimes fear is not created by what is actually there, but by how closely we stare at it without understanding it. I have always believed that we never really know who our teachers are. We assume that lessons come from books, experience, age, or formal knowledge, but in reality, understanding often comes in unexpected ways. Sometimes it comes through people we do not expect, in moments that feel ordinary until later reflection reveals something deeper. Recently, a close friend of mine shared something with me that he had been going through. He had been experiencing a series of visions, images that did not fully make sense to him. He described them in detail, and while listening, I found myself unsure how to interpret what he was saying. Some of the imagery felt confusing, even fragmented, and I did not feel confident giving him a response on my own. Because of that, I asked another family member to look at what he had shared and help me understand it from a different perspective. What came out of that discussion was not just an interpretation, but something that turned into a lesson. A very simple one in structure, but surprisingly deep in meaning. My son, who is still very young, was present during this conversation. With his permission, I am sharing what he said because it formed the center of what we all began to understand. He listened to my friend, Frank, and then spoke in a calm and natural way, as if he was simply explaining something obvious. He said, "You are growing. These are growing pains that you are seeing. Some of the pictures that you can see are pictures of where you once were. You do not remember them because you are old. When you were young, all of this was in your life. All those people. All those places. All those feelings were yours. Now you have to group them. You have to find out where the people fit into the places. All of them you were with sometime, you just have to fold the pages." That phrase, "fold the pages," stood out to me immediately. It sounded simple, but it also felt symbolic. I asked him what he meant by it, and he tried to explain it in a very visual way. He said it was like taking a piece of paper, drawing a picture on it, and then folding it in different ways. When you fold it, the picture changes. Parts overlap, parts disappear, and new shapes form depending on how it is folded. Yet it is still the same original drawing underneath everything. According to him, our lives work in a similar way. The folds represent different parts of experience. Some folds are large, some are small, and some overlap each other in ways that are not always easy to separate. He added something that stayed with me. He said the folds of life can be many, but even when the picture looks compressed or complicated, it is still one picture. No matter how small or layered it becomes, it still represents life as a whole. I decided to try something practical after hearing this. I took a piece of paper and drew a simple sketch of the front of our house. It was not detailed or artistic in any way, just enough to recognize what it was meant to represent. I wanted to understand what he meant by folding it and how the meaning might change. I folded the paper once and looked at it. Then I folded it again. Each time I folded it, more of the drawing disappeared into itself. My son watched carefully and occasionally nodded as if I was either on the right track or still missing something. At one point, he said calmly, "Yes, that is closer, but you need more folds. This is not your first life." That statement caught me off guard. I did not respond immediately. I just looked at him, trying to understand how he was thinking about this. He continued watching as I kept folding the paper. I did not follow any strict method. I simply folded it in whatever way felt natural. After several folds, the paper had become a narrow strip. Most of the original drawing was no longer visible. Only small fragments remained, a corner of the roof, part of a window, and a small section of a bush. As I stared at it, trying to make sense of what I was supposed to learn, he said something else that added another layer to his explanation. He said not all lives follow a straight line. Some go across others, some overlap, and some hide parts of other lines. That idea made the concept even more abstract, but also strangely structured, as if everything still had order even if it was not immediately visible. At that moment, my husband walked into the room. We were so focused on the conversation that we had not even noticed him standing there for a moment. My son suggested that we ask him what he thought. My husband listened quietly, looked at the folded paper, and then gave his own interpretation. He said that the shortest distance between 2 points might be a straight line, but the closest connection between lives is not always that simple. According to him, lives are not just straight paths, but interconnected experiences that meet and separate in ways we do not always notice. Then he took a blank sheet of paper and folded it himself. He pointed to the center fold and described it as a point of creation. Everything else on the paper, according to him, represented points of existence that branch out from that origin. When the paper was unfolded, he explained that every line and mark still existed, even if it had been reshaped by folding. My son listened carefully, and then asked him to identify parts of the drawing after it had been folded and partially reshaped. My husband did, pointing out small fragments and explaining how they still related to the original image. Then my son asked a simple but important question: how do you know what something is if you were not told? That question changed the direction of the conversation again. My husband explained that much of what we recognize in life is taught to us. We learn what things are through experience, instruction, and repetition. Without that, even familiar things would be unknown. Then my son added something that connected everything in his own way. He said that sometimes, in his view, people experience things in layers. In his explanation, when someone sleeps or dreams, it is like moving through different folds of existence. In those layers, people may encounter memories, places, or ideas that feel real even if they are not fully understood in waking life. He described it in a very simple way, saying that people do not always realize they are moving through different, flat spaces within the folds. According to him, these spaces are connected, even if they feel separate. At this point, my husband and I were both trying to follow his logic, even though it did not fit into any structured way of thinking we were used to. My son remained calm throughout, speaking as if he was describing something natural and obvious. He said that sometimes people need physical objects, like paper or string, to understand abstract ideas. He believed that holding something tangible helps the mind visualize complex structures more clearly. That is why, in his view, folding paper helped explain how layers of experience might exist together. The conversation eventually settled into a quieter space after that. We were no longer trying to force meaning from it. Instead, we simply observed it as a way of thinking that belonged to him, something shaped by imagination, perception, and the way children often connect ideas in unexpected ways. After everything, I sat quietly for a while, thinking about what had been said. Whether one interprets it literally or symbolically, the experience itself felt meaningful in a way that is difficult to describe. It was not about proving anything or defining reality. It was more about the way understanding can appear in forms we do not always expect. Sometimes lessons do not come in structured explanations. Sometimes they come in folded pieces of paper, simple drawings, and conversations that seem ordinary until you look back at them and realize how much they made you think. One night when I was younger, my mom and my 2 aunts went out to a bar and left us kids at home. The oldest cousin with us was about 18, so she was trusted to babysit everyone. We were all staying together in the same house that night, and even though it was supposed to be normal, it turned into one of the strangest nights I can remember. Earlier in the evening, we had been watching a scary movie on TV. We all liked horror movies back then, even though they made us nervous. We would act brave, laugh at the scary parts, and then later regret it when it was time to go to sleep. That night was no different. By the time the movie ended, it was already late, and the house felt a little too quiet. The babysitter told us it was time for bed and that we needed to go upstairs and settle down. Nobody really wanted to move. After watching that movie, even simple sounds in the house felt different. Every small creak or shadow seemed a bit more serious than usual. But we had no choice, so one by one we started going upstairs. The staircase led us to a hallway where the bathroom was right at the top. Everyone always talked about that bathroom like it was creepy. Some of the older cousins said they had seen things in there before, like glowing eyes or strange shapes in the mirror. I had never seen anything myself, but just hearing those stories made me uneasy. As we climbed the stairs, we all slowed down near the bathroom door. It was dark, and the light from downstairs barely reached that part of the hallway. One of my cousins whispered that she had once seen a pair of glowing red eyes inside the bathroom when she was younger. Another cousin said she saw an old woman standing in the doorway with long thin hair, just staring at her. I tried to laugh it off, but I could feel my heart beating faster the closer we got to it. We finally made it past the bathroom and into the hallway where the bedrooms were. Upstairs there were 5 bedrooms, and downstairs there were 2 more where the adults usually slept. My mom and my aunt stayed downstairs that night, while we kids were all upstairs. We all went into different rooms, But a few of us ended up in the same one because we didn't want to be alone. Even after lying down in bed, none of us could fall asleep right away. We kept talking quietly, trying to distract ourselves. We talked about old memories, like the trailer I used to live in and the old farmhouse my cousins used to live in when they were younger. Everyone seemed to have their own strange stories. Some were small things, like hearing footsteps or seeing shadows, and others were harder to explain. The more we talked, the more nervous we all became without even realizing it. After a while, things started to get quieter. Our voices faded, and it felt like everyone was finally starting to drift off. That's when we heard something that made all of us freeze. At first, it sounded like someone screaming downstairs. It wasn't clear what was being said, just a loud and sharp noise that came from below us. It didn't sound like TV or normal talking. It sounded real, like someone was in trouble. My cousin closest to me sat up immediately, and without saying much, we all decided to go check it out. We slowly got out of bed and walked toward the stairs. The house was dark except for a few small lights from outside coming through the windows. Every step we took felt heavier than normal. When we reached the top of the stairs, we all stopped for a second before looking down. Downstairs, in the living room, we saw something that didn't make sense at first. There were 4 elderly women sitting on the couch. They were all wearing old-fashioned nightgowns, and they were sitting still, facing the television. They weren't moving or talking. They just sat there like they belonged in the house. The strange part was that the babysitter, the same cousin who was supposed to be watching us, was also there. She was asleep on the couch near them, lying on her stomach like nothing was wrong. It didn't look like she noticed them at all. It felt like she was completely unaware of their presence. We were all confused and scared at the same time. Nobody said anything at first. We just stood there at the top of the stairs, trying to understand what we were looking at. My cousin grabbed my arm tightly, and I could feel she was shaking. Then one of the women on the couch turned her head slightly, just enough to make us all panic. That's when we all ran. We turned and rushed back up the stairs as fast as we could. But as we reached the hallway again, things got worse. The bathroom light, which had been off before, started flickering on and off by itself. The hallway suddenly felt colder. And then we saw it. The same old woman that my cousin had described earlier was standing in the bathroom doorway. Her hair was long and thin, hanging down around her face. She wasn't moving, but she was there, blocking part of the hallway. That was enough for all of us. My cousins started crying, and I grabbed one of their hands. We were trapped between going back downstairs where the 4 women were sitting, or going forward past the bathroom where this figure stood. Everything felt wrong. I closed my eyes for a moment, and just ran. I didn't even think about where I was going. I just pulled my cousin with me and ran straight into the bedroom. Behind me, I could hear one of my cousins still screaming on the stairs. It felt like everything was happening at once, too fast to understand. A few seconds later, the babysitter came rushing upstairs, asking what was wrong. We tried to explain, but we were all too scared and out of breath. When she checked downstairs, everything looked normal again. The couch was empty, and there was no sign of any old women at all. She didn't believe what we were saying. She thought we were just scared from the movie. We eventually went back to our rooms, but nobody really slept after that. The house felt strange for the rest of the night. Every sound made us jump. Every shadow looked different. Sometime later, just before morning light, we all woke up again. None of us had really slept. We decided to go downstairs quietly and see if anything had changed. When we got to the kitchen, we noticed something sitting on top of the garbage can. It was a book, but not just any book. It looked like a book about witchcraft or something similar. Nobody wanted to touch it. We just stared at it for a while, not knowing what to think. When my aunt came into the kitchen later, she saw it too. She didn't say anything at first, but her face changed. Something about it made her uncomfortable. She picked it up and took it away without explaining anything. After that morning, nobody really talked about what happened. My aunt told us not to bring it up again and to forget about it. The whole thing was just left in silence, like it never happened. But for me and my cousins, it was impossible to forget. Even now, I still remember that night clearly. The movie, the walk upstairs, the bathroom, the voices, the women on the couch, and the feeling of being trapped in the hallway. Whether it was something real or just fear mixed with imagination, I don't know. But it felt real enough at the time to stay with me all these years. Some nights still remind me of it when a house gets too quiet, or when shadows move in the corner of my eye. And even though time has passed, I still remember how it felt to stand in that hallway, not knowing what was real and what wasn't. I'm not sure who this presence is or what it looks like, but I've always felt like it mostly stays in our backyard. It doesn't seem to come inside the house very often. My older sister once said she saw someone walking across the yard toward the side gate at dusk. She couldn't see the figure clearly because the light was fading, but she was sure it looked like a man. The strange part is that there is no real entry point to the yard from the direction he was coming from. When she went to follow him, there was no one there at all, as if he had just disappeared. We also have 2 cats, and they are usually calm and relaxed when they are inside the house. Most of the time they either want attention, or they sleep somewhere quietly. But when they go outside into the yard alone, their behavior sometimes changes completely. Every now and then they suddenly get scared for no clear reason. They run back and forth at full speed, their fur standing up and their backs arched, reacting to something that none of us can see. It's hard to tell if they are chasing something or trying to escape from something. But either way, they don't behave like that anywhere else. Because of this, I don't think the presence is aggressive or trying to harm anyone. It doesn't feel loud or demanding. In fact, it almost feels like something that just exists quietly in the background most of the time. Sometimes it does so little that I think I would forget about it completely if it weren't for the strange reactions from the cats or the small things my sister has seen. Because of that, I never expected anything like it to actually interact with me directly. The specific incident I remember happened on July 12, 2006. The room I sleep in now used to be my brother's room until about a year before that. At first, I wanted my sister's old room because both of them had already moved out, but somehow I ended up taking my brother's room instead. Over time I got used to it, and even started liking it. School had just finished a couple of weeks earlier, so I was still adjusting to summer break. I had gotten used to turning my alarm off and sleeping in. That morning I woke up early out of habit, feeling a bit confused and thinking I might be late for school. Then I remembered it was Wednesday, and when I checked the clock, it was just after 8 a.m. Since I didn't need to be anywhere, I decided to stay in bed longer. I didn't really feel like getting up, even though I knew I probably wouldn't fall asleep again easily. After some time, I was lying on my side with my eyes closed, not really asleep but also not fully awake, just thinking about whether I should get up or stay in bed longer. My door was slightly open, like it usually is at night or in the morning, so my cats can come and go freely. While I was lying there, I heard the door slowly push open a little wider. Then I heard the floor creak, as if someone was walking carefully into my room and moving toward my bed. At first I assumed it was my mom. She often comes in to wake me up if I sleep too late, and she tends to walk very quietly, so the creaking floorboards are usually the only warning I get that she is there. I even remember thinking to myself that it was just her, and that I should probably pretend to still be asleep for a bit longer. The footsteps kept coming slowly closer, and then they suddenly stopped halfway into the room. After a short pause, I opened my eyes, expecting to see her standing there. But there was no one in the room. That surprised me, but I didn't immediately feel afraid. I just thought it was probably the house making noise like old houses sometimes do. I closed my eyes again and tried to ignore it. But then I heard the creaking start again. This time it felt different. The sound continued moving closer in a slow, steady way, like someone was walking right up to the side of my bed. It got closer and closer until it felt like the person was standing just a couple of feet away from me. Then there was a pause again, like whoever it was had stopped right beside me. For a moment, everything went completely still. Then there were two quick creaks, like a sudden movement, almost as if something had quickly leaned or jumped forward. Right after that, I felt a hand press firmly against the side of my head. It wasn't painful or rough, but it was strong enough to keep my head from moving. It held me down against the pillow. At the same time, I felt a sudden burst of air on my face, like someone leaning in very close and exhaling right in front of me. That feeling made it impossible for me to open my eyes again. It was as if something was right in front of my face, blocking me from doing it. I was scared, but at the same time I remember feeling strangely calm and aware. A part of me wondered if I had somehow fallen asleep again and was dreaming, but everything felt too physical and too real. I tried to move my head, and I could clearly feel resistance, like something was holding it in place. It didn't feel like a normal hand, though. It felt almost like pressure made out of air, something that had shape and force but not a normal body or temperature. There was no warmth in it, but it also wasn't cold. It just felt empty, like pressure without heat. The breath I felt on my face was the same way. It wasn't warm or cold, just there. I also couldn't speak. I tried a few times to call out, but my mouth wouldn't properly open and no sound would come out. That made the situation feel even more trapped. Then I heard a voice. It was very faint and rough, like someone speaking with difficulty breathing. It said, "It's time to get up." The voice seemed to come from right in front of me, but at the same time it felt like it was echoing inside my head more than through the room itself. Strangely, hearing it actually made me less afraid. It no longer felt random or chaotic. It felt like something was trying to communicate a message. I remember thinking that I should ask why, but I still couldn't speak. The voice repeated again. "It's time to get up." Inside my mind I asked, why should I? The response came almost immediately. Why not? That moment actually unsettled me less than it should have. It felt oddly familiar, like the tone matched my own way of thinking sometimes when I do things without much reason. I've always had moments where I act on impulse, and I often respond to questions with, "Why not?" even when it doesn't make sense. Hearing that same kind of response from whatever this was made it feel less like an attack and more like a strange conversation. The voice kept repeating, "It's time to get up," over and over again, between pauses of breath. I tried again to respond or understand it, but nothing worked. So instead I tried to do what it was asking. I tried to sit up or move my head, but the pressure was still holding me down. I remember thinking in frustration that I couldn't get up if something was physically keeping me down. The moment I thought that clearly, everything stopped. The pressure on my head disappeared. The presence of the hand was gone. The breath in front of my face was gone. The voice was gone. It all vanished instantly, as if it had never been there. I immediately sat up in bed, suddenly feeling alert and uneasy. When I looked at the clock, it was 8:32 a.m. I had the strong feeling that I was being watched, like something was still in the room or just outside it. I didn't want to stay there anymore, so I quickly left my room and went downstairs to where my mom was cooking. She didn't notice how shaken I was at first. I tried to explain what happened, but she said I must have been dreaming. I still don't believe it was a dream. It didn't feel like one at all. There was no confusion like waking up from sleep, no fading transition, nothing like that. It felt completely awake and fully real. Since that day, I haven't experienced anything like it again. But I still have a feeling that if I had ignored it or stayed still instead of reacting, something different might have happened. When I went back to my room later, everything looked completely normal again, and there was no sign of anything being there at all. I have always believed that we never really know who our real teachers are in life. We tend to assume that lessons come from people who are trained, experienced, or officially qualified to teach us something. We expect wisdom to come with titles, books, or authority. But in my experience, the most important lessons often come from the most unexpected places and the most unexpected people. Sometimes it is a child who has barely started school, sometimes it is a stranger, and sometimes it is an experience that makes no logical sense at all but still leaves a deep mark on your mind. A few years ago, I went through one of those experiences that I still think about from time to time. It is not easy to explain in a simple way, and even after all these years, I am not fully sure how to interpret it. I only know how it felt, what I saw, and what I learned from it in my own way. At that time, I had a close friend who had recently started talking to me about strange visions he had been experiencing. He would describe images, thoughts, and scenes that would come to him unexpectedly. Some of them sounded symbolic, some sounded emotional, and some honestly confused me. I tried to understand them, but they did not fit easily into anything I knew from science or everyday logic. Because I was unsure, I asked another family member to listen and give their opinion. What came out of that conversation was not a clear answer, but something that felt more like a lesson. A very unusual lesson, but one that stayed with me. I am going to explain it exactly as it happened, including the way it was said, because changing it would take away from the experience. My young son, who was only 5 years old at the time, listened to my friend talking about these visions. After a while, he said something very calmly, almost like he already understood everything being discussed. He told my friend that he was growing, and that what he was seeing were growing pains. He said that some of the pictures were from where he had once been in life, but he did not remember them because he was older now. According to him, when we are young, everything is connected, all the people, places, and feelings are part of us, but as we grow, we forget how everything fits together. He said that what my friend needed to do was group those pieces again, like organizing memories that had been scattered. Then he used a phrase that I still remember clearly. He said it was like folding pages. I asked him what he meant by folding pages, and he tried to explain it in a very simple way. He said to imagine a piece of paper with a drawing on it. When you are done drawing, you wrinkle it, bend it, and fold it, and it becomes something new while still holding the same picture inside it. He said that our lives are like that paper. The folds change how we see things, but the picture is still there underneath. Even if there are many folds, it is still one life, one picture, just seen from different angles. I remember sitting there, trying to understand how a child could explain something in a way that sounded both simple and strangely deep at the same time. To help understand what he meant, I took out a piece of paper and drew the front of our house. It was not a perfect drawing, just a rough sketch, but it was enough to recognize what it was supposed to be. I was trying to follow his idea, trying to physically understand what he was talking about. Then I folded the paper in half. I looked at him. He nodded and said that was not enough, that there needed to be more folds. So I folded it again. He still nodded, but told me to keep going. I kept folding the paper in different directions, not always evenly, sometimes in strange ways, just trying to follow what he meant. With every fold, the drawing became harder to recognize. The house I had drawn slowly disappeared into small fragments of lines and corners. When I finished folding as much as I could without tearing it, the paper had become a narrow strip. Most of the drawing was gone from view. Only small parts remained visible, like a corner of the roof, part of a window, and a small piece of a bush. Everything else had been hidden by the folds. I remember looking at it and feeling confused, because what started as something simple had turned into something unrecognizable, even though nothing had truly been removed. It was still the same drawing, just changed in form. My son looked at it and said that this is how lives work. He said not all lives follow the same straight path. Some go across others, some hide behind others, and some are stacked in ways we do not immediately understand. He said that even if we cannot see everything at once, it is still all connected. At that moment, I did not fully understand what he meant, but I could feel that he was trying to explain something bigger than what words usually allow. Then my husband came into the room and saw what we were doing. We explained it to him, and instead of laughing or brushing it off, he picked up another piece of paper and began folding it himself. He said something that stayed with me. He said the closest distance between 2 points is a straight line, but the closest connection between 2 lives is not always straight. Sometimes it is direct, sometimes it bends, and sometimes it overlaps in ways we cannot see immediately. He showed us how the folds could represent different points of existence, and how everything still connects back to a central point, even when it looks complicated or messy. My son watched all of this very calmly, as if it was obvious to him. He even suggested that what we call imagination or memory might just be different parts of the same structure. At one point, he told us that when we sleep, our mind might be moving across these folds, visiting different parts of our own experience, or even things we do not fully remember yet. It sounded like imagination, but the way he said it made it feel like he truly believed it in a simple, natural way. We spent a long time talking about this idea, using paper, drawings, and simple examples. What started as a strange conversation slowly turned into something that made us think differently about how we view memory, life, and connection. By the end of it, I was honestly overwhelmed. Not because I fully understood it, but because I realized how limited my own thinking had been. I had assumed that understanding comes only from education and age, but here I was, learning from a 5-year-old and my husband in a way I did not expect. There was another experience from my life that also stayed with me, and it happened during a completely different time. It was a night when I was at home, and I experienced something that I still struggle to explain fully. One evening, I was lying in bed, not fully asleep but not completely awake either. My room was quiet, and I remember feeling very still. My door was slightly open, just enough for light from the hallway to come in. At first, everything felt normal. But then I heard something very soft. It sounded like the door opening a little more, and then footsteps slowly entering the room. The sound of the floor creaking was familiar, like someone walking carefully so as not to make too much noise. At first, I thought it was my mother coming in to wake me up, because she used to do that sometimes when I overslept. I did not open my eyes right away. I just assumed it was her. But something about the timing felt strange. The footsteps were too slow, too quiet, and too deliberate. I waited, expecting her to speak, but there was no voice. The footsteps came closer to my bed, then suddenly stopped. That made me open my eyes. There was no one there. For a moment I thought I must have imagined it, so I closed my eyes again, trying to relax. But then I heard it again. The same slow creaking, coming closer once more. This time, it felt different. Heavier somehow, more focused. It moved closer until it felt like it was right beside my bed. Then it stopped again. And in that moment, I felt something I cannot fully describe. It was not just sound anymore. It felt like presence. Like someone was there, but I could not see them. Then I felt something touch my head. A hand, firm but not violent, gently pressing me back into the pillow. At the same time, I felt a breath of air near my face, like someone was very close to me. I tried to open my eyes, but I could not. I also tried to move, but my body felt heavy, like it was not responding the way it normally does. Then I heard a voice. It was low, rough, and quiet, as if it was struggling to speak clearly. It said something very simple. It said it was time to get up. The strange thing is that I did not feel immediate fear. Instead, I felt confused, like my mind was trying to decide whether this was real or part of a dream. I remember thinking about asking why, but I could not speak. The voice repeated the same thing again. It felt less like a threat and more like a command, but without anger. At some point, I tried to move again, thinking maybe I was being held down, but the pressure was still there. Then, suddenly, everything stopped. The pressure, the breath, the voice, all of it disappeared at once. I sat up quickly, fully awake now, and looked around the room. Nothing was there. The room looked completely normal. The clock showed that only a short amount of time had passed. Even though I tried to tell myself it was a dream, I could not fully accept that explanation, because it felt too real, too continuous, and too clear in my memory. After that night, I left the room and went downstairs. I felt uneasy for a while, like I was being watched, but nothing else happened. There were many other strange experiences in my life, including relationships and conversations with people who believed strongly in things like visions, aliens, or spiritual encounters. I met a woman once who truly believed she was being visited and watched by beings she could not explain. At first, I tried to dismiss it, But over time I realized that what people believe is often shaped by what they have experienced emotionally, mentally, or in their past. In that relationship, I struggled between believing what I saw and questioning what I was told. I experienced things that I could not easily explain, including a moment where I felt something physically overpowering me while I was half asleep. I remember fear, confusion, and then relief when it suddenly stopped. Whether it was sleep paralysis, imagination, or something else, I still cannot say for certain. What I can say is that these experiences changed the way I look at reality. Not because I have clear answers, but because I learned that not everything we experience fits neatly into simple explanations. Years have passed since those events. I am no longer part of those groups, and many of the people I once knew have gone their separate ways. My life has become more stable and grounded since then. But I still think about those nights, those conversations, and especially the strange wisdom that came from unexpected places. And I still remember my son, sitting there so calmly, explaining things in a way that made adults stop and think. Maybe the world is not as simple as we assume. Or maybe it is, and we are just learning how to see it properly, one fold at a time. A couple of weeks ago at school, our science club did a beginning of the year overnighter. I had been looking forward to it for days. It wasn't just because it sounded fun to stay overnight at school with friends, but because I had heard so many rumors about Mauna Lua High School being haunted. People talk about it all the time, like it's almost part of the school's personality. I'd heard stories in passing during the day, in the hallways, at lunch, after practice, and even online. Most of it was the kind of stuff you hear and half laugh about, but it still sticks in your head. So when I found out we were doing an overnight, and we'd be there after midnight, I got excited in a way I didn't really admit out loud. I told people I was just excited for bowling and hanging out, but deep down I also wanted to see if anything weird would happen. Not because I wanted to be scared exactly, but because I wanted to know if the rumors were real. That night, our group went bowling first. It was one of those nights where everything feels loose and fun because it's outside of the normal routine. No homework in front of you, no teachers telling you to sit down and be quiet, no bell telling you to switch classes. Just a bunch of students, snacks, loud music, bright screens, and everyone laughing way too loudly at bad throws. We stayed there until about 12:30 a.m. By then, you could already tell some people were tired, but most of us were still riding off the energy of being out late. There's something about being up past midnight with your friends that makes you feel like you're doing something you're not supposed to do, even if it's totally allowed. When we got back to school, it was around 1 o'clock in the morning. The campus looked completely different at that hour. In the daytime, Mauna Lua feels busy and bright, full of voices and footsteps and announcements. At night, it feels huge. Quiet. The buildings look taller. The hallways feel longer. Even familiar spots start to look strange when the lighting changes and there aren't people everywhere. The chaperone teachers gathered everyone and gave us the basic rules again. Most of the rules were normal. Don't leave the campus, don't do anything stupid, keep it respectful, and don't wander alone. But then they said something that made a bunch of people perk up. They told us we could walk around the school at night as long as we stayed in groups. The second they said that, I looked at my friend Sarah. Sarah and I are the kind of friends who get curious about stuff like that. We love stories, we love mysteries, and we're always the ones who want to go check something out for ourselves instead of just listening to what other people say. Sarah's eyes got wide and she gave me this grin like, "We have to go." I was already thinking the same thing. So we decided we were going to walk around. We started pulling a few other friends with us too, because we didn't want to be alone and we didn't want to break the rule. Plus, it's always more fun when you have a little group. People hype each other up, people dare each other, people laugh and talk, and it doesn't feel as scary as it would if it were just two people walking through dark hallways. We got a small group together, and we started wandering around. At first, it felt more exciting than scary. We were laughing quietly, trying not to be too loud because it was still a school building and the sound carried differently at night. Sometimes we'd stop and listen, just to hear how silent it was. Sometimes we'd speed up because one of us would get a weird feeling and not want to stand still too long. While we walked, I tried to remember everything I had ever heard about Mauna Loa being haunted. I kept replaying different rumors in my head, trying to connect them to certain buildings or areas. Some people said the cafeteria was haunted. Some people said there were places where the air felt colder for no reason. Some people mentioned a heiau nearby, and they said that areas around it felt different at night. I knew what a heiau was, at least in a basic way. It's a sacred place, and in many cases it's connected to burials and old Hawaiian history. Even if you don't fully understand all the cultural details, you still know it isn't something you joke about. People treat it with respect. So the idea that our school was near something like that made the ghost stories feel less like random rumors and more like something that could have a deeper reason behind it. As we kept walking, I started noticing small things that made me uneasy. Nothing big, not like something jumping out at us. It was more like the corner of your eye stuff. A shadow that seemed to shift when you weren't looking straight at it. A movement that made you turn your head fast, only to see nothing. The kind of thing you can easily explain away by telling yourself it's just bad lighting, or your own eyes adjusting, or your imagination because you came in expecting something creepy. So I dismissed it. Every time I thought I saw something, I told myself it was an illusion. I didn't want to be the person who freaked everyone out over nothing. I also didn't want to freak myself out, because once you start feeding that fear, everything starts feeling haunted. Every creak becomes a ghost. Every shadow becomes a figure. Every sound becomes footsteps. We kept moving, heading down toward the lower half of the school. The farther we got from where most of the club was staying, the quieter it got. The school felt like it had layers at night. Some areas still had light and felt somewhat normal, and other areas felt like they had been shut down completely. Then we noticed something. The lights in the boys' locker room were still on. We all paused and looked at each other because it was weird. It was after 1 o'clock in the morning. Why would the locker room lights still be on? It was the kind of thing that made you immediately wonder if someone was still there. Maybe a coach. Maybe a janitor. Maybe a teacher. Or maybe another group of students messing around. We went downstairs toward the locker room, curious but also careful. When we got to the door, we realized it was locked. That made sense. Locker rooms should be locked at night. But it also made the lights being on even stranger, because if it was locked, then who turned the lights on? And why leave them on? We stood there for a moment, trying to decide what to do. Some people in our group started making jokes, like, "See? It's haunted. The ghost left the lights on." Other people were trying to act tough, like it didn't bother them. Then someone suggested we check around the other side of the building. We walked along the side that overlooks the football field and the valley. That side always feels open because of the view, but at night it feels different too because the darkness makes the valley look endless. You can't see details, you just see shapes and distance, and it can make you feel small. As we rounded the corner, we saw an exit door standing wide open. Not cracked. Not slightly open. Wide open. That instantly made everyone excited and nervous at the same time. It felt like we had found a secret entrance into a place we weren't sure we should be going. We all started talking at once. Some people saying we should go in, some people saying we should leave it alone, some people laughing like it was the best thing ever. We were hyped up, full of adrenaline, and we made the dumb decision to run in without really thinking. I'll be honest, the second I stepped inside, the atmosphere felt weird. It's hard to explain what I mean by that. The locker room looked normal enough. It had the usual layout, lockers, benches, tiled areas, and the space leading to the showers. But the feeling of the air changed. It was like the temperature dropped slightly, or like the air got heavier. The sound of our footsteps changed too, because locker rooms have that echo. Every step bounces. Every whisper carries. It didn't feel like a place where you're supposed to be laughing at 1 a.m. It felt like a place that wanted to be quiet. One of our friends, one of the ones who had been the most excited to go exploring, stopped at the entrance. He just froze. We turned around and asked what was wrong, and he said he couldn't go in. It was surprising because he had been talking the biggest game, acting like he wasn't scared of anything. But the moment he reached the doorway, something in him changed. He looked pale, like his body was reacting before his mind could come up with a reason. He said something like, "I can't. I don't know why, I just can't go in there." We tried teasing him gently, like, "Come on, don't be like that." But he didn't move. He stayed outside. The fact that he refused to come in made the rest of us feel more nervous, but it also made us more curious. It was like his fear challenged our bravery. So we kept going. We moved deeper into the locker room, looking around like we were detectives, trying to act normal but also scanning every corner. And as we walked farther in, we started noticing a sound. At first it was faint, almost like background noise. I thought maybe it was just the building, like pipes or something. Then it got clearer. It was water dripping. Drip, drip, drip. The sound was steady and echoing, and it seemed to be coming from somewhere deeper in the locker room, closer to the showers. And the weird thing was that I don't remember hearing it when we first ran in. It was like the dripping started after we had already been inside for a few moments. Or maybe we were just too loud at first to notice it. Either way, once we heard it, it seemed to get louder and louder, like it was trying to pull our attention toward it. We immediately started joking because that's what people do when they're nervous. Someone said, "It's just the showers." Someone else laughed and said, "Maybe it's blood," trying to be creepy on purpose. Sarah looked at me and rolled her eyes like, "Stop." In our heads, we all started building the same explanation: this is a prank. Another group must be in here. They heard us come in, and now they're messing with us by turning on water or making noise. So we decided to check. We spread out and started searching every corner of the locker room. We looked behind lockers where we could. We checked the open areas. We checked the shower room. We checked the stalls and the darker spots where someone might hide. There was no one. Not a single person. That should have been the point where we turned around and walked out quietly. But instead, we got more unsettled, because if nobody was there, then what was causing the dripping? The dripping kept going. Someone in our group found the source. One of the showers had water running or dripping in a way that was loud enough to echo. I can't remember if the shower was fully on or if it was a strong drip, but it was enough to be obvious. My friend reached over and turned it off. The moment the water stopped, the locker room felt too quiet. Like we had removed the only, normal, sound in the space, and now we were left with our own breathing and the echo of our movements. We looked at each other like, "Okay, that's solved." We started walking back toward the exit. And then the dripping started again. It wasn't slow either. It started like it had never stopped, like someone turned it back on the second we turned our backs. I remember that moment because it felt like the locker room itself was saying, "No. Stay. Look." We all turned around at once. A few of us started talking over each other, saying things like, "Who turned it back on?" and "Stop playing," and "That's not funny." Someone screamed. I can't remember exactly who it was, because the moment turned chaotic so fast. But I remember the sound of a scream hitting the locker room echo and bouncing back at us. It made the fear feel louder. And right after that, there was pounding on the door. A loud, hard pounding, like someone was slamming their fists against the door from the other side. The sound was sudden and aggressive, not like a light knock. It sounded like someone wanted in, or like someone wanted to scare us into getting out. That was it. We ran. We didn't calmly walk out. We didn't try to be brave. We ran out of there as fast as we could, pushing through the open exit like our bodies had decided we were done. We stumbled outside, hearts racing, laughing and panicking at the same time, yelling things like, "Go, go, go!" and "What was that?" and "Did you hear that?" We ran back toward where the rest of the science club group was gathered, like we needed to be around other people, around light, around normal life again. The school didn't feel as big and empty when we got closer to the main group. Hearing other voices and seeing other students made me feel grounded again. but the locker room moment stuck with me. Even after we were back in a safer area, we kept replaying it. We kept trying to explain it. Some people insisted it had to be another group messing with us, but we had searched. We had checked the shower room. We had checked corners and spaces. There was nowhere obvious for a person to hide without us seeing them. Someone else suggested maybe it was automatic plumbing or a weird pipe issue. That sounded logical at first, but then you remember the timing, how it started after we went in, how it stopped when we shut it off, how it started again as we turned to leave. It felt too perfectly timed. It didn't feel random. And the pounding on the door didn't sound like pipes. It sounded like hands. By the time the overnighter was over and I got home later that morning, I couldn't stop thinking about it. I was tired, but I was also wide awake in my mind. That kind of adrenaline doesn't fade right away. It leaves you restless, like your body is exhausted but your brain is still on. So I did what anyone does now when something weird happens. I looked it up. I went online and searched for Maunalua High School as a haunted site. And the first thing I noticed was how many results came up. It wasn't just one random post. There were multiple mentions across different sites and forums. Some of them were clearly just people repeating rumors, but some had details that were weirdly consistent. I saw things like ghost in the cafeteria, and stories about certain hallways, and mentions of feeling strange near a heiau. Some people described hearing footsteps when nobody was there. Others talked about shadow figures. It was the same kind of stuff that gets passed around in schools, but seeing it written out made it feel more real. Then I found something about the boys' locker room. Multiple places mentioned the boys' locker room specifically, and that made my stomach drop a little, because it lined up with what we had just experienced. According to what I read, people said there was a little boy in the locker room. Some said you could hear him crying. Some said the showers would turn on. Some said the lights were often left on at night so the little boy wouldn't be afraid. That detail hit me harder than I expected, because the first thing we noticed was that the locker room lights were on. I kept thinking about it. I kept picturing that locked door with the lights shining from inside, and then the open exit on the other side, like the building had left us a way in. When I read about the little boy, my fears shifted into something else. I felt sorry. Not in a fake way, not like a dramatic poor ghost, but in a real way that made my throat tighten. Because the idea of a little boy being stuck in a locker room, alone, for who knows how long, is sad. A locker room is not a comforting place. It's cold and echoing. It smells like sweat and cleaning chemicals. It's not where a child belongs. If there really was a child spirit there, and if the stories were true, then maybe what we experienced wasn't some evil thing trying to hurt us. Maybe it was just lonely. Maybe it was scared. Maybe it was trying to be noticed. And that made me feel guilty for how we reacted. We ran in there loud, full of energy, acting like it was a haunted attraction. We treated it like a thrill. And when something happened, when the water started and the pounding began, we got terrified and ran out like we were being attacked. But what if, for that little boy, the shower turning on or the dripping water was just a way to communicate? A way to say, "Someone's here." Or even, "Don't leave." The internet stories said you could hear him crying sometimes. That part stuck with me too, because it made the whole thing feel more human. Not just ghost activity, but a child still feeling like a child, still wanting comfort. I started thinking about that friend who refused to enter the locker room. The one who stopped at the entrance like he hit an invisible wall. Maybe he felt something we didn't. Maybe he picked up on sadness or fear right away. Maybe his instincts told him, this isn't a place to mess around. And the more I thought about it, the less I felt proud of myself for being curious. I started feeling like we had walked into someone's private pain. When I think about that little boy now, I don't feel the same fear I felt in the moment. I feel bad. I wonder how he's been. I wonder if he knows people talk about him. I wonder if he notices when the lights are left on at night, and if that actually helps him feel less alone. I also wonder what it must be like to be stuck in one place while time keeps moving. Students come and go. Classes change. People graduate. Sports seasons end and start again. Years pass like nothing. And if he's really there, then he's watching a world that never stops moving, while he stays in the same echoing room. It makes me wonder if he even understands what's happening anymore. If he knows he's gone. If he's waiting for someone. If he's just repeating the same habits, the same feelings, the same loneliness. I don't know what we experienced that night in the locker room. I can't prove it was paranormal. I can't prove it was a spirit. But I know how that place felt, how the dripping grew louder, how it stopped and started like it was responding to us, and how that pounding on the door made all of us run without even thinking. And now, instead of feeling excited about a haunted rumor, I feel something quieter. I feel sympathy. Because if there really is a little boy there, then he isn't a scary story to tell at an overnight. He's a kid who never got to leave. And that's a sad thought to carry, especially after walking through that locker room and feeling how cold and strange it can be in the middle of the night. July 23rd, 2008 is a date I don't think I'll ever forget, because that was the day I visited a place in Missouri called the Lemp Mansion. I don't live in Missouri. I was only there on vacation, visiting my older sister, and she's the one who took me there. She had been talking about it like it was something you had to experience at least once if you were in the area. If you've never heard of the Lemp Mansion, it's one of those places that already has a reputation before you even step through the front door. It's the kind of location people tell you to Google when you get home. Because the stories are long, the history is dark, and the rumors are everywhere. I had heard bits and pieces about it before that day, but I wasn't fully prepared for what it felt like to actually be inside. My sister brought me on a tour, and the tour itself was kind of funny in moments, mostly because of the people in our group and the way the guide acted. But even with the jokes and the laughter, I had my own experiences there that were more personal and honestly harder to explain. To make sense of what happened, I have to give a little background, because the timing of when I learned certain things ended up being extremely important. We walked into the mansion, and almost immediately I noticed how heavy the energy felt. I don't mean spooky, like I was trying to be dramatic. I mean my body reacted in a way it normally doesn't. The hair on my arms and the back of my neck started to rise like static had filled the air. It felt like I had stepped into a place that was crowded, even though I could see with my eyes that it was just a normal tour group walking through rooms. It was a physical feeling, like the building had a charge. Like it held emotion in the walls. The mansion had been used as a boarding house at one point, and not a nice one, at least not from what I was told. It sounded like it had gone through a rough period where it wasn't treated with much care, and a lot of people came and went. On top of that, there were supposed to have been many deaths connected to the building, animals like cats and dogs, former tenants, and even members of the original Lemp family. Just hearing that list made the place feel layered, like different stories had stacked on top of each other until the atmosphere became thick. Our tour guide was a character. Her name was Betsy, and from the beginning it was obvious she had one main focus: Billy Lemp. I'm not saying she didn't talk about other things at all, but every story somehow circled back to Billy. And the way she talked about him was almost funny in this awkward way, like she had a crush but didn't want to admit it. We started joking quietly that she was in love with him. Not in a serious way, more like that thing where somebody mentions the same person over and over, uses their name constantly, makes their voice change when they talk about them, but then if anyone teases them they act offended and deny it. That was the vibe. She would drone on about Billy like he was the center of the universe, but also act like she was totally above having feelings about him. Still, in between her Billy speeches, she did slip in some information that stuck with me. One thing she did not mention much, though, was a baby, an illegitimate son of Billy Lemp, a child who was popularly referred to as Zyke. Even when I first heard it, I didn't believe that was really the baby's name. It sounded like a nickname someone made up later, or a name that got twisted over time. But Betsy said it like she believed it completely. According to what she told us, this baby boy was not only born out of an affair, but he also had Down syndrome. And during the time period when the Lemp family lived there, Betsy put it somewhere in the mid to late 1800s, having a child with a disability like that was considered unacceptable. People didn't treat disabilities the way we do now. There wasn't understanding, support, or inclusion. There was shame, fear, and cruelty. Families hid things that didn't fit the image they wanted the world to see. Even hearing that made me uncomfortable, because it reminded me how quickly people can turn on someone who is vulnerable, especially a child. Betsy explained that the baby was the son of Billy Lemp and one of the maidservants. She made a point of saying Billy was a player, like she couldn't help adding her own judgment. And the child, because he was illegitimate, and because he had Down syndrome, was supposedly locked away in the attic. She said he lived there for about 8 years until he died. That detail alone is horrible. A child locked away for most of his life, growing up in isolation, seen as a problem instead of a person. But I'm going to pause that part for a moment, because when I learned certain details about the way he lived, and what his space looked like, didn't happen until after the most important experience of the night. And the order matters. It matters because my experience happened before I knew those specific facts. Our tour went on, room by room, and the whole time I kept feeling like the air was full of something. It wasn't just that I believed the mansion had a tragic past. It was that I could feel it pressing in, almost like the building wanted you to know you weren't alone. Every time we walked into a new room, I would get that same sensation again, the hair rising, a shift in temperature, that feeling like you're stepping into someone else's space. Some rooms felt heavier than others. Some felt more crowded. Some felt like you were being watched even when you couldn't see anything. We were getting toward the end of the tour when Betsy led us up to the attic. The attic rooms were the smallest rooms in the entire mansion. They didn't feel like the rest of the house. The ceilings were lower, the walls felt closer, and the air felt stale, like it had been sitting there for a long time. By then, it was around 9 o'clock at night. Not extremely late, but late enough that the building felt different. At night, even normal places take on a different personality. Sounds echo more. Shadows look deeper. And in a place like the Lemp Mansion, where people already expect something haunted, night adds a layer of tension whether you want it to or not. Betsy told us we were going to do what she called a darkroom session. She explained the rules like it was a standard part of the tour, like this was something she did often. The way she described it was simple. She would turn off the lights, and everyone would try to strain their eyes and watch carefully. The goal was to see if anyone could spot anything unusual, something like a specter, a shadow figure, a mist, an outline. She made it sound like people often saw something, though she also made it clear that most people didn't see full-body ghosts. It was usually shadows, or movement, or small lights. We entered one of the attic rooms. Betsy claimed it was the most haunted of the 2 small rooms up there, which immediately made everyone excited. People whispered to each other, trying to sound brave. Some people laughed too loudly, like they were trying to cover nervousness. Others went quiet and stiff, like they were bracing for something. Betsy turned off all the lights in the room, except for a radio clock that glowed. She made a joke about it, something along the lines of how it was useful because otherwise someone would definitely shout, "I see a blinking red light! I think there's a ghost in here!" People laughed, and I'll admit, it was kind of funny because it was true. In a room full of people hoping for something paranormal, any little dot of light can turn into evidence. Before the session started, Betsy said something else that stuck with me. She said the Lemp child, Psych, sometimes appeared to tender, kind-hearted women. That comment annoyed me. I didn't like the way she said it, like kindness belonged to women only, or like men couldn't be sensitive, or like spirits pick favorites based on gender. I knew what she was trying to do, make the women in the group feel special, make them feel like they might be chosen for an experience. But the way she worded it felt narrow. In my head, I remember thinking, you mean kind-hearted people. Just say people. Still, the room went dark, and everyone tried to focus. At first there was a lot of nonsense. People pointing at shadows on the walls, people claiming they saw something move when it was probably just their own eyes adjusting. There's always at least one person who wants attention and tries to turn every tiny thing into a big event. That part didn't interest me much. I wasn't there for theatrics. But then something happened that several of us saw. In the doorframe, I saw what looked like a feminine shadow, like the outline of a woman. She seemed to be wearing a long dress. She wasn't solid like a real person. She looked like a darker patch in the darkness, but shaped like a person, with that distinct dress silhouette you notice because it's not a straight line like a wall or a shadow from furniture. What made it even stranger was that little tiny orbs of light seemed to circle around her. Not bright like flashlights, but faint, moving points, like small lights drifting around the figure. I wasn't the only one who saw it. Other people in the room started whispering and pointing, and the moment someone pointed her out clearly, the figure seemed to react. It was like she pulled back. Like she moved out of the doorway. And then, when people stopped paying attention, when the group's focus drifted away, she seemed to return again. It was subtle, but I could see the doorway get lighter and darker as if something was stepping in and out of that space. Like she didn't want to be the center of attention. Like she didn't want to be stared at too directly. That was strange, and it was definitely one of the most visually interesting things that happened. But honestly, it still wasn't the strangest part for me. The strangest part wasn't what I saw. It was what I felt. Within 10 to 20 seconds of the lights going out, my legs started to weaken. At first, it felt like a slight shakiness, like maybe I had locked my knees or stood too long. But it got worse fast. My legs became jelly-like. They felt unstable, like I couldn't trust my weight on them. It was such a strange sensation, because I wasn't tired. I wasn't dizzy. I wasn't sick. It wasn't like I had been running around all day. It felt like something else was interfering with my balance. The closest comparison I can give is this: it felt like someone was repeatedly kicking me in the back of the knees. Not hard enough to knock me down, but hard enough to make my legs dip and wobble. Like my knees kept wanting to collapse just slightly, over and over. I had to fight to stay standing. Then my back started bending forward. It wasn't a conscious decision, like I was tired and hunched. It was as if something was pulling me toward the floor, like an invisible pressure on my shoulders and spine. I remember feeling my posture change, my upper body folding forward. I couldn't stay straight. I ended up bent over in a way that was almost embarrassing. I must have looked ridiculous in that dark room. Later, when we left, my stepsister laughed at me because of how I looked, and I don't blame her for laughing because it probably did look funny. But it wasn't funny to me in that moment. Because it didn't feel like my body was doing it naturally. It felt like an influence. I know how my body feels when I'm tired. I know how it feels when my legs shake from standing too long. This was different. It felt forced. Like my posture and my legs were being manipulated. Like something was trying to make my body match a certain shape. The weirdest part was that I wasn't afraid in the normal way. I wasn't panicking. I was confused and uncomfortable, and I was trying to understand what was happening while also trying not to fall over in the middle of a crowded dark room. I also noticed that the second Betsy said, "All right, I'm going to turn the lights back on," the feeling began to fade. And when the lights came on fully, the weakness and that hunched pull disappeared completely. It was immediate, like flipping a switch. I stood up straight again without effort. My legs felt normal again. My back felt normal. It was like whatever had been pressing on me simply let go. That's what made it so unsettling. Because I walked into that room strong and steady, and I walked out strong and steady. The change only existed in the darkness, during that session. It came on fast, and it left fast. It didn't behave like a normal physical issue. After the attic, we went downstairs. The tour wasn't fully done yet. Betsy had another activity planned, and she handed everyone a pair of dowsing rods. She explained how to hold them and how to ask questions. The idea was that the rods would move to indicate answers like yes or no, depending on how they crossed or pointed. I'll be honest, I went into that part with skepticism. Not the mocking kind of skepticism, but the cautious kind. I didn't want to convince myself something was happening just because the atmosphere was already spooky. I didn't want to feed my own expectations. But the results were surprisingly interesting. Most people wanted to talk to Billy, of course, because Betsy had basically trained the group to obsess over Billy the entire tour. People kept directing questions toward him, asking if he was there, asking if he wanted to communicate, asking if he was the one moving things. I wasn't as interested in Billy. I chose someone else. I focused on an old man who was supposedly often seen sitting in the back corner of the dining room. Something about that detail felt more believable to me than all the dramatic, main character stories. A ghost sitting quietly in the corner feels more real than a big haunted legend. It feels like habit, like routine. I held the rod steady and asked questions in my mind. I tried not to force any movement. I tried to keep my hands relaxed and neutral. The strange part was that even when I concentrated on one answer, like even when I expected the rods to move a certain way, they sometimes moved the opposite way. That caught my attention because it didn't feel like I was controlling it. It felt like it had its own logic. I know it sounds silly, but it really seemed to work. The old man felt almost humorous in a way, like he had personality. It felt like he was reacting to questions with a kind of calm amusement, not with anger or drama. Compared to the tension of the attic, the dining room felt lighter, almost like a break. Eventually, the tour ended and we left the mansion, which at that time also operated as a bed and breakfast. The moment I stepped outside, it was like I could breathe differently. The air outside felt cleaner, less charged. The noise of normal life, cars in the distance, people talking, felt grounding after the heavy quiet of the mansion. That's when I finally told my sister what had happened to me during the darkroom session. I didn't tell her right away inside the mansion because I didn't want to make a big scene or add to the chaos. I also didn't want to influence her reactions while we were still in the building. But once we were outside, I felt safe enough to admit it. I explained the strange weakness in my legs. I told her how I felt like my knees were being forced to bend. I told her about my back being pulled forward, how I couldn't keep myself upright, and how it stopped the moment the lights came back on. My sister looked genuinely surprised. Not like she thought I was exaggerating, but like she immediately understood that it wasn't normal. Then she told me something I didn't know. She said she had been to the mansion the previous summer for an overnight ghost investigation, and during that visit, one of the carpenters working on remodeling had shown her a room in the attic that most people were not allowed to see. A hidden or restricted space, the kind of place tour groups don't get access to. She told me she believed that small room was where the limp child had lived. And when she described it, my stomach turned. She said the room was so small he couldn't stand up fully. The ceiling was too low, or the space was too tight. He could barely walk. He couldn't move like a normal child. He would have had to stay hunched over most of the time. She said that because of the way he looked, because he was forced to walk hunched and bent, he had cruel nicknames like Monkey Face. When she said that, my whole body reacted. It felt like a cold wave moved through me. Because in that darkroom session, without knowing these details, I had been forced into a hunched posture that made me feel almost animal-like. I had even thought the word monkey, when I tried to describe it later, because that's exactly what it felt like, my back bent, my body pulled down, my stance unnatural. Hearing my sister confirm that the boy lived hunched over like that made the whole thing hit me in a different way. It made it feel less random and more specific, like what happened to me wasn't just creepy weakness. It was a posture, a shape, a life experience being pushed onto me for a moment. My sister also told me there was a window in the small room, and it overlooked a relatively busy street in St. Louis. That detail broke my heart, because it meant he could see the outside world. He could see people moving freely. He could see life continuing. He could see children playing or walking by. But he was trapped in a space too small for him. And she said children would sometimes see him looking down from that little window and call him rude names. That image is hard to forget. A child kept hidden away, watching the world from a tiny window, being mocked by other kids who didn't understand and probably didn't care. It's cruel in a way that feels almost unreal, but history is full of cruelty like that. She said she could even see ruts in the floor, marks where he had walked back and forth for so many years. Like he paced. Like the only movement he had was a short path in a tiny space, repeated until the floor itself remembered it. When she told me that, I finally understood why the experience in the attic had shaken me so much. It wasn't just paranormal in a general way. It felt personal. It felt like a piece of someone's lived suffering had reached out and pressed into me for a moment, like a memory too strong to stay quiet. It also made me rethink the way Betsy talked about him on the tour. Like a quick side story. Like a ghost rumor. The reality, if the story is true, is much darker than a spooky legend. It's a tragedy. It's a child being treated like something to hide. Standing outside the mansion that night, listening to my sister describe that tiny room, I felt my throat tighten. I felt angry, sad, and honestly a little sick. Not at the mansion itself, but at the idea of a child living and dying like that, and then being turned into a haunted attraction, story people talk about casually. I kept going back to that moment in the darkroom, how quickly my body changed in the darkness, how it disappeared when the light came back. I kept wondering if that was his way of showing me something. Not to scare me, but to communicate. Like, this is how I lived. This is what it was like. I don't know for sure. All I know is that I walked into the Lemp mansion and immediately felt my body react, like the building was alive with energy. I saw things in the darkroom that other people saw too. I felt something influence my body in a way I can't explain with normal logic. And then, after it happened, my sister told me details about the child's living conditions that matched what my body had been forced to do. That combination shook me hard. It made the whole night feel less like a spooky tour and more like I had brushed up against a real story, one that didn't end cleanly, one that still echoes in that attic, in those tiny rooms where the air feels too thick and the darkness seems to press down. And ever since then, when I think of that mansion, I don't just think haunted. I think about that child, hunched over in a space too small, watching the world through a window, pacing the same steps until the floor wore down, and being remembered by strangers as a ghost story instead of as a human life. A couple of years back, I was at work doing what I always did, trying to look busy even when the day had slowed down, trying to keep my head down, and trying not to get pulled into too much conversation because our supervisors were the type who acted like talking for more than 10 seconds was a crime. I've always been the paranormal person, at any job I've had. I don't mean I walk around telling ghost stories to everyone who didn't ask. It's just that sooner or later people find out I'm interested in that kind of thing. Maybe it's the books I read on breaks, or the random shows I'll mention, or the fact that I'm not the type to laugh when someone says they had a weird experience. I listen. I ask questions. I don't automatically try to explain it away. So a coworker of mine, let's call her Amanda, ended up telling me one day that her boyfriend was having strange experiences in the house he lived in. She didn't start the conversation like she was trying to scare me. It came out in that casual way people talk when something has been stressing them out for a while. We were both working, moving through our usual tasks, and she leaned a little closer and said something like, "Okay, you know how you're into all that ghost stuff? Don't laugh, but my boyfriend's house is doing some really weird things." I remember my ears basically perked up right away, because it's hard for me not to be curious. Still, I kept my face calm because we really weren't supposed to be chatting. I asked quietly, "Like what kind of weird things?" Amanda started to explain, but she kept looking around like she expected someone to walk up behind us at any second. She told me she didn't want to get in trouble for talking while we were supposed to be working. Then she said, "I'll tell you everything later, I promise. It's a lot. And it's getting worse." That was all she gave me at the moment, just enough to hook my attention and leave me wondering. I hadn't met her boyfriend. I didn't even know his name yet at that point. She also didn't tell me where he lived or what town it was in. The only details I got before we had to separate and go back to looking productive were that it was an older house and that he was remodeling it. He was living in the house while he was doing the work, which sounded exhausting on its own even without anything paranormal. That's where the conversation ended. She told me she'd explain the rest later, and then we got busy again. But the topic stayed in my mind the rest of the day. It wasn't fear exactly, more like curiosity mixed with that familiar feeling I get when something catches my attention in a way I can't fully explain. That night I went home, did my normal routine, and eventually went to bed. I wasn't thinking about her boyfriend's house in a focused way, like trying to psychic something out. I was tired and ready to sleep. But at some point in the night I had the strangest dream, and it was the kind of dream that didn't fade when I woke up. It stuck in my head like a memory. In the dream, Amanda and I were together, and she asked me to go with her to her boyfriend's house to get something she needed. She was nervous. She kept saying she didn't want to go there alone because he was out of town. I remember her voice in the dream clearly, like she was right beside me. She said, "Please come with me. I just need to grab it and go. I don't want to be there by myself." I asked her in the dream, "Why? What's going on over there?" And she didn't fully answer. She just had this tense look on her face, like she wanted to get it over with and not talk about it until we were somewhere else. The dream was extremely vivid. It didn't feel blurry or random. It felt like I was actually there. I could see everything with sharp detail. We were driving, and the road turned into a long, curvy driveway. The driveway wasn't straight at all. It twisted and wound through trees like it was trying to hide the house from view. The trees were thick on both sides, and the way they leaned and made it feel enclosed, like we were driving into a private space where no one would hear you if something happened. The farther we drove, the quieter it felt. In dreams you don't always notice sound, but in this one I did. I remember noticing how the world seemed to get muted as we went deeper down that drive, like the trees swallowed noise. Finally, the driveway opened into a clearing, and the house was there at the end of it. The house was white with dark shutters. Not bright, freshly painted white, more like faded white, the kind that looks chalky from sun and weather. It clearly needed to be painted. Even in the dream I remember thinking, this place looks tired. There was a large porch across the front, and the steps up to it weren't tall. It was only a few steps from the yard, but the porch still felt like a boundary, like once you stepped up onto it you were stepping into the house's space. One of the steps was broken. It wasn't broken so badly you couldn't use it, but it was cracked and uneven enough that you had to watch your footing. In the dream, Amanda even warned me about it, like she already knew. "Watch that step," she said. "It's broken." We stepped up carefully and moved toward the front door. As we got closer, I noticed a light coming from somewhere around the back of the house. It wasn't a normal porch light. It looked like a glow, like someone had turned on a bright light behind the house and it was spilling around the edges. Amanda saw it too. She paused and said, "Maybe he came home early." I remember feeling a little relieved at that in the dream, because if he was home, then Amanda wouldn't have to go inside alone, and whatever had been bothering her about the place might not feel so heavy. Amanda walked around the porch toward the back door to check. She moved quickly, like she wanted to confirm it, and then relax. While she was gone, I did what I always do, even in real life. I got nosy. I started looking through the front windows. The windows on the left side of the front of the house looked into a bedroom. I could tell right away because I could see the shape of a bed and the way the room was laid out. The curtains were pulled back just enough that I could see in, and the room looked partially lived in, not staged like a real estate photo. It felt like someone actually slept there. The windows on the right side looked into what should have been a living area, but it didn't look like a normal living room. It looked like the boyfriend was using it as a workspace for the remodeling. There were boards stacked inside, tools set out, and that general mess you get when someone is in the middle of tearing a place apart and putting it back together. I could see a layer of sawdust on the floor, like a pale, powdery film. It was the kind of sawdust that gets everywhere when you're cutting wood and sanding. It sticks to surfaces, it sits in corners, and it makes footprints really obvious. And that's when I saw something that made my stomach drop even in the dream. I saw footprints forming in the sawdust. Not normal footprints like someone walked through and left marks earlier. These were appearing as I watched. Like something invisible was stepping through the room and pressing down into the dust. The prints started farther back in the room, then moved closer. One after the other. Step by step. And they were coming toward the window where I was standing. I remember leaning closer without thinking, trying to get a better look. My heart started racing because the movement didn't make sense. No person was there. No body, no legs, no shadow. Just footprints appearing in a trail like someone was calmly walking forward. The closer they got, the more panicked I felt. It wasn't just that something strange was happening. It was the direction of it. It felt like whatever was making those prints knew exactly where I was. Right then, Amanda came running back around the porch. She looked scared. Not mildly nervous, actually scared. She yelled, "He's not home!" The second she said it, the light we had seen earlier got brighter. It wasn't just a glow from the back anymore. It was like the whole house started to light up from the inside. The windows began to shine, and the brightness looked wrong, too bright, too sudden, almost like a flare. It looked like light was coming out of all the windows at once. Not warm, cozy lamplight. More like a hard, unnatural brightness, like something was pushing against the glass from inside. Amanda grabbed my arm, and we ran. We flew down the porch steps, careful for half a second about the broken step, then not caring at all, and sprinted back to the car. I remember the feeling of fumbling with the door handle, the panic of trying to get inside quickly. Amanda got in, I got in, and we took off down the long, curvy driveway, driving faster than we should have because the whole time it felt like something was watching us leave. That's when I woke up. I sat up in bed, breathing hard like I'd been running for real. My room was dark and quiet, and for a few seconds I had to remind myself it was only a dream. But it didn't feel like only a dream. It felt like a memory, like I had actually been there. I laid back down, but I didn't fall asleep easily after that. The images stayed sharp in my head, the driveway, the trees, the white house with dark shutters, the broken porch step, the sawdust, the footprints forming, the light getting brighter and brighter. When morning came and I got ready for work, I couldn't stop thinking about it. I told myself, it's just because she brought up the paranormal yesterday. That's why your brain made a creepy dream. It's normal. People dream about whatever is on their mind. But the thing was, I didn't have enough information for my brain to create a specific house like that. Amanda had not described the house to me. She hadn't told me what it looked like or where it was. She just said it was old, and he was remodeling it. That could describe a million houses. By the time I got to work, the dream still felt fresh. It didn't fade the way most dreams do once your day starts. It stayed like it was sitting in the back of my skull. The first chance I got, I went looking for Amanda. I found her and said, "I need to tell you something weird, and you're going to think I'm crazy." She immediately looked interested and a little nervous. "What?" I told her I had a dream about her boyfriend's house. As soon as I said that, her face changed. She didn't laugh. She didn't brush it off. She got serious fast. She said, "Okay, what did you see?" So I told her. I described it slowly, trying to be careful with details, because I didn't want to accidentally lead her into agreeing with me. I didn't want to say something vague that could fit anything. I wanted to tell her exactly what I saw. I said there was a long, curvy driveway through trees. The house sat in a clearing at the end. I said it was white with dark shutters and needed painting. I said it had a large porch with only a few steps, and that one of the steps was broken. I said the front windows on the left looked into a bedroom and the windows on the right looked into a room where he kept tools and boards for remodeling. I said I could see sawdust on the floor in that front room. As I kept talking, Amanda's eyes kept getting wider. Then she started interrupting me, not to correct me, but to confirm. "Wait," she said. "The driveway was curvy?" "Yes." "And it's lined with trees like that?" she asked, her voice getting sharper. Yes. And the shutters are dark? She said. Yes. And the porch step is broken? Like you have to watch your foot? She asked, almost whispering now. Yes, I said again, and my stomach started to twist because I could tell I wasn't just describing some random dream house anymore. Amanda stared at me for a second, then said, How do you know that? I told her. I don't know. I swear I've never been there. I've never even seen it. You didn't tell me any of this. That's when she said something that made the whole moment feel unreal. She told me I had described his house in almost perfect detail. Not kind of similar. Not close enough. Almost perfect. She told me the driveway was exactly like that, long, winding, curving through trees, opening into a clearing where the house sat. She told me the house was white with dark shutters and badly needed painting. She told me about the porch and the broken step, and she even described it the same way I had, like you have to step around it, or you'll trip. Then she told me the thing that really made my skin go cold. She said the room layout I described through the front windows was correct too. The left front side was the bedroom area, and the right front room was where her boyfriend had been keeping his tools, boards, and supplies because he was remodeling. I remember just standing there at work, in the middle of a normal day, feeling like the floor shifted under me. It was like the dream had reached across distance, and dropped an image into my head that I wasn't supposed to have. Amanda looked as freaked out as I felt. She kept asking me questions, wanting every detail, wanting me to repeat things. I think she was hoping I would mess up and reveal I had somehow learned it from someone else. But I didn't mess up. Because I wasn't making it up. I told her about the light too, the glow from around the back of the house. I told her how it got brighter, then looked like it was coming from all the windows. I told her about the footprints forming in the sawdust and moving toward the window. When I said, "Footprints," Amanda made a face like she didn't like hearing that word. Like it reminded her of something. She didn't tell me what it reminded her of right then because we were still at work and she was trying not to draw attention. But I could tell it hit a nerve. Later that afternoon, Amanda told her boyfriend what I had dreamed. She said it freaked him out as much as it freaked out the two of us. And honestly, I didn't blame him. If I were living alone in an old house I was remodeling, already hearing and seeing strange things, and then my girlfriend's coworker, who had never been to my place, described my home accurately from a dream, I would probably feel sick. It would feel like the house was reaching out beyond its walls. Amanda told me he was still hearing things in the house. He believed it was in response to the remodeling. Like something didn't like the changes being made. Like the house, or something in the house, was reacting to being disturbed. And she added quietly, "Not in a good way." We didn't get to go into full detail that day, but from what she hinted at, the activity wasn't just harmless noises. It was the kind of stuff that makes you feel targeted. The kind of stuff that makes you feel like you're not alone even when you are. The kind of stuff that makes a grown man hesitate before walking into his own hallway at night. After that, I couldn't stop replaying the dream in my mind, especially the footprints part. Because there was something about seeing footprints appear in sawdust that felt so specific. It wasn't like seeing a shadow out of the corner of your eye. It wasn't like hearing a random creak. Footprints are physical-looking evidence, even when nothing else is visible. They're a sign of movement, direction, intention. In the dream, those prints didn't wander randomly. They came toward me. That detail kept bothering me. For days after, I kept thinking about the way the light grew, too. The way it seemed to come from around the back at first, like someone with a flashlight was moving, then how it intensified until it looked like it was pouring out of the windows. That didn't feel like a normal, ghost story, detail. It felt like a warning, like the house wanted us gone. And what got to me the most was how clear the dream was. I can't stress that enough. It wasn't fuzzy. It wasn't full of random dream logic. It had the sharpness of a real place. In the dream, I knew where I was standing. I knew where the windows were. I knew what rooms they looked into. I knew the step was broken. I knew the sawdust was on the floor. I knew the prints were moving. I've had a lot of dreams in my life, but only a few have had that real quality. The kind where you wake up and feel like you visited somewhere. And I didn't like knowing that my mind could do that. Because the next question becomes, if you can see a place you've never been, what else can reach you through a dream? After that day, Amanda and I talked about it a few more times, but never for long stretches at work. We had to keep it quick. Still, she told me her boyfriend was continuing the remodeling, and the more he did, the more uneasy he felt. It wasn't just that the house creaked or made old house noises. It was like the sounds had timing. Like they happened when he was alone, or when he entered certain rooms, or when he started pulling down walls and moving old materials around. She said he felt like something was watching him. And every time she said that, I remembered the way I felt in the dream standing at that window, watching those prints come toward me. I never ended up meeting him during that time. Part of me was curious, but another part of me didn't want to get any closer to it. I didn't want to invite anything into my own life by stepping into that house. I've always believed there are some doors you don't open if you don't have to. Even now, when I think about it, what stays with me isn't just the fear. It's the shock of the accuracy. The fact that I didn't have details, yet my dream gave me details anyway. The fact that Amanda recognized her boyfriend's home in my description like I had been there. And the strangest part is how it all started so casually. It started with a quick conversation at work, cut short because we didn't want to get caught talking. Just a coworker saying her boyfriend's old house was acting strange. Then, that same night, I visited his house in a dream. And the next day, I described it in detail I shouldn't have had. Amanda told me her boyfriend thought the activity was connected to remodeling, like his work had stirred something up. I don't know if he ever found out what it was. I don't know if it stopped when the remodeling was finished, or if it got worse, or if he moved out. All I know is that ever since that dream, I've paid more attention to the line between curiosity and contact, because sometimes, even when you're just listening to someone else's story, something on the other side might be listening too. At the end of January 2007, my whole life shifted in a way I was not ready for. My brother started feeling sick, and at first we tried to treat it like one of those illnesses people get in the winter. He was tired all the time. He looked pale. He said his body felt heavy, like even standing up took more effort than it should. He kept brushing things off, like a lot of strong people do, and I kept watching him with this worry that I couldn't explain. Something about it felt different, like his energy wasn't coming back the way it normally would. In the first week of February, we got the news that changed everything: leukemia. I still remember how that word sounded when the doctor said it. It felt like the air left the room. I can honestly say it was the worst day of both our lives. It wasn't only fear, it was shock, disbelief, and a kind of sadness that showed up all at once. My brother tried to be brave, but I could see it in his eyes. He was scared too. After that, time stopped feeling normal. Days didn't follow the usual routine anymore. Instead of thinking about work, errands, and weekend plans, we were thinking about blood counts, test results, medications, and whether he was feeling strong enough to eat. For several months, my brother spent most of his time in the hospital. That hospital became our second home, and honestly, sometimes it felt like our first. I learned the sounds of the machines, the routine of the nurses coming in and out, and the way the hallways looked at different times of day. The smell of hospital soap and the quiet beeping of monitors became part of my memory in a way I wish they never had. It was a very difficult time for both of us, and I don't say that lightly. Watching someone you love suffer is its own kind of pain. Sometimes I would sit there and just stare at him, trying to understand how life could change so fast. One moment we were living our normal lives, and the next moment everything was about survival, hope, and waiting. I spent most of my time at the hospital with him. At first I tried to balance everything, like people always tell you to do. I told myself I could work and still be there, that I could keep my normal schedule and just visit him after hours. But very quickly I realized that wasn't going to happen. He needed me. I needed to be near him. The hospital days were long, but the nights felt even longer because I would go home and feel guilty for not being there. I started sleeping with my phone right next to me, afraid I'd miss a call. I kept imagining the worst. I couldn't focus on anything else. So I quit working. It wasn't a decision I made easily. I knew it would cause stress in other ways, but at that point nothing felt more important than being with my brother. I wanted him to look up and see me there. I wanted him to know he wasn't facing it alone. I wanted to be the one who could bring him water, adjust his pillow, talk to the doctor, or simply hold his hand when he was scared. When people talk about love, they often talk about it in big words, but sometimes love is just showing up again and again, even when you're tired and scared too. There was a week when my brother stayed with me at my home. We hoped it would be good for him to get out of the hospital, to be in a place that felt normal and warm. I tried to make things comfortable. I kept the house quiet. I made sure he had blankets and everything he might need close by. I watched him constantly, trying not to make it obvious because I didn't want him to feel like a patient. I wanted him to feel like my brother. But the truth was, he was very sick. Even at home, he looked like he was fighting his body just to breathe comfortably and rest. That week ended with him needing to go back to the hospital. He was too weak. His symptoms got worse. It wasn't safe for him to stay at home anymore. Bringing him back felt like admitting we had lost a small battle, even though I tried not to think that way. I remember walking through those hospital doors again, feeling like I was stepping into a world where control didn't exist. The doctors were doing what they could, but leukemia doesn't care how much you love someone. Most of the time, my brother's son, who was 29 years old, would be there too. My kids were there often as well. We were all in it together. The hospital room would fill with family, and even though it was a place connected to sickness and fear, we tried to bring life into it. We talked. We laughed when we could. We told stories. We sat quietly when my brother was too tired for words. Sometimes we played little games to keep his mind busy. Other times we just sat and listened to the sounds of the hospital, like we were all waiting for something we couldn't name. My brother loved the company. Even when he was in pain, you could see his face soften when one of the kids walked in or when his son sat beside him. It reminded him that he mattered, that his life wasn't just doctors and treatments. And honestly, it reminded all of us too. In that room, we weren't just dealing with illness. We were trying to hold on to the person we loved. Then something happened that still stays with me, because it was so strange and so real at the same time. One day, after my brother had breakfast, we all left him for a few hours. It wasn't easy to leave, but sometimes you had to. You had to go take care of things. You had to make phone calls, pick up clothes, take a breath, handle family problems that didn't stop just because someone was sick. That day I had to go looking for my sister. She had a lot of problems, and when she disappeared or didn't answer calls, it usually meant trouble. I found her at a park. She was with this horrible guy, someone who had no business being near her, the kind of person who brings chaos everywhere he goes. I didn't even think. I just reacted. I chased him away from her. I remember my heart pounding, anger and fear mixing together. I didn't want her hurt. I didn't want her dragged into something bad again. I was already exhausted from the hospital and the stress, and now this was added on top of it. I got my sister away from him and took her home. I made sure she was safe as I could make her in that moment. I didn't have the energy for a long lecture. I was just relieved she wasn't physically hurt, and that I could get her out of that situation. But the whole thing shook me. My hands trembled for a while afterward, that kind of shaking that happens when adrenaline wears off and the reality of what could have happened hits you. As soon as I got her home and settled, I hurried back to the hospital. I wanted to be there on time to feed my brother his lunch. Keeping little promises like that mattered to me. I didn't want him to feel forgotten or pushed aside. My kids and my nephew came with me, and we tried to slip back into the hospital routine like the morning had never happened. The moment I walked into my brother's room, he looked up at me. His eyes locked onto mine like he had been waiting. And the first thing he said wasn't about his pain, or the doctor, or the food. he said. "Are you okay? I was worried about you fighting. I thought someone hurt you." I stopped walking. It was like my feet forgot how to move. I remember feeling shocked, almost dizzy, because there was no way he could have known. I hadn't told anyone. We hadn't even been at the hospital. My family reacted too. My kids and nephew looked at each other, and I could see the confusion on their faces. We all knew what he was saying matched what had happened. It wasn't a vague guess. It wasn't like he said, "You seem upset." He described it like he had seen it. I didn't know what to say. Part of me wanted to brush it off, to explain it with logic, because logic feels safer. But I couldn't. I just stood there, staring at him, trying to figure out if I had said something earlier without realizing it. But I hadn't. He was too sick to be making random trips in his mind like that. And yet, he looked completely serious, like it was normal for him to know. I tried to laugh it off, but it didn't come out right. My throat felt tight. I asked him how he knew, and he just looked at me like it was obvious. Like he could feel it. Like he could see it. That incident stayed in my mind, but in the middle of everything else, I didn't have the energy to dig into it. When you're watching someone suffer, your brain learns to accept strange things because you're already living in a situation that doesn't feel real. As time went on, my brother's pain increased. It was hard to see. There were moments when he tried to hide how bad it was, but you could see it in the way he held himself, the way his face tightened, the way he would close his eyes and breathe through it. About a month or two before he passed away, he became too weak to hold the phone to his ear. The simple act of lifting his hand and keeping it there was too much. So if he wanted to talk to someone, we would hold the phone for him. Even then, he didn't talk to many people. He didn't have long phone conversations. Most of the time, he was too tired. And I knew he wasn't calling people secretly or being helped by someone to do it, because I was there constantly. I even asked the nurses, because I needed to make sense of some things. I asked them if any of them had helped him use the phone. They all told me no. They said they hadn't helped him with calls. And I believed them. So when I thought back to that day at the park, and the way he knew what happened, I had nowhere to place it. I let it go for a while, not because it didn't matter, but because it felt too big to understand. And there were bigger things to focus on, like keeping him comfortable and being present. But then it happened again, in a different way, and this time it left all of us shaken. One day, my family and I left the hospital for a few hours, like we sometimes did. Before I left, I told my brother I would be back to feed him lunch. It was one of those promises that felt like a rope connecting us, something steady in a situation that was full of change. He nodded, and I could tell he was tired, but he was listening. My family and I decided to return a little early. All of us were starving, and when you spend days and weeks in a hospital, food becomes an odd issue. Sometimes you don't eat enough because you're stressed. Other times you eat whatever is available because you're too tired to think. That day, we went to the hospital cafeteria. The cafeteria was busy in that normal way cafeterias are, people in scrubs, visitors with tired faces, the sound of trays sliding, the smell of different foods mixing together. We stood there looking at the options, going back and forth like we couldn't make a decision. They were serving tacos, and for a moment we considered buying the tacos. It sounded good, and it was easy. But then we all started thinking about other things. Someone wanted something lighter. Someone else wanted something warm and filling. In the end, all of us decided to get something different. We didn't get the tacos. After we ate, we went back up to my brother's room. We were walking and talking quietly, the way people do in hospitals, almost like you're afraid to disturb the air. When we got to his door and walked in, it felt like we were returning to our real world again, the world where everything mattered more. My brother looked at me, and his face changed into a look that was almost playful, like he had been holding something back just to surprise me. Then he said, "Sister, why didn't you get the tacos? Those would have been good." I froze again. My stomach dropped. The confusion in my family's faces was immediate, like the same thought hit all of them at once. How would he know that? We hadn't talked to him. We hadn't been near him. We had been downstairs, in the cafeteria, making a simple choice about lunch. At first I couldn't respond. It felt like my brain needed time to catch up to what he had just said. I stared at him, and it was like I was seeing him in a new way. Not just my brother who was sick in a hospital bed, but someone who was somehow connected to us in a way that didn't make sense. My family looked at me, waiting for me to say something, because I was the one he had spoken to. I could feel the weight of their eyes, the silence in the room, and the quiet hum of the hospital beyond the walls. Finally, after a few minutes, I found my voice. I said, "Brother, what are you doing, following me around town?" And he smiled. It wasn't a weak smile. It wasn't forced. It was wide and full of something I can't fully describe, like joy mixed with a little mischief. He said, "I sure am." And he looked so sure of himself, like it was the most normal thing in the world. The way he said it made the hairs on my arms rise. I didn't know if I should be comforted or scared. Part of me wanted to demand an explanation. Another part of me didn't want to challenge it because it felt like something delicate, something that was happening naturally to him, something that maybe even he didn't completely understand but accepted. To this day, I really believe he was telling the truth. Somehow, in some way I can't explain, he was following me. It wasn't like he was physically leaving the room, obviously. He could barely move. But he would know things we were doing and saying when we were nowhere near the hospital. He would bring up details that nobody had told him. It wasn't only those 2 moments. There were other times too, smaller things, comments he made that didn't match what he should have known. It was strange, and it made us all quiet when it happened, because what do you say when the person who is supposed to be limited by a hospital bed seems to know what you did outside those walls? My kids would ask me, "How does he know that?" They weren't little kids. They were old enough to understand something was off, and young enough to be honest about it. They weren't trying to be dramatic. They were genuinely confused. And every time they asked, I told them the truth. I didn't have an answer. I wasn't going to make up a story to make myself feel better. I wasn't going to pretend I understood something I didn't. All I could say was, "I don't know, but he knows." Then there was one more thing that happened, and it was the one that hit me the deepest. It shocked me, but it also broke my heart. There was a day when I was especially upset. The doctors kept explaining to me that my brother was terminally ill and that he was going to pass away soon. They weren't cruel about it. They were doing their job, and they were trying to prepare me, but every time I heard those words, it felt like getting hit again. I had been in denial for a long time. I admit that. I kept thinking there would be a turnaround, that maybe the next treatment would work, that maybe some new medicine would appear, that maybe God would perform a miracle right in front of us. When you love someone, denial can feel like hope. It's like your mind refuses to accept the future because accepting it feels like giving up on them. And I wasn't ready to give up on my brother. After the doctor talked to me that day, I couldn't stay in my brother's room. Not because I didn't want to be near him, but because I felt like I was falling apart, and I didn't want him to see me like that. He already had enough pain. He didn't need to carry mine too. So I left the room for a while and went to the chapel. The hospital chapel was quiet, the kind of quiet that feels heavy and gentle at the same time. The lighting was soft. It didn't feel like the rest of the hospital. It felt like a small place where people could go when they had nowhere else to put their fear. I sat down and I prayed. I prayed in the most honest way I could. I wasn't trying to sound perfect. I wasn't trying to say the right words. I was desperate. I asked God to take away my brother's illness. I asked God to heal him. And then, in that moment of pain and love and panic, I asked something else. I asked God to take me instead. I said it like a real request, like a real trade. I was completely by myself, praying. There was no one nearby that I knew. No one who could have overheard me, and honestly, I don't think I even spoke loudly. It was that kind of prayer where you talk from your heart, and you don't even care how it sounds. When I finished praying, I didn't feel a dramatic sign or anything like that. I didn't feel a voice speak back. I just felt tired. I wiped my face, took a breath, and tried to pull myself together. Then I went back to my brother's room. By the time I got there, my oldest daughter and my nephew were visiting him. They were sitting close, talking to him softly, trying to keep his spirits up. My brother looked at me as soon as I walked in. His eyes were serious, and his voice, even though it was weak, sounded firm. He said, "Sis, I wouldn't wish this on anyone. You don't want this." I felt my chest tighten. I didn't answer right away, because the meaning of what he said hit me like a wave. Then he said, "You have to face reality. I'm going to leave soon, and you can't stop it." My mouth went dry. I remember looking at him and feeling like I was caught between two worlds, one where I was still begging for him to live, and one where he had already accepted that he was dying. And the part that shook me the most was this: somehow, he knew what I had prayed. He responded directly to it. He was basically telling me, "Don't ask for that. Don't try to trade places with me. You don't want what I'm going through." I didn't know how he could have known. I hadn't told anyone. I hadn't even told my daughter or nephew. I had been alone. I had kept it inside me like a secret. But he spoke as if he had been there with me in that chapel, as if he had heard every word. I just stood there, trying to hold my emotions in. My eyes filled up, and I tried to blink it away. My daughter looked between us, sensing something was happening, but not understanding all of it. My nephew looked concerned too. My brother's face was calm, almost gentle, like he wasn't trying to scare me, he was trying to protect me. Even now, I can't fully explain those moments. I don't know how he knew those things, but he did. And it wasn't once. It wasn't twice. It kept happening, like he had this awareness that reached beyond his hospital bed. My family and I have talked about these incidents many times. At first, I didn't tell them about the praying incident. It felt too personal, too raw. It felt like something that belonged only between me and God. But later, after my brother was gone and we were trying to understand all the strange things that had happened, I finally told them. I told them about the chapel, about what I asked for, and about what my brother said when I returned. They went quiet when I finished, because they understood what it meant. It wasn't just that he had guessed my mood. He had answered a prayer I never spoke out loud to him. I want to be clear about something. None of this changed the reality that we were living. My brother was still sick. We still had to face the hardest outcome. These moments didn't save him in the way I wanted him saved. But they did something else. They made me feel like there was more happening than what we could see. They made me feel like my brother was somehow closer to the spiritual side of life than the rest of us. Like he was already halfway between here and somewhere else, and he could sense things we couldn't. I also want to finish by saying this is only the first part of my story, because I felt a strong need to share what happened before his passing. Those months were full of pain, but they were also full of love. Even when we were exhausted, we showed up. Even when my brother was suffering, he still tried to smile for us. He still tried to be present. He still cared about what we were doing, what we were eating, and whether we were okay. Sometimes he seemed more worried about us than we were about him. About a week before he left us, I asked my brother to watch over us when he was gone. I didn't know how to say it in a way that wouldn't sound like goodbye, because I didn't want to say goodbye. But I needed him to know what was in my heart. I needed to ask, because the thought of him not being in this world felt impossible. He looked at me and said he would. He didn't hesitate. He didn't laugh. He didn't act like it was a strange request. He said it with a quiet confidence that made me believe him. My brother would tell us often how much he was going to miss us, and we knew how much he loved us. He didn't always speak in big emotional speeches, but he didn't have to. The love was in his eyes, in the way he listened, in the way he tried to stay connected even when his body was failing. In those last days, everything felt fragile. Every conversation felt important. Every "I love you" felt heavier. We didn't know which moment would be the last moment he would open his eyes and recognize us. We didn't know which time holding his hand would be the last time he squeezed back. We lived minute by minute, trying to stay strong, trying to keep him comfortable, trying to accept what we didn't want to accept. On a Saturday, my brother slipped into a coma. It happened in a way that felt both sudden and expected, which is hard to explain. We had been watching him decline, but when the coma came, it still felt like a door closing. We stayed with him. We talked to him. We held his hand. We told him we loved him. We told him it was okay to rest, even though saying that felt like my heart was breaking. That following Monday, he passed away. There are no perfect words for what that feels like. It's like the world continues moving, but you feel stuck in a moment that keeps repeating. The hospital room looked the same, but everything was different. The bed was still there. The chairs were still there. The same hallway noises were still happening. But my brother who had been the center of those months, the reason we all kept coming back, was gone. And even though I miss him in a way that never fully goes away, I can't forget the strange things that happened before he left us. The way he knew about the park. The way he knew about the tacos. The way he answered the prayer I prayed alone in the chapel. Those moments are part of my memory of him now, tied together with the love, the fear, the laughter we tried to create in that room, and the deep sadness of losing him. I still don't have a complete explanation. I don't think I ever will. But I know what I experienced. My kids know what they heard. My family knows what happened. And when I think of my brother, I don't only think of his illness. I think of the way he stayed connected to us, like he was holding on with everything he had, and maybe, in some way we don't understand, reaching even farther than that.